no matter how people talk against before a match with you, when you go out to Rebel, you're absolutely cold. Like you've never gone into a match just carrying anything other than just cold-blooded calculation, and you've always been able to separate very well, like your words and your deeds. And I think that's always been one of your strongest assets. The way I often measure this is when a match is over, I will ask the athlete questions about the match, and if they can't answer the question, what were you doing in the fourth minute? Okay, what was that setup you using? And the third minute, they got the issue or not. If they can't answer that, that tells me they were just fighting on instincts and emotions. So it was causing, say, a lot of pain. Second thing is that huge tummy setup from on the left side. What were you thinking? You can always get answers. Absolutely stone cold.
Speaking of emotion, you will actually see healthy days Andre Galvao in the ACC coming up in the super fight. Who is Andre Galvao for people who don't know? Can you tell the story of your emotional interaction with the man?
Yeah. So Andre is he's considered the greatest ACC competitor of all time. Multiple time black belt world champion, winningest ADCC champion ever with six gold medals. And I've been trying to compete against him pretty much forever. Like since I got my black belt in 2016, I've been trying to get matches with him. He was in the first UBI that I did, and he ended up pulling out. And then I've been trying to get matches with him, and he would always say no and give one reason or another. And then after the last ADCC, I was like, hey, Andre said he's retiring after this competition, so if he wants to retire, he's the greatest ADCC competitor of all time, and I think it's great. He said if he wants to compete, he must break out. So he's super nice. And then he started like posting like passive aggressive Instagram captions, and then we started going back and forth on the internet. And there was like one point where I saw him in person when he acknowledged like I understand like what you're doing, like you cut this fight up, and he was like totally on board. Then there must have been something that happened where like it changed from like him like going along with it to being like absolutely pissed. And then there was the one night at Flow where I went to go shake his hand, and he flipped me off, and then he followed me backstage and started to try to fight me, and then I specced him, and then he didn't want to fight anymore. And then we've been going back. He's actually blocked me on Instagram now, so he just won't engage. No Instagram won't engage now, so it's gonna be interesting how he shows up, if he can keep under control or not.
Do you think, how do you explain that level of emotion? Is this fear of losing your throne? Is it just a human being like a traveler just becoming emotionally unstable?
It might just be me. I just have a way to get under people's skin. It's just, I don't know. He was cool for a while, and then I don't know. Everyone gets like this. They're all so emotional right now. It's kind of pretty easy to because they're either so emotional that they want to actually come forward and beat me, like Tim Spriggs is a perfect example in ACC. I posted like on my story on Instagram like 10 minutes before our match. I said like what I'm gonna do to Tim Spriggs is gonna be criminal. And he's like a very solid guy, and he saw that, and he came out and actually tried to fight me. He came and actually engaged my guard.
Welcome.
fasting,
What up, KG?
time restricted eating, and prolonged fasting.
What's the longest you've done so far?
The longest I've done is 5 days. I do it quite often. I do 4 times a year. I do the main
Welcome, KG. How are you?
water fast. Um, and I like it.
Can
It
you hear
helps
me?
me with inflammation. I think it boosts
Welcome.
the immune system.
Glad that you guys are here.
That brings a lot with added brings a
Welcome,
lot of
welcome,
energy, and I think
Welcome.
welcome.
it
How are
helps me
you?
also feel good.
What?
Kind of
Can you traduce your mobile,
physical and mental, or just mental?
please?
I can't
What
tell
do
you
you want me to
physical
do?
because when I bring my
One
son
moment,
and I
one
sit
second.
at the table
Sure.
with other people, doesn't matter what I eat. If we all eat the same thing, I always tell them, I said, my food right now tastes better than all of yours, because you know, I have this thing that I believe sometimes you need to put yourself into suffering to realize how pleasurable something is. And I can't personally, like diet wise, I eat whatever I want, whenever I want. I no longer have any problem with this. But if I would have a competition coming up, like knowing that what I know now about my body, I would orient myself more towards an animal-based diet. That's because I've tried different things, and that's the kind of diet that I believe helped me having less inflammation and feel better in terms of performance for doing something physical.
So high protein, high fat, low.
Well, this is the difference between animal-based diet and keto. I mean, there's carbs, there's a lot of fruit. Get a lot of the carbs from the fruit. A lot of organs. I know a little bit about paleontology and the past around about prehistoric human, and I know that. And not only about that, I know because I've traveled in certain places in the world. I went to visit the Maasai in Africa, the hunter-gatherer tribe, and I know that when they kill an animal, they go for the organs first. And I know most predatory animals, they do the same thing. So organs, I believe, is something that normally in our culture in the western part of the world we don't really eat, but it's something that is really nutritious.
Have you been able to convince girls to try fasting?
We don't talk about diet.
It's a different situation, I think, for girls because heavy weight. Women want to lose weight. You know, the heavy weight, the range of like my range was like I was a welterweight, middleweight, but heavyweight. Like some of the guys you can compete against, there might be 300 pounds.
something you think about for athletes a lot, or again,
No,
just surprised you?
no. To be honest with you, I've never seen any measurable improvement in sports performance in jiu-jitsu by changing diet. I do believe that diet is important for longevity in human beings, and I do think it makes a difference, especially once you get past the age of 40, um, with regards to longevity. For older athletes, I do believe it makes some difference, but my observation is in athletes and in their youth and working up into their prime, I've seen athletes have the worst diets. God bless Travis Stevens, but that guy won an Olympic silver medal basically on McDonald's and candy.
Yeah.
George St. Pierre, for 80% of your career, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
It's which he had Fred, that was
Yeah.
my meal of choice before a championship fight.
Gordon, in his youth, was Five Guys hamburgers. Gary Tonin, same thing. I've worked with Japanese judo players who smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and won Olympic gold medals. I've worked with Russian wrestlers who just ate whatever was put in front of them, and their athletic performance was outstanding. I've worked with other guys who did have what would be considered a very clean diet, and their performance was no better than anyone else in the mat. So I've never seen someone say, okay, I changed my diet, and because of that, there was a measurable improvement in sports performance.
Another way to phrase it, though, is I have noticed with a lot of elite athletes, what they eat, they begin to believe that either is not a hindrance or it's actually good. And Travis Stevens is an example of somebody who eats shitty because he believes it's like a power. Because whatever he's traveling across the world, he can't rely on healthy, good food to be there. So he eats shitty so that like my body knows how to perform under whatever Skittles or whatever.
Everywhere's got McDonald's.
Everywhere's got McDonald's. So that makes like, and they've convinced themselves. And we talk about Russian athletes. A lot of them have very strong beliefs about like this, a particular food being good for them.
There's no agreement among them.
Exactly, there's no agreement.
Yeah.
So belief is more important than actual diet.
Yeah.
If I can, after after a night out and you're hangover, I think the best thing, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, I think the best thing to eat to me is like a cheeseburgers. We call that a pizza in Chicago because it's very fat, greasy. So the next day when you wake up, I think you feel better because it absorbs the alcohol.
There you go, 100%.
You can train and My mom told me the same story once, and then I was like, I was hungover from some party, and I woke up. I was probably, I don't know, 19 or 20. I woke up, and my mom was like, yeah, just have a cheeseburger. Go eat something greasy. And I did, and I think I feel kind of better now. I do not know the science, the exact science behind it, but I always notice, and I don't know if it's placebo. I always notice that if I party hard and I've been drinking a lot, if I don't eat before I go into bed, if I don't eat shitty food, the next day I will wake up and feel very strong. If I eat shitty food, I feel better. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why, but it works for me.
Yeah, but it's also hard to do science on extreme performance. So the discussions we're having with the ones today, that this might not apply to a general like recreational athlete, but for the elite.
I've just seen champions in every kind of combat sport. I've never seen a correlation between dietary habit and performance in people under the age of 30. I do believe that diet is important for longevity, however, and for that alone, it may well be worth investing time in it. But with regard to sports performance, at least in jiu-jitsu, I've never seen anything that different.
Well, we had a little bit of a difference in opinion on this, I think. What about strength training and muscle building? Or at least we had a discussion about this. What do you believe is the value of training outside of the sport? So fitness, lifting heavy, lifting explosive, all kinds of lifting.
Personally, for me, I believe, and I learned that from John. I used to train like a bodybuilder before because I thought in my early days of competition that was the most efficient way to do things because it was like I was rushing
more therapeutic than for performance. It's to keep my body healthy, to do certain movements that are different than what I do every day in the gym in combat sports, to keep me healthy and athletic.
So all the interesting movement stuff that you've done outside the sport, that was therapeutic.
Mostly therapeutic. I think it could transcend into performance, but it's mostly therapeutic. I do not believe that squatting 5 plates or bench pressing 3 plates will make me a better fighter. I do not. I believe actually it could hurt me more and it could damage me more than benefit me.
So when somebody who on Instagram posts a lot of pictures of you being shredded and huge, what's the value of strength?
So I do like a combination of John got us big into like gymnastic type movements, like toe to the bar and muscle ups and things like that when we were young. Like toe to the bar because that's like the exact motion you have to do when you're retaining guard, knee to the chest. So I do a lot of that stuff in combination with I do a lot of I'll flip George. I do a lot of bodybuilding workouts um, where I do like a basic split, like a chest and triceps, back and biceps day. And my idea is that weightlifting should always be a supplement to jiu-jitsu. So you shouldn't be missing a jiu-jitsu session to lift weights. So I do probably train jiu-jitsu every day, and I lift 3 to 4 times a week. It's like lifting 7 days a week to me is too much. And the lifting takes a lot of energy. It's really hard to lift like that. But my idea is if you want to get good at jiu-jitsu, do jiu-jitsu. And if you want to be bigger and stronger, lift weights and eat food. And I generally don't go super heavy when I lift. You start when you raise the weights and you start tearing muscles and stuff. So I usually do moderate weight with a very high rep range of 4 sets of 20 with a drop set at the end to fatigue muscles, break the fibers, and whatever.
Okay, so 4 sets of 20. That's interesting. So that's more for endurance and raw strength.
Yeah, and also I think closer to competition, I'll pick the intensity up. And while there's no real way to get significant gains in VO2 max, I think that lifting and just getting used to mentally redlining gets me kind of in competition shape. Because a lot of times in jiu-jitsu, the guys I'm training with, they're not on a technical level where they can physically exhaust me to the point where I feel like I'm gonna die. But I get most of that when I'm wrestling because I'm not as efficient in wrestling, so I get a lot more tired. And lifting, when you do like 4 sets of 20 leg press and squat, and you go back and forth, like you're like about to die at the end. And I feel like it gets me in the mental habit of redlining before competition.
But does muscle help you? Like the actual mass of muscle. Like this, so
I think being stronger will always help in a combat.
will always help.
Yeah. To some degree, it's not going to be to a degree where it overrides efficiency, but I think that it can't help being or it can't hurt being stronger.
So there's a bunch of people who believe, depending on the sport, that strength can quickly become have detrimental effects to efficiency. So
Yeah,
like
I agree with that.
certain kind. I mean, if strength is like very cleanly, purely applied to the exact movements of the sport. So in judo, the explosiveness you need is very difficult to replicate in any kind of way except by doing judo.
Yeah, I mean, for us, the other thing to understand is only so much technique that can overcome a certain amount of strength. Like if we all tried to fight a silverback gorilla, couldn't kill us. But that being said, I do think that, like for example, heavyweights are usually the least technical because they rely on their size and strength to beat small people. But I think that if you stay with the discipline of doing everything very precise, I train a lot of small people most of the time, so I get out of the habit of using my strength. I think if you're very precise in the way that you train, I think the extra size and strength can help you.
Quick question: how would you fight a silverback gorilla? I mean, is there which animal do you think you can actually defeat that would be impressive? That most people would say you can't.
You know, I don't have an answer to this, but I want to say that me and John had like a 4 hour discussion on this one time. I'm like, what would win, bear or gorilla? And he went into like this whole dissertation about how like jaguars spin underneath like bear bulls and silverbacks and kill them and like rip their artery in their leg. That it was amazing.
surprised by if two animals face, one of them would win, and people would predict that. So they would be surprised by the effectiveness of certain animal at fighting in the whether it's in the forest, in the jungle. So let's
Wait, slow down there.
okay,
Get
okay.
going.
So there's two animals of different species fighting, and most people would think. So for example, the lion gets a lot of credit for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why in the King of the Jungle. Well, a lot of people told me that the lion, for example, the tiger can beat a lion. This is one of those age-old debates.
It's one of those, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
in grappling, in fighting, it feels like some animals use teeth, and some use other parts of their body also. Like bear, actually, I don't even know how they. I would say they're extraordinarily powerful and long claws, and in addition, they have powerful fibers as well. So I wonder, and the same with the suicide. I don't know how much they.
I love that we're having this discussion.
We need to avoid this
I
discussion.
think so. Yeah, I think so.
So your question is going in about five different. So it started with strength, and let's go back there, which is, do you think for an athlete, let's stick with grappling. Do you think strength is helpful or detrimental? I've always believed that two things will create whatever effectiveness you have in grappling. Those are your skill set and your attributes. And the best athletes are those who excel in both. Um, don't kid yourself. If someone gets twice as strong by some kind of magic potion, they're going to be a more effective grappler. If someone gets twice the level of endurance that they had previously, they will be a more effective grappler. These physical attributes have a very important outcome on a very important effect upon the outcome of matches. It's always a good thing to be stronger. It's always a good thing to have better endurance. It's always a good thing to have better balance or whatever other attribute you throw out there. Um, Gordon's point was, okay, everyone agrees on that, but there's a problem. In order to build these things, you have to carve into other elements of your training regimen, and then it becomes, well, which becomes more important, increases in strength or increases in skill. There comes a point where investing in strength training starts to get diminishing returns. I can't tell the difference between someone who bench presses 300 pounds on the mat versus someone who bench presses 400 pounds. But that's a big difference. That's a 100-pound difference. And for an athlete to go from bench pressing 300 pounds to 400 pounds, that would require a great deal of training effort and focus. But if I can't tell the difference when I grapple with them, why not? But once you get to a certain strength level, it doesn't really help that much to go from a 400-pound bench press to a 450-pound bench press. That's the stage where you're really getting a diminishing returns on your training investment. Now, skills, on the other hand, you have to experience far, far less in terms of diminishing returns. Every new skill you develop can translate very, very well into big increases in performance. Look at the example of Gary Tonin that we talked about earlier. Investments in guillotine made a significant improvement in his effectiveness in matches and led to some of his most important victories. Um, but if he had invested the same amount of training time in developing a bench press that was 25 pounds more than previously, that would have had no outcome, no improvement in some of those matches. So the question always becomes, yep, everyone acknowledges that these physical attributes are important, and everyone understands that becoming stronger or fitter is a desirable thing, and every athlete should work on it. The interesting question becomes, okay, at what point do you start to say, I'm not going to be helped by further increases in strength training or endurance training? Um, and my point with my athletes is, in the overwhelming majority of cases, if there's any kind of doubt, invest more heavily in skill training than attribute training, especially once you get to a certain level on the attributes. But the interesting thing is that I think you should account for strength training is there's Instagram. There's a world. It seems to be more fun to build muscle mass.
It's an addiction.
those people are more concerned with image than function, and uh, it's hard to sell a puzzle or a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't look like one.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough sell. Now, you can do it in fighting and jiu-jitsu because ultimately it's about whose hand is raised at the end of the match. And you can even use it as a selling point. You can be the guy that doesn't look like Chew winning, but he is winning. That is a selling point. But if you give most people a choice between looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger and winning matches versus looking like Vader and winning matches, most people will select, I just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so most athletes feel almost like an economic compulsion to be in good shape and willing to advance their marketability.
Yeah, Nike's not gonna sponsor Fedor or Ken Canada. They wouldn't.
Vader maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a very tough. There's something about putting image and strength.
Uh,
It's also also a personal thing. If you look at yourself in the mirror and you like what you see, you know what I mean. You find yourself attractive. You know what can you do to make you look better? I think to me it was something like one of the reasons I work out because it gives me that.
Well, I'm sure if Vader looks in the mirror, he says, I look damn good today.
Yeah, it could be too.
It's also a genetic factor. Some
Yeah.
people, it's harder for them. I mean,
All right, so question on training. You guys, John, Gordon, train often 3 times a day, every day. George, you have a different, like, a different approach to training. So, like, what is, I don't mean that in kind of the opposite, but it's just lost every single day. So, and obviously, you are legitimately at the very top in terms of performance or accomplishments in the field. So, what have you learned about what it takes to train to become not just elite but the best?
a lot of people when they train, they see training hard. I believe you need to be very constant and very disciplined. You need to train, but you don't need to train hard, as you did, from John start. Uh, for me, the nervous system sometimes I feel if I load it up too much, it comes to a point that it's too much. There is no more information that I can absorb. So and I do believe that it's something that you can train to your capacity of being able to learn and absorb information. But there are a lot of pluses in training. But when I was getting ready for a fight, especially during sparring days, I like to do it first because when I fight, it's 5 rounds of 5 minutes. I don't like to spend uh, hour, 2 hours in the gym because I need to know how hard I can push going for 25 minutes, and not for 2 hours, for 25 minutes. And my last fight, John and I, we were thinking like, how could we make me more of a better finisher, more opportunist. And John, I remember when we were training with Gordon, Jake Shilkane, Gary Jonas, my round of grappling were different than if I would be training for Abu Dhabi, for EBI or like some like grappling the round are longer. But in a mixed martial arts fight, it's very rare that you're gonna spend more than 4 minutes or 4 minutes and a half on the ground. It's very unlikely. I mean, it can happen, but so you remember we did the round in 3 minutes. We did all the round I was doing were 3 minutes long. So it gives a different different. It forced me to be more opportunist, to be more of a finisher because I had only 3 minutes to do what I needed to do. So if I see something, I need to go for the kill right away. I cannot be over patient.
Welcome.
You know what I mean?
How are you, Dai
It
Good?
served me well in my last fight, and I
Dai,
think it's a
Dai
good
Gokul?
way to follow
What's good?
when you're a mixed martial arts fighter. If I would,
Hello?
the result was great, and I think maybe I should have done that before. It was a great idea that we had.
Not to do, be very careful on those doing volume. So
Yes.
try to get out and then try to focus on
I mean,
possible.
to build up your foundation, I believe you need a lot of volume. But when we get ready for competition, it needs to be something that replicate what I mean paces.
What are we talking about? What do you think? Is there rest days, 5 days a week, twice a day, once a day? Is there any one formula like that?
I do not believe in overtraining. I believe in under rest. I believe you can be under rest, and people always link that immediately to the volume of how much volume they train, which it could be something else. How are you feeling emotionally? Are you having problems, personal problems? You have a hard time sleeping because you have someone died, or I don't know, like you owe money, you're broke, or what? Like, you know what I mean? It could be anything. There's something that can affect you psychologically or emotionally that made it in a way that you cannot sleep well because you're stressed, your cortisol level is high, you know what I mean? All these factors need to be taken into consideration. It's not only about the volume of training. People always think the volume of the training is the only thing that can affect recuperation, which is not. You know,
Yeah, just to minimize the amount of stress from all kinds of factors.
it's a very stressful job to be a professional combat athlete, whether you're a grappler, a boxer, a kickboxer, or a fighter, and you need to be taken into account.
Is it more or less stressful than marriage? Next question. Um, so, I don't know how to ask this question, given what George just said, but training 3 times a day and finishing, and what have you learned about what brings out the best in you as an elite level grappler?
So over the recent years, I've actually changed it up a little bit. When I was coming up through from white to black belt, I felt that the volume was the most important. So it would be anywhere from like 3 to 7 sessions a day, um, going from school to school from New York to New Jersey. And I think the volume was very important to build the skills, um, where I just didn't know how to move my body from the belt the way that I should. So I think that building the skills is super important. I think that early on, volume is very important. Now that I already have the skills built, I think that acquiring more knowledge is the most important. So I find that if I do so many sessions a day, if I do 3 sessions a day, I feel sometimes by the third session, I'm just like so mentally, like there's so much information that goes through my head the first 2 sessions that I feel like I'm not even there mentally on the third session. So I feel like doing less volume now, but having more mental clarity per session is more important because I already have the foundational skills acquired.
So a lot of your training is almost like just thinking, like learning.
A lot of it, yeah. So I'll do like, I mean, our schedule's been messed up since the pandemic because Hensley's got shut down and they were using a French gym in Puerto Rico, and now we're using a French gym in Austin. But once we have our own school, we'll have a set schedule where I can pretty much just be there all day long. Right now, I do like a lifting session in the morning, and then I'll come in and help teach at Enzo. So I'm there mentally, I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm playing around with ideas in my head. And then I'm there physically and very sharp mentally for the competition class during the 1 p.m. session. And then after that, I'll go home, I'll rest, and get ready for the next day.
What have you learned on seeing all these different athletes? Is there a universal rule that applies, or is it athlete specific?
Because one thing easily breaks is that George and Gordon play very different sports with very different athletic demands. Gordon can be in matches that range from anywhere from 6 minutes to literally hours long. As a result, the overall pacing and intensity of matches is massively different. Most obviously, there's no striking in Gordon's sport. Striking, by its very nature, is a much more explosive physical action than grappling is. Grappling is primarily an isometric kind of sport based around isometric tension and endurance. Georgia's sport does feature a significant amount of isometric tension, but there's time of application is relative. But George raised a very interesting point. These matches seem long, 25 minutes for a championship match. Um, but always understand that the mixed martial arts fight at championship level, if it goes the distance, is really five 5-round matches. Each round is a match in itself. And that's exactly how you're scored. You're scored by who wins the most matches over 5 matches. As a result, the application of the techniques, especially the grappling techniques, has to be done at a certain pace. As George pointed out, realistically, the maximum application time you're going to get in most situations is somewhere between 15 seconds and 3 minutes. Even for a specialized grappler like Billy and I, there's still a significant part of each round is spent in setup time to actually get the match to the ground. Um, it's very likely that at some point your opponent will stand up out of grappling and you reinitiate the entire process again. So that even for specialized grapplers, you might be spending only 3 minutes out of a 5-minute round on the ground. And as a result, you've got to get your work done in a very short time frame. Gordon Ryan, once it goes to the ground, it can go to the ground because he chooses to sit to the ground. He may spend the entire match in ground positions. Um, as a result, the matches have completely different pacing and completely different physical demands, and the preparation that the two athletes go through will reflect that. Uh, if George St. Pierre, in training for mixed martial arts, becomes fatigued to a point where he's no longer physically effective and able to defend himself, the consequences for that in MMA training can be very deep indeed. So if you make a mistake in mixed martial arts because you're fatigued and tired, and you take a full power roundhouse kick to the head, that's some deep consequences. A grappler doesn't have to face that. You can be completely exhausted in grappling and just sit in the bottom of the mount, just practice, just survival skills. You just got to get submitted in the bottom mount. And that can still be an effective training session. Complete and utter physical breakdown and fatigue can end an athlete's career in mixed martial arts. The consequences of training through fatigue in MMA are potentially very deep and very disturbing. The consequences of training through complete physical exhaustion and grappling aren't really that severe. Okay, you just tap. Whenever there's a problem, just tap. Um, and so they're very, very different sports in the way you prepare for them. Um, and a grappling athlete like Gordon Ryan can take many more liberties with physical exhaustion and the amount of hours a day you spend in training than you could with a mixed martial arts athlete.
That can actually be a benefit, exhaustion, as a framework of learning. So, like from a place of exhaustion, is there any benefit? Like you said, being at the bottom of the mount, so like understanding jiu-jitsu or grappling somehow deeper because you're physically exhausted.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because then the only thing you have left in your favor is your technique, and then you'll see how technical you are. In addition, you'll get to explore realms inside your mind that you don't spend a lot of time in, and you'll learn a lot about yourself and your ability to endure, which will have potentially great benefits in similar situations and matches.
Yeah, there's I mean, for me, for a recreational person, getting exhaustion allows you the great benefit to experience what it feels like to really get dominated at an even greater frequency than you otherwise would. And there's something there. There's some animalistic thing that's very unpleasant. And then afterwards, it takes you to to a place of like humility and you get it forces you to rethink life in positive ways. There's something about dominance. If you get dominated a few times, you can rationalize it somehow. Say, okay, well, I screwed this up. But when you're exhausted and you have to do like 30 minutes or 40 minutes or an hour of just being dominated over and over and over being submitted, I don't know, it's a very good process for other avenues of life, I find. I can't explain why. I'm driving home crying afterwards listening to Bruce Springsteen. But afterwards, yeah, this afterwards somehow you can think clear. You can see clear about what is the right path for life in all walks of life, like relationships, work, Actually, the grappling is the hardest one to see, isn't it? It clarifies other avenues. The humility. It removes the bullshit. It's like you see the world through some kind of fog, and it just removes it, and now you can see things clearly. I don't know what that is.
I think it's the feeling of you mentioned you push yourself. Like sometimes you see how far you can move. Because sometimes you can move further than the way you think. And if you can push yourself, you can push yourself to a certain limit. And maybe you thought your limit was before that point. You push to it, but like John just mentioned, it's a risky thing to do with striking. Because if you're exhausted, you're gonna get brain damage. Grappling is that something but you can do it also with strength conditioning. I like to run track. I do it all the time in track and field. It helps me to know myself better because it's working for a good training.
It's like in sprint wrestling rounds too. It's like if you stop moving, that you're gonna get scored on, and in your mind like there's no mechanical reason why I should give up the score here. But you're so exhausted that you're like, oh man, this is terrible. And if I stop moving, I'm supposed to, if I don't stop moving, I'm gonna be twice as exhausted when we actually do stand up. So it's an interesting game you have to play with that in mind.
It's your pride prerogative that keep you sharp. You know what I mean? Because you just want to lay down and breathe because you're exhausted.
What do you think is the connection, John, between this ego pride thing, martial arts, and actual violence with our ancestors? You ever plug into that? You think there's echoes of something going on there? Like you mentioned, you have laws and demons. Is it deep in there somewhere? Do you think we're struggling with those demons? Yet you'll need to catch up and quit swearing, and it's going to sit in a different dimension. Wow, that was not only about me dominating in jiu-jitsu, I mean dominating an interview better than whatever I've done before.
That's probably the scene where they're like, okay, now we interview you.
You went down the evolution.
What do you think?
I mean, do you think? Do you? I don't mean just the line between what is martial arts and what is violence. I mean, there seems to be a gray area, and that connects us to the evolutionary ancestors. I think there's a deep recognition in all of us that, and this is the evidence for this is so easy to see in daily life. Um, if you're walking down the street and suddenly hear a commotion and two people are fighting, you'll see literally everyone on that street stop whatever they're doing and watch the fight. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself why. And of course, it's the recognition that for a significant part of our evolutionary history, violence was one of the most important elements in human existence. As much as we curse it, as much as we talk badly of it, um, the juxtaposition between humans' social nature and their need for each other to get along, to express love amongst the various members of a given community. There are disputes between humans that can't be resolved, and ultimately, throughout history, violence has been the number one method of conflict resolution, um, for better or for worse. And there's a recognition in all of us that this is where we come from, and there's a reason why combat sports like this, and that people will watch them and they might even be repulsed by them, but they find it difficult to take their eyes from it. And I do believe that most combat athletes carry that sense of their, even if it's on a subconscious level, this kind of belief that this is who we are. George, you used the word pride, and I believe that's a big part of what I believe that most humans have this sense of self-worth and pride which they're willing to fight for. And if it gets crossed by someone else, they're willing to stand. Some people will stand more early, and some people will be pushed further back. But everyone
almost at that line beyond which they won't be pushed. And there's some kind of deep recognition in all of us that we have that somewhere within us, no matter how hard we try to bury it or what have you. And that's why I believe there will always be this communal interest in combat sports. Um, Now, I don't believe that most people today have any kind of respect for unrestricted violence or non-consensual violence. Um, I think most people, most good people, are repulsed by that now. I'm sure that as humanity improves out into the future, that will become more and more widespread. But that's not to say we can't exercise these old evolutionary demons inside of us, and sometimes there are just disputes between different people, different cultures, different nations that ultimately is going to come to a shoving match, and then degenerate further into violence. There's always going to be a need for humans to be able to express themselves through violent methods and to use physical force to get to their goals and objectives. Um, our our need as humans is always to find a balance between the two forces of conflict and cooperation. We need cooperation because humans isolated from each other are more or less helpless and useless. In order to advance, human communities need to build and grow. And so that sense of cooperation occurs in most of our daily lives. But there will also be irresolvable conflicts so that physical force has to be used to form a resolution. And so most human beings find themselves swinging like a pendulum between conflict and cooperation. And that's something which really gets dirty into combat sports because, sorry.
Well, I really have to ask you about this. There's a guy from Harvard named Richard Wrangham, and there's a lot of people that believe this. He wrote this book that basically there's a lot of people studying is what happened. How do we get from apes to humans? Like, what was the magic there, right? A lot of people attribute it to fire, to the ability to cook meat. There's a lot of different theories. So he actually, his theory, how do I describe this, is basically that the beta males that the
Ya el momento,
apes
ahora mismo ya no está.
cooperate.
Ya no está.
So the way you develop cooperation
No está la
is that
habitación.
big bad leader
¿Verdad? No está, bro.
that
Tiene 300 pantallas ahí puestas.
Está
that you can only
Caspian. Sí, sí, sí.
knock off their
Wake up.
throne if you cooperate. And so we've
Hay un bot de Rabbi Rothschild en la llamada, así que ten cuidado.
cooperation by practicing the overthrowing the leader. And so, and anytime an alpha male would rise up, they would get we would develop our skill further and further of cooperation. And so we're all just beta males. Nothing to think about. That's his kind of theory that cooperation
Buah,
is
yo vi con
fundamental
Asian Love
and
y
is so distinct
Sí, sí, tío. Hoy con
from
el... No,
animal
no.
kingdom. So I wonder what you think about this absence of violence and cooperation, or how important is this cooperation to the core? You know,
What's up, big dog?
if you look at it in the
Hello. Hola. Hello.
in a given training room, jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts are solo sports. A solo athlete who steps into the cage or steps onto the mat, that all of your preparation is done in a cooperative training environment with many peers. And as much as it's an individual sport, all of your preparation is done as part of a group. Um, there's a sense in which that is an interesting metaphor for humanity itself. Everything we do in life, we do alone, but we grow up in this given community and what have you. Um, with regard to the whole alpha male, beta male thing, human dialect, it's true as far as correct. Most primates do have very strongly defined alpha males who rule the roost and determine the entire direction of the demonstration allowed us to have a greater scale of hierarchy with the alpha male and the alpha teacher alpha.
Yeah. No, it's a fascinating theory.
In nature, we're very weak as a species, so we need to cooperate. That I think that's the top of the food chain.
If you look at humanity in nature, really the two things that seem to, more than anything else, determine whether or not a given human community will be successful in a predatory world are numbers and technology. Okay, the more your numbers increase, and the higher the technological weapons and support systems you have around you, the more successful you'll be in a predatory world. So it's not clear that just killing off the idea of an alpha male is the single biggest thing. The rise of technology and the growth of community after the imposition of language, these are other things that would have been very, very important factors in humanity's rise. George, you made an interesting point. If you look at humans, just the raw material, humans were better. And a predatory animal kingdom, we're just the absolute bottom of the food chain. We don't have a single effective weapon other than having an average endurance of about Earth. But you put us in a community and talk to each other with language, give us the time to come up with technological advances such as metals. And suddenly a human will go from no combat effectiveness in the animal kingdom to a human armed with a simple metal tipped spear can kill damn near any animal in the animal kingdom.
I'll beat your silverback, you know how? By fight him in the deep water pool because he cannot swim. I don't have to touch him.
Well,
How do you get him into the pool? You know why? Because someone told me, because I believe in the Kabbalah, someone told me that information, so I know, pass it on.
he taught you.
But you have to convince him to, you have to somehow convince him to join you in the pool, which is very difficult. Very problem, very, very difficult. From a technical perspective, you've looked at martial arts, fighting in general, and grappling. What's the difference between fighting and grappling? That's something I'd love to ask all of you. Maybe Johnny can start with.
When you talk about fighting, you mean unrestricted MMA type fighting.
Yeah, unrestricted MMA type fighting. So there's stick fighting,
Yep.
there's MMA fighting, and then there's grappling. Is really the sport of grappling.
You're saying the difference between MMA and grappling?
Yes.
Okay.
That would have been a much better question to ask.
The single, when you talk about grappling, you talk about commencing rules.
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe also mention different rule sets that somehow fundamentally challenge or change the sport.
In the sport of mixed martial arts, you've got two ways to inflict damage on a human body. You've got kinetic energy, which is done through striking, kicking, knees, elbows, fists, and you've got isometric tension used along the lines of lever and fulcrum, which can be used for strangulation and joint breaking. In grappling, you lose one of those. You're no longer allowed to move your body with kinetic energy. You can do it accidentally through a throw, but you're not allowed to just knock someone out with a throw. In most grappling sports, it can happen, but it's relatively rare and it's not encouraged by the rule set. So, yeah, go for it. So there's a sense in which in mixed martial arts you've got twice as many problems to deal with, and they occur in a much shorter time frame. The single biggest difference between grappling technique as a weapon in human combat versus striking technique is time. Grappling technique takes a huge amount of time to apply. Okay, the great advantage of grappling technique is certainly outcome. Once you get there, it takes a huge amount of time to set up a takedown, physically take them down, work your way towards stick in the application from start to finish, and the match is over. Um, and so there's a sense in which grappling it's it's fighting for the patient and the calculating, whereas striking is much more for in this short time frame. Everything gets done in the blink of an eye. There's a sense also when grappling is a much more competitive sport. You can make a terrible mistake, end up in a terrible position, and still fight your way out of the ring. In mixed martial arts, it's much, much less forgiving. If you get hit and stunned, your chances of recovery are minimal. You're going to get swarmed on, and unless it's right at the end of the round, it's very, very hard to recover from getting hit and swarmed on. Um, so there's a sense in which the biggest difference for me is time of application of technique. In mixed martial arts, it's incredibly unforgiving in terms of time. Even the smallest error can have enormous consequences. In grappling, you can make massive errors and still come back and win. Um, Grappling will typically be won in a much higher percentage case by the more skilled and conditioned grappler, whereas there is much more of what they call unconscious time in mixed martial arts, where there's a much higher likelihood of a lesser athlete defeating a greater athlete in MMA than there is in grappling, simply because of time of application of technique. Even the smallest period of inattention in MMA, the match is over. Gordon Ryan could fall asleep for 30 seconds, have his opponent mounted on and wake up and finish him 5 minutes later. It's not going to happen in MMA.
Okay, so the stakes are much higher. You can do a lot of damage in a very fast time, and it's just a dynamic, something dynamic and up.
If everything you see will be a place for that. When you go further into things like rule sets, in the sport of grappling, Gordon Ryan comes out and sits down in the middle of the mat. His opponent must follow him to the ground and engage. In mixed martial arts, he can come to the center of the cage and sit down and the other guy can just walk away from him. They're completely falling into different directions. Grappling is ground centered. MMA is typically standing centered. Beginning of every round, you have to start standing again. If I disengage from a ground grappling situation, stand up and walk away from my opponent must follow me up to the feet. In grappling, it's the exact opposite. If I sit to the ground, my opponent must follow me to the ground, whichever the rules say. So one is inherently ground oriented and one is inherently standing oriented.
So it's more difficult to dictate where the fight happens in MMA.
Yes, you have to go to impose where the fight is, whereas in grappling you basically choose it.
So, what is your sense of the difference between the type you approach to the sport? So you also are a student of wrestling and grappling. So in preparing for fights, what parts of grappling purely the sport jump in and you like?
Honestly, I'm very lucky. I've been a person who I consider the best mentor trainer I
Welcome. How
ever
are
had,
you?
and the best rappers that I can train with. They were there to help me in
Hello.
my career. So
How are you? Hello. How was your day? Tamales. How are you? That's cool. I didn't even want to talk to you.
my training is, of course, because I do not dedicate as much time to one specific area. It's hard to be a world class athlete in that in only one particular area. I always, for me, like the idea to be more well rounded, very competent in every of those areas, striking, grappling, takedowns, and all those areas, but being just very
technology. What about you, Gordon? What do you think is very distinctive about grappling and how you approach it?
I think most of it was covered, but I think that one one of the big things is the fact that when you're looking at MMA, you have a pretty general agreed upon and unified rule set. Where if you look at UFC versus Bellator, they have slight differences in the rules, maybe, but it's pretty much the same thing. Whereas in grappling, you have EBI rules and you have ADCC rules, you have IBJJF rules, you have no time limit rules, and each rule set will play to the skills of different athletes. If you do ADCC rules, it generally is slightly biased towards wrestlers. So it's like a stall to the overtime, and then hit a takedown in the overtime, not really doing anything you should do, but they score a takedown, they're going to win. Whereas if you have like an EBI, for example, you have to finish the guy in regulation, or you start in a rigid position with your back taken, or in an armbar. So I think that you have certain rule sets that play in the favor of certain athletes, and certain athletes can win in one rule set, but then they just have no chance of winning in the other. Like when I fought Fury the first time in EBI, I beat him in EBI, and the chances of me beating him on that night under an ADCC rule set were probably pretty low. When I fought Leandro Low under an ADCC rule set, he beat me that day, but the chances of him beating me in the same day in the EBI rule set were like next to zero. So I think it's interesting that in MMA you have one unified rule set, which has small differences, but they're all generally the same. And in Jiu-Jitsu you have a wide variety of different rule sets that have biases towards certain athletes' skill sets.
You mentioned Leandro Low. I got to ask you again about ADCC. You have lost very, very few times in your career. One, I mean, this is the same is true for George. And the only person who has ever submitted you is Felipe Pena.
Black belt, yeah.
A black belt. He is ADCC world champion, multiple-time IBJJF world champion. You may pay for an ADCC or elsewhere in the future. Will you beat him?
Yes, I have to sit right there. But I fought him initially when I first got my black belt. Then I fought him a year later in 2016 and 2017. And despite what people remember about the match, whenever people talk about it, like, oh yeah, the guy was training for him. But no one remembers that the first match was like a 45-minute war. And then the second match was a full 20 minutes of ADCC. And I didn't get my back taken in like the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, it went into an overtime. That did change the outcome of the match. I think that if you look at Felipe's performances, especially Nogi, specifically Nogi, since then, it looks like he's only gotten worse. Whereas since that match, 2017, the only match I lost after that was against Vinny Magalesh by points. And I'm on like a 55 match win streak over the course of 4 years, winning all the major tournaments, Nogi. And Felipe, since that match, I think is like 5-2 Nogi. He's lost his last two matches. One was convincingly, where he's dominated by Andre, and one was by submission. So I don't think that he's progressed nearly as fast. If anything, he looks even worse than he was when he beat me in 2017, based on his previous performances. That being said, I know he's going to come in training very hard for this one, and he's going to be prepared. But I just don't think that in terms of technical ability, he's anywhere near my level. And he was much bigger than me both times we fought. The first time he was much bigger than me. The second time he was one weight class above me. So now there's not going to be an advantage in technicality, and there's also not going to be a physicality advantage. So I think he's just going to be beat everywhere.
This is a good example of a scientific response to a comment, to a question. Yeah, so he's not. That's a match you're not deeply concerned with in terms of the set of opponents, because you have and you will be facing a lot of really good people.
Yeah, that's actually, in my opinion, one of the easier matches because of the fact that we're relatively the same size. If I show up at 230 pounds, like a lot of the guys are 260, 270 plus, so that extra weight does make a difference. I think out of that entire bracket, Felipe is probably going to be one of the easiest matches because of the fact that I think
response I was expecting, but that was pretty beautiful. Um, we talked about the Kiev Ravas that George had, and John brought it up in class yesterday, I believe. But the point is, we're talking about wrestling, and I think that's a fascinating fight. That is an incredible display of strategy, of skill, of heart. George, can you maybe talk about that fight, John, maybe too? What lessons you gained from that fight?
It was your fight, not mine.
Well,
And maybe it also tell us what happened because
oh yeah. Uh, so I was fighting Kiev Ravas, and in the third round, I tear my abductor muscle. 11 when I was on the bottom, and he pushed my knee down, tried to pass my guard, and I heard a pop. I didn't know what.
I think you were going for an armbar. You
Yeah,
were on his back, you switched to armbar, and you played the leg by pushing on the leg. Because you went in with a pre-existing injury and went forward.
yes, and it gets worse. And I heard a pop. I didn't know what it was, but I know it really hurt. So I went back standing up, and there's a, a famous video that goes on the internet about when I go back in the corner and I tell my coach, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I think I tore my adductor muscle. And Rick Jackson is like, I don't care. Hit him when you're growing. I was very worried because I was in pain. I did not know what I had. I didn't know the gravity of it, and it plays on your mind. But I had to bite down my mouthpiece and finish the fight. I knew I was ahead on the scorecard, and I need to finish it strong.
So what was your strategy there in terms of strikes, in terms of wrestling? So this is exceptionally difficult opponent to take down.
Yeah, well, at first I knew I had a good jab, a good, to stay always from the outside, fighting from the outside and use my footwork because he was like a tank. He was much bigger and much stronger than me. I didn't want, never wanted to stay in front of him. So it was all the way out or all the way in. And when I was coming all the way in, it was proactive or reactive takedowns, where I myself initiated the takedown by using a distraction like a jab, make the hand goes up, and then I go with the single double leg, or to react, like baiting him for him to come hit me, and then while he's coming to hit me, I go change level, and that's the way I like to take my opponent down. Some guys, for example, like Khabib, for example, he's very good at bringing his opponent to the fence and use chain wrestling to take his opponent down. I find this for me, for myself, I specialize more in explosive takedowns in the center of the octagon because I found this more economical, if that makes sense.
What did you see? You were commenting, John, about the wrestling. That was quite interesting. I mean, also, can you generally comment on the fact that George St. Pierre, who don't do wrestling,
I started wrestling. I was 19 years old, but I wrestled some very good Russian guys, so they put me underneath their wing. But my ability to cover distance come from karate. It does not come from wrestling. Wrestling is how I finish once I get the leg, how I finish the takedown.
so the timing and the movement and the explosion
Correct.
required is what I think an important distinction to make here is one which George made throughout his career, and I believe, George, you were the greatest innovator in MMA history with regards to this. And this is the creation of what George calls the shootboxing, which is the amalgamation of striking technique, in George's case, mostly karate, but that was his martial arts background, into grappling, and in particular takedowns. Uh, when most people say so-and-so has better wrestling than mixed martial arts, you have to be very careful what they mean by this. There are many highly credentialed wrestlers in the early days of mixed martial arts who went in and truly struggled to get a takedown. Now, these are very, very good wrestlers. In a wrestling match, you easily take down their opponent. But in a striking situation where the ranges are completely different and the setups are entirely different, the stances are different, even underestimate just what an impact it is for a wrestler to take their shoes off. You lose say 20% of your forward drive the moment you take off your shoes. All of these make massive differences in whether or not you're going to be able to even make contact against someone or a takedown. As George pointed out, the true value of wrestling in MMA is finishing the takedown once you've established contact, but that's only about 20% of the action of a mixed martial arts takedown. 80% of it is in understanding range, rhythm, setup, opportunity, etc., etc. And that's not part of wrestling at all. Even the overall conditions are completely different. In the sport of wrestling, you start at very close range in a very bent over stance, and you're expected to wrestle with international stars for 3 minutes at a time. Now suddenly you're completely upright, and you're not wearing shoes. All the conditions, the rhythm and speed are really different. The counters are completely different. It's just an entirely different animal. And so George was an early recognizer of this and started to put the emphasis on direct training for shoot boxing in addition to wrestling. So practice would vary with wrestlers in the Montreal Wrestling Club, just the sport of wrestling. And that's what made him very good at finishing takedowns. But it was in his shoot boxing training, which he himself largely developed. Remember, George started at a time when MMA was pretty damn young. And when you entered the sport of mixed martial arts, George, it wasn't even allowed on TV. Like, it was completely banned. In his country, it was physically banned. They had to fight on Indian reservations. And this is way back in the Wild West days of MMA. And so as a young developing athlete, he had to more or less do this by himself. If you ever want to hear some incredible stories, talk about teenage George St. Pierre, and he had a coach who used to make him put on boxing gloves. Now, he was 16, 17 years old, and just put him on a hardwood floor against a professional boxer who was in his late 20s at the peak of his career. And he said, George, you're not allowed to punch. You just got to take him down when he tries to knock you out. And it was great.
Darwinism. Yeah. He was like you're gonna adapt or you're gonna die. Literally. It could have been very bad, but it turns out to be great.
But there's a sense here in which people think, what determines your takedown ability in MMA is your wrestling skill. That your wrestling skill will determine your finishing ability on a takedown. But there's so much more to it than that. Whenever people say, what are the broad elements that determine the outcome of a mixed martial arts fight? On the broadest possible level, I always get the same three things. The athlete who can dominate the pace of the match, the athlete who can dominate the direction of the match, and the athlete who can dominate the setups will win the vast majority of fights. Period. Those three things, the direction, the pace, and the setups. If you dominate all three of those, you're going to win 90% of the matches you are in. George would always dominate the direction of the fight because he could stop the other guy taking him down, and he could impose his own takedowns at any point in the match. So whether it ground or whether it stays standing, it was always up to him. George had the most sophisticated array of setups and takedowns that I've personally ever witnessed. The whole distinction between reactive and proactive takedown came very early in George's career, and he excelled in both. Most people tend to favor one or the other. Most athletes have a very hard time imposing their setups on an opponent, and as a result, they have to use the cage as a crutch for their setups. So they just pull someone towards the cage and then put them down on the cage. George was one of the very few people who was equally good against the cage or in the open, and could do so in both proactive and reactive situations. And the scary thing is that as good as all of you saw him look in the octagon, anyone who knows George as a coach will tell you that he was twice as good as that in the gym, where he would often go against people several weight divisions above himself. I could sit here all day. I won't name names, but I personally seen George take that guy down and crush him in the gym, and I can't say anything because we talk about that in public. It's just training. But I've seen George go with people all the way up to light heavyweight, one of the greatest names in the history of the sport, put them down, get down in position on the ground and dominate them in training. It's what he did during that time. George, gotta say, I deeply admire many of the things I saw you do, not just in the octagon, but in training as well. Um, the impact that you had, um, the degree to which takedowns were used in the sport was absolutely inspirational. That's why one of the reasons why I always say you're the only athlete I ever met who taught me more than I taught you, because you opened my eyes to a whole new world of shootboxing, and how I grew up in a time when I was laughing before when you talked about Sugar Ray Leonard. I was a kid watching that match, and I grew up in a time where there was boxing and there was kickboxing. Now James American level and grappling, and this young man here was the innovator when it came to the integration of the two. And then I have to ask, as George sits here uncomfortably being complimented, if George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, and that's a very, very loaded question. What are the different trajectories you see? Oh, okay, how does each one end in your view? If one wins with one of them, what happens? Interestingly, they're actually very similar in size, despite the fact that George fought at welterweight and Khabib fought at lightweight. If you actually see them stand next to each other, they're of similar height. Khabib's actually a little more thick-set. Yeah, he's actually heavier than you walking around. George walked around most of his career between 188 and 191 pounds. And so Khabib actually would, ironically, have a kind of size and strength advantage, despite being in the lighter weight division. That's been the general trend as MMA is growing, is that athletes will come further down in weight to make weight divisions. I believe that George has the best takedowns in history in the open, in the cage. Um, Khabib his great strength was using the fence to facilitate takedowns. Um, Khabib's other great strength was not only his ability to take people down, but to keep people down for extended periods of time. Both of them were powerful strikers on the ground and could do terrible damage to opponents on the floor. So they're both very similar in that regard. Um, Khabib was mostly a puncher from the back. George was mostly an elbower from the front. But both of them could lay waste to opponents with strikes on the floor. Um, Both of them were highly competent with submissions on the ground. They weren't submission specialists in the sense of someone like Gordon Ryan, but they were certainly no slouches with submission holds. Um, yeah, just a fascinating idea.
It's almost like who gets the first takedown.
Yeah, I do believe that they could probably stand up on each other. I don't think either one of them would let the other down for a whole round. Um, Both of them are notoriously difficult people to hold down. So I don't think that whoever won the first takedown wins the match. I don't think it's like that. Um, I do believe that George would hold a decisive advantage in striking and distance management. Um, the few times that Khabib did look shaky is when Khabib was either advancing forward menacingly, but when he had to fight moving backwards, there was a definite asymmetry between his ability to fight going forwards, which was very good, and his ability to fight going backwards, which was noticeably weaker. Um, George would often fight both forwards and backwards. It was the juggle of his fight. Most of the standing time was done backwards. Um, that's probably the single biggest difference between the two athletes in skill level would be in the standing position. Um, on the ground, uh, Khabib slight edge in takedowns on the fence, George slight edge in takedowns in the center. Um, Ability to inflict damage on the floor, roughly equal. Ability to fight off the back, roughly equal. Ability to stand up from bottom, roughly equal. Very, very hard match. In terms of the biggest difference in skill match tactics where he put the fight on the fence for significant periods of time. Um, he can win rounds in that fashion. So it's a match that could go either way. Both of them are absolutely the best in the world. I've always believed the three greatest mixed martial arts I've ever seen in my life were George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. Um, the three of them had some interesting similarities and differences. All three beat every single person they ever faced. Um, I know John Jones officially has lost by DQ, but no one believes that was a lie. Um, George does have two losses, but he uh, defeated both athletes decisively in rematches. Khabib did it by having no losses. Interestingly, all three athletes had at least one match, which is controversial in terms of who won and who lost. John Jones has had several matches that could have gone either way on the judges' scorecard. Khabib's match against Gleison Tibau could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way. They all had matches that they won, which people would dispute the outcome. So that was the similarity between the three of them. Um, all three of them have had the ability to dominate the direction of fights. When they want it to go down, it goes down. When they don't want it to go down, it doesn't. Um, that's why I put such a heavy emphasis on that idea that a mixed martial arts champion must be able to control the direction of a fight. Single most important attribute that they all must have. Um, as to which of the three is the best, it's going to come down to criteria. You can't book it. Which answer you give as to which of those three is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Okay, is it being undefeated? Um, is it the amount of time, or is it the quality of opponents that they have? If you do it by quality of opponents, I think you probably have to give it to George. And if you do it by um, uh, measured dominance through not being defeated, then you have to go with Khabib. Um, Arguably, you could say the same with John Jones, since his one loss is by DQ. But then you could also say the last three or four fights that Jones had haven't been the same measure of dominance as we saw previously. So ultimately, you've got those three guys, in my opinion. Um, which one
What's
you
going on?
choose
I'll
comes
tell
down
you
to
with them, Tim.
says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective
Nice
labels of
to
the
meet you too.
athletes.
Welcome to
There's
Harry
no
Potter
doubt
Obama
that
Summit
the
Canadian.
three of them are
Glad you're
just
here.
that good. And which one you select will probably say more
Am I
about who
what?
you are as a viewer than it does about the manufacturer.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. How's your day going? Okay.
Athletes, by the way, that is not even
Because the generation that is present is very different than who are coming in. They have knowledge, technology that we didn't have before. And we have the knowledge that the other generation did not have before. But I believe the best results in our sport, as good as they are today, I think sport where you can measure the performance, track and field, medical systems, that you know someone is better than the other one because you can measure the performance. Fighting, it's all subjective. There's always a debate on who would win, but the tendency in sport is that the performance gets better. I don't think it's because the athletes necessarily get better. It's because they have access to better technology, knowledge, and they learn from their predecessor.
As long as that knowledge is transferred forward. Something tells me that the greatest of all time lived a few thousand years ago and is forgotten. Some of the greatest warriors. Like, you imagine the kind of rappers, just the history didn't record them. I mean, there could have been small tribes that developed mini UFCs, and they've developed the kind of things you have to think of, like the Gracies. Just a small family was able to develop so much so quickly.
I often had this discussion with John, and I think it's very important. Like you mentioned, I asked you several times, like, what would happen if you would take a fighter of modern days facing the champion of
penetration business in particular.
And you brought up something incredible good point, and people don't realize it.
Yeah. No, I think one of the great tragedies of martial arts history is our loss of the historical records of penetration. Like most of what we know was, from what I'm told, was actually lost in the files of the Library of Alexandria, and was left with only a pitiful amount of information on penetration ranges. But what we do know is that there was a very large participation in the sport, and that it was widely considered the most popular sport in the ancient Olympics, and that it was represented in the ancient Olympics for many hundreds of years, plus a long period of time before its introduction into the ancient Olympics. And so the development time that it may have had would have been very significant. It, as far as we know, most of the development would have been in the major Greek city-states for really hundreds of years of development. Given its prestige as an Olympic sport, then the best athletes would have been doing it. Some of the sharpest minds that we know of in human history were involved in the sport. Plato, the great philosopher, was a penetration in his youth. In fact, his name, Plato, is a nickname. Platos is like Plato. It means broad, big guy, like the big guy. And he spoke often about penetration in his works. Imagine people with the intelligence of Plato thinking about grappling technique for hundreds of years in the most popular Olympic sport of that time. Significant numbers of people with financial backing as city-states with great prestige upon Olympic success. They would have funneled athletes in, brought in the best coaches, and they had that for many hundreds of years. Like, it's quite conceivable that the best penetration athletes were of the absolute first quality. And it's so sad to think we'll never know what was their skill level.
It's interesting to think about what kind of techniques they developed, whether there's stuff we haven't discovered yet. In class, you're talking about the most effective takedown strategy in wrestling. Is it wrestling? And maybe let me ask you first, because we offline talking about this too. What is the highest percentage submission in grappling?
Overall, you have to go with the rear naked strangle swing about. If you look at most tournaments and most rule sets, it has success across all rule sets, all weight divisions, all body types. It doesn't require any kind of specific physical advantage, such as height for the victim. It works equally well in both fighting and grappling. It will work regardless of how physically and mentally tough your opponent is. I mean, heel hook is a very high percentage technique in modern day competition. But if your opponent simply makes up his mind that he's just not going to tap and is willing to take the physical damage, it won't result in the end of the match. A stranglehold, by contrast, will always end the match, regardless of your opponent's mental toughness. So I believe it's fair to say that at the end of the day, the single most high percentage method of submitting people in grappling is the rear naked strangle.
So when we look at an athlete, maybe going even deeper, it's like what's the best? You mentioned Gary and guillotine. What's the best submission to really invest in? Is it the rear naked choke? To really invest in developing, like understanding the entirety of the system that leads to that.
I think that you have to do them all, obviously. But if I had like one submission only one submission I could pick for the rest of my life, it would definitely be a rear naked.
Can you explain maybe some of the actual technical details of why that's the case?
Well, as John spoke about, they're different in joint locks, whereas you don't have to tap. You can just let your leg break and then keep going with your strangle. There's no, there's none of that. And then it's just an inherent advantage you have being behind someone. Whereas if you go for an armbar, you start from top mount and you're facing the guy, then you put him down and you're not directly behind them. With leg locks, you're facing the guy. Whereas when you're on someone's back, you have them in a pin where your chest and back, your body triangle, and you're pinning the guy in place. He can't explode out. He can't grease his way out when it's so tough. And there's an inherent advantage you have being behind them due to the fact that we're poorly set up
Was a body triangle like a well-understood thing? Like, was that an invention at some point? Like as a system, as a
Yeah,
control machine?
excellent. You're listening to me correctly on this, but I believe there was a technique banned in judo called dojian, which involved crossing feet or locking a triangle around the abdominals from the back. And it was banned in judo, I believe, because of intestinal injuries which occurred in the early developmental days of judo. And in the modern era, when I first began jiu-jitsu, body triangles were relatively rare. They were not the standard martial arts. Um, and sometime around the late 1990s, early 2000s, people started to realize, oh, this is a stronger method of control. Um, it, it greatly increases the amount of control you have over your opponent's hips and torso over regular hooks. It's not for all athletes. It's difficult for most people who are of shorter, quicker stature to employ on big people. If your opponent's very broad and goes through the stomach, it's almost impossible to apply. And so, because it can't be applied by all people, it tends not to be taught much at beginner level. And so, as a result, it was always seen as a kind of a specialist move for taller athletes at a higher level of competition rather than a broad-based move for everyone of every body type and every class to employ. So it just didn't get emphasized that much. But at top level competition now, I think you would see that it's very apparent that the vast majority of athletes, whenever they have the opportunity for a choice between body triangle and regular rear mounts, the majority of modern athletes would use the body triangle.
So we also had this conversation about wrestling. I wasn't sure if you could comment on that. What's the highest percentage? Not statistically speaking, perhaps that's also interesting what John talked about, but just for you, in terms of mastery of the takedown, what's the best way to take it down if you're in wrestling?
Well, I personally, for me, it depends. For every fighter are different. They have a different set of skills. For me, I when I look someone want to bring down a tree, a big, strong, high tree, cut it from the base. So the legs, that's what we spend on. So it was to attack the leg.
But is it single leg, double leg? Is it we talked about like
Yeah.
there's also the judgment no single. Actually, I don't even know if that's applicable for jiu-jitsu at all.
You can use it, but it runs default with submission holds. It's not impossible to use, but without shoes and in a situation where there's a whole plethora of submission holds and scoring, it's a little more difficult to use.
It is interesting. Something being a high percentage in terms of effectiveness tells a story. You're saying that every athlete is different, but if it's more effective for most people, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. What John talked about is that the highest percentage thing is actually in collegiate wrestling that he was talking about is on the defensive side. So blocking a takedown and then spinning off to the back. So that's an interesting idea. And also there's all of these kind of going in for a single and switching to a double or wizard position and doing a knee tap. Like there's all these kinds of combinations that seem to be effective. You look at the thing. It seems like there's maybe it's a scientific way of thinking, but it seems like there is some conclusion to be drawn there.
Oh yeah, I believe you need to. The high percentage move. There's a reason why it works. I think it's made for a bigger amount of people. Um, for example, one of my main strength, athletic strength is I'm an explosive person. So I use techniques that are explosive. If I get a single leg, one of my things I like to do is go for the double, power double. But for someone else that, for example, in a single leg position, maybe he likes like body throw better. He's more a Greco guy, or he's a judo guy. He's gonna go for something else. So, but there is moves that are, I would say, like you just mentioned, are universal. Like statistically speaking, the highest percentage move that works for pretty much everybody. Everybody pretty much can do an adagaju move very easy, but it's not everybody that can block a triangle with their legs. So those move like rear naked choke, adagaju is the highest percentage move because
Do you draw any wisdom from these such as his jala, or like in terms of sports that we saw?
Yeah, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu has an ocean of rules, and you can get lost on that ocean. You can drift for a long period of time and end up with very little to show for it. So my whole thing is focus. We only live one lifetime, and your training lifetime is even shorter than your actual lifetime. So in that time, I put
Jot on the mat.
that
That is
true.
insane.
Um, I put a very high value on choosing what I believe to be the most high percentage moves and putting an extraordinary amount of focus on them. Um, the only problem is that in one generation, a move which can be considered low percentage might actually turn out to be high percentage in another generation. For example, we talked earlier about leg locks. When I was first starting to, they were considered the ultimate low percentage move. And a big part of my career has been convincing people that in fact that was incorrect, that they can be a high percentage move. We just change our approach to them. Um, so we can't just follow tradition and say, oh, this is low percentage, this is high percentage. It has to be part of a fairly systematic study where you investigate what are the reasons why it's high percentage or low percentage. With regards to takedowns, if you look at what we can consider the most high percentage takedowns, if you're in front of someone, the single most high percentage way of taking them down is to get a hold of both of their legs and push them backwards. If you get a hold of one of their legs and put a force on them, they can use their other leg to defend themselves and hop around and bump their way out of takedowns and cause all kinds of problems for you. I don't care how athletic your opponent is, if you get a hold of their grip of both of his legs and start pushing him backwards, he's going to fall down to his butt. Now, he might be able to recover from there, but he will fall down. Even easier than that is to be behind someone. Takedowns from in front of someone are difficult. You go right into their hips, their head, their hands, and you go into all their defensive areas. If you're already behind someone and you're doing what in rugby league we refer to as a mat return, this is significantly easier than taking someone down from in front. If you have control of their head in the front headlock position, you've already closed distance on your opponent. You already have close contact. You don't have to worry about shooting anymore. There's no score over. You don't have to worry about guillotines, kimmoras, or standing defenses. Those will intrinsically be easier takedowns out of front headlock. So if we're going to talk about high percentage technique, I always go back to the mechanics of it rather than just historical tradition, because historical tradition can be wrong. It was wrong about leg locks. It can be wrong about other things too. So my primary thing is, okay, talk to me about mechanics. That's what ultimately is going to determine whether something is high percentage or not. Um, we pointed out earlier that when you're behind someone, you have innate physical advantages over the other guy. The human body is set up entirely to defend threats from the front. We are poorly adapted to defend threats from the rear. We don't have eyes in the back of our head. We kind of like pushing strength backwards. If you get behind someone, takedowns are 10 times easier from behind someone than they are when you're in front of someone. If you have to take someone down from the front, get a hold of both of their legs. If you can get a hold of both of their legs and apply a pushing force, you will almost always knock them down. If you can get a hold of their head and work takedowns from there, again, it's much easier because most of their defensive apparatus has been taken away from them before the takedown even begins. And so, for me, the most high percentage takedowns will always be from the front, double legs, and any takedown from the back is going to be significantly easier than any takedown from the front. So all manner of mat return takedowns are going to be very high percentage. Um, and takedowns done out of situations where the opponent is broken down in front of you and you have either front headlock or front chest wrap position are going to be significantly easier than takedowns from the outside.
Of course, you have to consider the full spectrum of mechanics involved here. It's possible that on the outside, no single lead or double leg is much higher percentage. There's a lot of chain wrestling that needs to be considered as a possibility. Maybe a straight on double, and part of it is cultural too. Are people afraid of this kind of thing? That it came to be the case with leg locks. Are people aware of this? Are they worried about this? Are they training for this to defend this? And then there's opponent specific, of course, that we join the bars, people preparing for the double, which is why kids develops a whole other kind of different stuff. And then the head too, that's where it's so fascinating to see the effect of rule set analysis. Judo over the past, I think, 20 years went through this every Olympics different changes to the rule set, like fundamentally different in terms of what's allowed to grip, whether you're allowed to touch the legs at all. That was a big one in 2012, I think, and that changed the sport completely. It's so interesting to watch how a tiny change in a rule can change the sport at the highest when you're talking about people competing at the highest level. And the cool thing there is the rule change happens on a scale of every 4 years. So you get to see people that are at the top of their game have to like recompete. So it's not like you have a new generation of people coming up with rules. They have to go, oh shit, you're not allowed to. Like it's the equivalent of saying you're not allowed to kick anymore in MMA because you were not allowed to grab legs anymore.
Interestingly, if you look at the case of judo, if you look at the world rankings of athletes, when they went through one of the most significant rule changes in judo history, where they banned any form of grabbing the legs, the ranking of athletes didn't change much.
Yeah, that tells you that
There's a reason why those guys are at the top.
and it doesn't have to do with that it's specific to a rule set.
Think about that in terms of, imagine, for example, in mixed martial arts, if they just said, hey, starting next week, instead of having 3 5-minute rounds, it's going to be 15 minutes straight. That would massively change the preparation of the athlete. It's a different game at that point. And judo literally was a different game before 2010 and after 2010. And yet, the international rankings didn't really change that much. The countries that were dominant before remain dominant. The athletes that remain before largely remain the same. You would think with such a massive change, all the rankings would be thrown upside down, but they weren't. And again, it comes back to this idea that there's a reason why the guys at the top are at the top.
Now for something completely different, we talk about aliens. George brought up Balbazar. Um, we'll likely probably talk about Balbazar on this podcast, and then John has a skeptical look on his face about aliens. So let me ask John and George: do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out there in the universe outside of our own?
The universe is unimaginably large. The idea that we are the only life forms in a cosmos as large as this is, I think, unusually foolish. Um, there's a very high likelihood that if life would evolve on this planet, that it could have done so on many, many other planets around the cosmos. I think anyone who puts even a moment's thought into this would realize that there's almost certainly other forms of life out there. The real question with regard to the alien community is, have they got here and are they circling our planet looking for silver sources and making observations and periodically stealing people for experimentation purposes?
It doesn't have to be silver saucers. It could be different other color saucers.
And that's where it gets hard to know. I don't really think I think recently Navy footage has come out showing some very interesting phenomena. If you talk to almost any experienced pilot, they will tell you they've seen things in the upper atmosphere that are very difficult to explain. I'll be the first one to agree with you on this. There are some things out there that are extremely difficult to explain.
Like literally UFOs, unidentified.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know what they are. But to go from the idea that there's things out there that we don't understand to there's like little creatures running around that can somehow exist. I just reserve judgment. Like I say, I'm agnostic about these things. I think it's possible, but all the evidence that I've been shown so far was insufficient to come to any kind of definite conclusions. Until aliens land in Central Park on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and get out with alien ray guns and start shooting people, I don't believe many of the stories that they've told.
Well, what about if it's not aliens or ray guns, but something very different, very very difficult to detect by humans? A space
Well, then, at that point, it's a fascinating idea, and it's certainly possible, but show me the evidence.
All right. Do you look at the cosmos and ponder the stars often?
I think it's fair points John raised. Something really interesting I saw the other day was someone posted like if an alien or civilization 65 million light years away somehow managed to look at Earth, they would theoretically see the dinosaurs, which is 65 million light years away. So like imagine us looking at galaxies that are 100 million light years away. That's 100 million years ago. You have no idea what it looks like now. So that's what's super interesting to me about it.
Yeah, the expanse is huge, and so much cool stuff could be going out there. Uh, the scary thing, of course, is they haven't visited us yet. The There has to be a good reason for it. And the set of scary reasons involve the fact that they maybe once they get sufficiently advanced in their development, may destroy you from naturally, as humans seem to be approaching now. We more and more have the tools to destroy ourselves completely in terms of our weapon systems, and we're developing them more and more, and they're becoming better and better. And then we're starting to get angrier and angrier on Twitter and Instagram with each other.
Those are good points. So
It's not as big that way. One day we'll die. We will perish. One day, yeah.
we will. It's also just the sheer difficulty of travel through space. Like space is an unimaginably inhospitable environment, and to the best of our knowledge, there's even the theoretical speeds that we can attain in space. Even if we could travel at the speed of light, we're not even remotely close to that. Still, the distances that need to be traveled to get to even relatively close solar systems are very, very long. If you look at astronauts who have spent significant amounts of time in space just orbiting the Earth, it has severe health effects on them. We're not built for space. We're supposed to be in a gravitational environment.
By we, you're referring to your biological meat bag that's containing the essence of the mind that is John Danaher. Maybe we can transfer the mind alone. The bag, the meat bag is not designed for space, but maybe the
But again, this is all
it's the mind
that's possible.
Yeah, what do you think of you folks who like difficult things? What do you think about Elon Musk going to Mars? Is this something you find interesting, or a aimless pursuit?
I think it's a must or a salvation. We need to leave at some point the planet because history repeats in the past. We know that we've been bombarded by asteroids, volcanoes, some crazy things happening here. It's very unstable. You know, if you look at it through a lifetime of a human being, it's nothing. But just look 12,000 years ago, what happened? You know, there is cataclysm that happen all the time. It's very unstable. So if we want to survive as a species, I think we need to get out, to be able to get out and spread it.
So these are the early steps on a really long journey. But is there something about like we don't get that exploration in modern society. The kind of exploring that people did throughout the centuries of coming to North America, just throughout, we were shrouded in physical uncertainty, what's out there, and now we get to do the same kind of exploration with Mars. Is there any aspect of you that wants to travel out to space, that wants to travel to Mars? There, the goal is to allow civilians to travel, perhaps in our lifetime, meaning affordably, which is to allow unaffordably.
Traveling to space and traveling to Mars are two different things. I think I would like to travel into space. I don't know if I would like to travel all the way to Mars.
Because of the risks involved.
Well,
is there some part of you that enjoys
I think that if I was like towards the end of my life, I would like to travel to Mars.
Just to
just to experience. Yeah. If I go to Mars, I'm not coming back. That's it.
One way visit.
Hey, with the technology we have now and everything, so maybe our children of our children will be able to experience that.
Well,
we can.
The whole design of the Starship that SpaceX is working on is supposed to come back. It's supposed to be reusable, so it's not a one-way ticket. the whole point. It's always going back and forth, back and forth.
What's the time frame between two planets that you travel from?
I think the current thing you'd be stuck on Mars for 2 years.
So how long does it take to get from Earth to Mars?
Oh, it's pretty. I'm not exactly sure, but it's pretty quick. Like I don't know, on the scale of months, not days. You might have to be really healthy when you come back. You know, all the astronauts they experience health issues. You know, they lose a lot of muscle mass, bone density. But I don't think the technology is good right now. It is. I would love to be doing it, but
Right?
I would
You are
love to
also
be the
somebody
first one to do it. For a professional fighter, you sacrifice your body. So there's some sacrifice for you. I don't want to be the first. I wouldn't want. I be the other one, but when I know it's safe, I'll take that one. One of the things that people say, and this is something I wonder about, is if I come and kill you or something. Once you're out in space and you look out and you see Earth, you look back at Earth, that's an experience. It's not like anything else. Like you can't replicate it here. Just to look back at that, like you died. That is very nice.
Like Earth disappearing into distance.
Yeah, disappear into distance, and then you get to stand on Mars and see, and just to look. You're standing on the ground and you're looking out, and you see the planet from which you came and where you might not be coming back. But there's a challenge to the whole thing. The risk is tremendous, and I don't know. I find that risk really compelling for some reason, because that could be just the exploration. Like, I guess that's a genetic thing too. How much do you want to explore? There's a famous story in which, even in the best case scenario, where they did get the technology to whisk you to Mars in a fairly short period of time, it's kind of an inauthentic sense of exploration, because your participation in it is no more exciting than your participation in anything like flying to a foreign country. You're basically just didn't basically do the creation of the vessel. You're not in command of the vessel. You're not in any way, shape, or form important to the mission. You're just a person sitting on the passenger seat, and you get off in a destination the same way you would if you flew to Singapore or London or something like that. Well, there's a hierarchy. There's a leadership, and then there's a bunch of people that all have roles. You don't get to go to Mars without having this. Because you made it sound like space tourism. Well, yeah, I think it's a long time to be a space tourism to Mars where you have nothing to contribute. Like you will have to go into like a training program. A training program, and then there's technical things you'll be contributing. So they will bring people, in terms of agriculture. Okay, so this sounds like they're more like explorers. Like we talked before about explorers in human history, the gentleman sits off on his boat. Every person on the boat had a specific function. They were all into the mission in a very authentic fashion. If they weren't on the boat, the performance of the crew would somehow suffer. So this sounds much better. And it just looked like with Magellan, I think most of the crew died. A significant number did, yeah. and from bacteria, from things that are unexpected and so on. And if you discover life on Mars, who knows what that entails? Because that's like a manned mission to Mars would likely be very driven by the research to do all the kind of exploration required to find life. Now, from Mr. Musk's point of view as a developer, presumably there has to be some kind of financial incentive here too. Is there some kind of financial benefit to Mars missions? Is presumably um, there wouldn't be that many people on Earth that could afford a ticket to pay for the kind of research and development that would require this. Is there some kind of mining on Mars or minerals that would be used? I think there's a lot of answers to this, but the only honest answer is the one that looks back into human history, where we did a lot of things just because we could. A lot of hard things just because we could, and that led to a lot of innovation that ultimately made our life better. So this is why you have NASA. This is why you have government organizations. Like, what's the purpose of NASA? NASA would answer that by saying, okay, well, we're helping launch satellites up there. They'll have a bunch of answers, but the reality is the program is funded in large part by our desire to explore the unknown. And there's some aspects to which we have to own and tap into that, because historically speaking, that has produced a lot of cool things along the way that are totally unexpected. Like NASA was funded by public funding. It was taxpayer. How is Mr. Musk going to fund this? Well, currently, most of the funding for SpaceX is NASA giving money to. So they're making a competition. Who can who can get our satellites? Who needs to go to um, the space station to resupply the space station, or who needs to launch satellites up? Who's going to carry those quote unquote payloads? They just need the NASA is saying whoever the heck wants to get kilograms of thing up into space. Well, this is investing in spaceship. Why did they just give them money? What they finally realized when Mr. Musk came along, and Bezos and others, that said we could do it for 1/10 the price. So why should the taxpayers pay for it? Why don't you NASA do what you do well, which is like to test out cutting edge stuff to make sure they're safe. And now that we've developed a car, let us UPS and FedEx take care of doing this at scale, doing it cheaper, doing it better. I mean, that's the argument. And NASA what they realized is it took way, way too long to do stuff. When you're investing millions, that's billions of dollars into a project, the, the bureaucracy builds up and conservatism
Welcome, welcome.
builds up to where you have to test everything out. The project will take years. And then you have somebody like Elon Musk come along and says, well, let's do launches every week. And as opposed to just throwing away the rocket, we'll reuse the rocket. That was one of the sort of cutting edge inventions. It's a dumb, obvious idea. Right? When Elon says, why do you throw away the plane? The equivalent is if you throw a plane every time you flew it away. Why are we every time throwing away the plane? Well, NASA tried that kind of thing with the space shuttles in the 1960s. Yes, well, they did that with the space shuttle, but not at the scale here. The space shuttle was seen as this like majestic, amazing thing that required a huge amount of investment. Because Elon Musk is like, no, every basic rocket is like cut costs, cut costs.
Do you think like the more technology we have, the more advanced we become, the more specialized we need to be, and is that for that reason that now there is different branch, like you just explained on now that they're specialized in this, but they're less, other branch.
Yeah, there's greater and greater specialization as we build up more stuff. It's fascinating because
Is it making us more dumb in a way? Do you think like
yeah,
I don't know, like you
helps
know,
us
but like
maybe.
I use a cell phone, but I don't know how to build it up. Like
I mean, it's that beta males building up this whole society because we're this collective intelligence. We rely on each other more and more, and it, I do also see sort of the rise of conspiracy theories and all those kind of things because, like, I've been talking to some folks about flat Earth recently. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. There's a large community of people that believe the Earth is flat, and that idea takes hold. In this day and age, of all the ideas, that's the one that takes hold for a large number of people. And I think that's a consequence of this kind of specialization. There's just a huge amount of experts. But if you look out into our world and try to reason simply about our existence, we are losing the skill to do that. Because more and more people are specialized, as opposed to general thinkers. They're like extremely good at specific things.
are we capable now to do a robot that is self-aware?
That's one alleged one.
Is it
No,
self-aware?
it's
Like,
not self-aware. It's been listening. It's not self-aware.
but do you think a human being is self-aware?
That's a good question. I mean, I ask this question all the time. When the robots move, there's a sense of when they turn on, something enters that robot. Wow. And when it turns off, something left. If they move in a certain kind of way, and if they surprise us, there's certain elements that enable us to see the magic in a living being. And some of them, I mean, we can maybe list them, but it's the ability to surprise you. It's the ability to make mistakes and learn from them visibly. There's a bunch of things that you just, I don't know, it just feels like it has the magic of what is a living being. and which is what humans have. And I try to think about how do you replicate that into a machine.
So when you start getting on and not, it feel like it dies every time, and you so
So for most machines, we don't feel that way. We don't when we unplug things. We don't feel that way. I don't know why we don't feel that way. That's an interesting question. But I think when the robot has certain qualities, like memory, like ability to recognize you, yeah, you start to feel like you're turning off one of them. So whenever I have like the robots that recognize me and remember, this is important, that all the things we've experienced together, then it's like holy shit, that's a living thing.
But does he do?
It feels like a living thing.
Does he remember your robot? Does he remember things that happened before you unplugged him? Is it like he's sleeping? Like you wake up, or is he like
yeah? So right now it starts with zero. No, it doesn't start at zero. Remember that's the key.
Every time you
yeah,
unplug, wow,
storing the memories, but the memories are basic. They're like, okay, we walked around the kitchen and then you looked at me. I mean, the memories, it's like data. It's not like we've experienced, it's able to actually experience anything deep like we humans can. But just the fact of memory. It's like the toaster or the microwave don't give a shit about me. They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from Gordon's. They wouldn't know the difference. And they wouldn't remember, the microwave currently doesn't remember, the times I've been sad or happy, like what food I put into it. It doesn't remember this. When I was being a fat ass or when I was being in good shape. Just those memories are enough to make you feel when you turn a thing off. And it's like, shit. That's a living. That's a living thing. Of course, that's kind of an anthropomorphism we do to each other, but that's something. You know, that that makes me believe it's possible to create systems with which we can have connections that are non-human, like similar to dogs, cats, and so on. It just makes me, and that's what's interesting to me because ultimately, I feel like that will help us understand ourselves and maybe practice grappling with. Anyway, well, let me ask the advice question. Now that we're together, I've spoken to John, I've spoken to George. What advice would you give to young folks? Whether we're talking about sport, excelling, becoming great at grappling, becoming great at fighting, becoming great at whatever sport they take on, or life in general. Whether they're maybe in high school or in college, what advice would you give them to excel at that thing they take on?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm almost 26. So
you're at the top.
You said giving advice to young people. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're both talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard for you to be successful in life in that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time if you're talented at it but you don't enjoy doing it. It's easy to come in and train hard for a month or for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented at it. But if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're both talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things for me.
How do you find enjoying it? So you've been training the same amount, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
For me, initially, it was just learning new stuff. You come in as a white belt, and every day you learn to see a different movement. Oh man, that's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously towards my professional career, it was the joy of doing camps and seeing the result of those camps and beating high-level athletes. And then it got to a point where I'd beaten all the high-level athletes already, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I can possibly be until I reach my prime.
there some aspect of teaching that's exciting to you?
Yeah,
Because you've become a better and better teacher over the years.
I definitely I enjoy teaching, and I used to teach a lot before I met John, and then I met John, and I was like, yeah, I just have no idea how to teach. That's like a completely different element of the sport. Doing things and being good at doing things and being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for young people like
Yeah.
yourself?
Well, first I would tell them, find what you want that you want to do, and long term do certain things. Maybe sometimes you don't love, but where you want to propel yourself in the future. Not what your parent, your friend want to do, but what you want to propel yourself. Once you find this, you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievements in life, you cannot doing it by yourself. So what I would say is the second thing is try to build up your team. Try to build up your team to be able to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. You need both competency and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turns out to be incompetent. So now you have to fire a plan, otherwise your business went down. Same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust. He's gonna screw you. So it's very important to stay away from the negative. Build up your team, people you trust and that are competent. And I would say the third one is to work hard, sacrifice yourself. You got to go through hell sometimes, but you got to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Keep your dream in mind, and it can give you the motivation to go through the tough times. But if you work, and you cannot accomplish without hard work. The fourth one, I would say, to invest on yourself constantly. Do not invest on yourself on whatever you are in which business and sport, the game will catch up to you. For example, if you become champion at something, you need to stop and prove it. The other guys that are trying to be champion are going to catch up to you. So you need to invest on yourself. Most people, most athletes, they make the mistake when they start to having money, they buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I didn't do. When I started making money, I was investing on traveling to New York, train with John, Gordon, the guys, learn what is new in the game of jiu-jitsu. I used to go in Thailand, train Muay Thai, uh, Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skills. So instead of taking that money to buy, jewelry, cars, to do what a lot of guys do because it's a mistake, I invested on myself because I know there were people coming. They want my place, so I didn't want them to catch me. The last one I would say seems weird. I would say to give back, and it's not because I'm a nice guy, and it's not that. I don't say that to look good. I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to everybody, to anybody. Give back only to the cause that you want. I give back not because I'm a nice guy. I'm kind of selfish. I only give back to the people that I want to give back to. Because I give back to them, and I know that if I'm more successful, I'm gonna be able to give back to people I love, to the cause that counts for me. So it brings me more motivation because I don't compete for myself anymore. I compete to help people I love in the world. So when you reach the top in your game, you need to find new motivation. If you're satisfied, it's the end of it. Your success will go down. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate you? What do you want? Oh, I want to help this. So I need to be successful. I want to, you know, you need to find reason. What do you want to do with your success? So when I say give back, it's not because I'm not because I'm necessarily. It's not to look like a nice guy. To keep the motivation to be able to keep climbing the ladder even more.
That's beautiful, George. John, um, first off, there's two responses given so far covered, I think, the most important things for all the way. Gordon talked about building
some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment, which will keep you in the game long enough to build world championship skills. It's going to be a minimum of 5 years, and quite possibly considerably longer than that. George talked about the idea of community. You're not going to make it by yourself, so you've got to be able to build people around you and build a trusting environment around you to develop those skills. Um, what I would add to the excellent points that both already raised alludes to what I said at the start of this podcast. You've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world what their true value is. In addition, you can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expecting to get different results. This is straightforwardly irrational, and worse, it's even arrogant. It's essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but I believe I'm different, and so they'll work for me, but they're going to work for everyone else. That's like saying, well, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all pretty much the same. And in order to be special, you're going to have to exhibit skills that other people simply don't have. Um, Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things that you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can pick one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better, and you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world was better than George St. Pierre at integrating striking and takedowns. No one in the world was better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best in the world at. Was he the best at every MMA skill? No. But he was absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills that he used throughout his career to win the vast majority of his matches. Gordon Ryan, at the onset of his career, could confidently say there's no one in the world better than him at that. He could also say there's no one better in the world than me at late stage defense. There's submission holds across the board. As he went through his career, he started adding more and more elements. It's gotten to an extraordinary degree now where he could absolutely say he's the best at guard mastering, the best at guard retention. The list just keeps going on. That goes back to what um, Gordon said earlier about keeping competition over time, because you're always introducing new skill sets. The day you start saying, I'm satisfied with my skill set, is the day you get bored. And boredom to an athlete is the precursor to death by boredom. Um, as long as you're still growing in those directions, you're still in the game. It's very long periods of time. So the main thing I would add to these statements by Gordon and George is this idea of finding something that is currently undervalued and showing the world what its true value is. Understanding that you can't just use the same training methodologies as everyone else and somehow expect to be different from everyone else. That is almost every great rise of human civilization, whether it be groups of people or individuals, required some kind of innovation. You've got to look for that new angle. George St. Pierre found it in kickboxing early on in his career. Gordon Ryan found it with leg locks early on in his career, and that branched out from that angle. Add to this the idea that you want to become the absolute best in the world in your industry. One or two things that make a difference. Find out what they are and focus on those things, and you'll build that.
John, Gordon, George, this is an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your extremely valuable time, George. As somebody who's become famous in part by commenting on people's performance, uh, how do you think we did? How would you evaluate our performance today?
I'm not so impressed by that.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
I learned all the time I talk to you guys. It's great. I love it. I'm very stimulated. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, it was something I really was looking forward to. I was hoping that we'd get together. So rare that at the same time in history there would be some of the greats together. like Churchill getting killed or whoever.
This is great and all, but the next one is just going to be us just quizzing John on which animal will win in fights.
Yeah.
For the whole 3 hours.
It'll be just we'll invite Joe, and it'll just be we'll make it a systematic.
It'll be a debate
analysis.
between Joe and John on which animal will win.
John and I, we have a thing that we send each other Twitter like animal fights. So we are very intrigued about animal fights.
I get this at like
you guys,
I get this at like 3:30 a.m. on Instagram. He's like, check this out.
like a rhino taking like a big like serious. It's not always fair.
No, no, it's
Not ever, but it's interesting stuff. If people would see the stuff that we, they would judge you partially. Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, guys. This was awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with George St. Pierre, Scott Donahan, and Gordon Wyatt. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from RabbiRothschild. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with Thomas Kahn, founder of Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 800, and many more. He runs Talco, which is an investment company that focuses on how artificial intelligence can revolutionize large industries. He is part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's the guitarist for the band Ghost Town and tours with the Rolling Stones. But most importantly, he is humble, down to earth, and someone who has quickly become a mentor and friend. This is the Lex Luthor podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Kahn. In 2004, he founded Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, that includes Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, the list goes on. Just some of the biggest movies in history. What does it take to make an epic movie like that? And what does it take to make it happen in start to finish?
Well, look, I've been enamored with movies since I was a kid. And I think what you need is to be able to tell a great story. If you're going to tell a great story, you need a great director. You got to start with a fantastic script that is able to take some of these iconic characters that you did and put your own stamp on it while still respecting mythology. And I had zero experience in movies and television before I started Legendary, so it was a very interesting trip. Total luck that we had the opportunity to make 5 movies at the time with Chris Nolan, who turned out to be one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But it's each one is its own little startup company, and I don't think there's any formula to get there. But I know that if you don't have a great director and a great script, if you don't have that foundation, it's hard to pull off.
Who is the CEO of that little startup company? Is it the director? Who would you say kind of defines the success of the movie?
Well, when you build a big movie like that, it's an enormous effort, 360 degrees. The digital effects, I certainly you have to. But if you have an amazing script, an amazing director, but you don't believe anybody playing the parts, that's a problem. So the reason I think it was so difficult to pull off is I always used to say you start with a stack of papers with words on them called the script. You bring that to life, and you're asking an audience to believe in everything that you're trying to put out there, and you've got a cast that even if they're immensely talented individually, they have to mesh together, they have to have chemistry together. Um, and the director is kind of the general on the battlefield, but if you have a strong producer who's very hands-on, it truly to me is each one had its own
You're welcome, big
how it
dog.
came to be and why it worked or didn't work.
My
So
pleasure.
you said you were new to the industry, but you did a lot of revolutionary things with that experience. So at that time and now, where's the good, the bad, and the ugly of the business that you went into? What are some interesting holes that you were able to, or like problems that you were able to fix, or problems still exist that could still be solved?
Well, look, the business has changed so radically since 2004. When I started Legendary, DVDs were still cash cow. So, that's how far things have come. But I would say a couple of things. The reason that I started it from a business perspective was at the time it was a $30 billion industry, and there was no institutional capital around the movie business. And I was fascinated by that because almost every other category that you look at of that size of institutional capital, private equity, et cetera, is kind of a cottage industry set up around it. And I was perplexed and fascinated that that didn't occur. And the way the movie business works is unlike any business I'd ever looked at before. So after kind of convincing myself that you could actually make money if you were disciplined and had the right approach, went out and raised the money from the capital markets, which was Herculean, still maybe the hardest thing I've ever done in my career. To walk around and say, look, I have no experience. I've never done this before, but you know. And the second thing, being very fortunate at the time, was able to partner up with Warner Brothers. Warner's at the time was run by a man named Alan Horn, who, besides being creative, is also a Harvard MBA. So really understood what I wanted to do. And Alan, was just an absolute gentleman, someone that I still look up to this day. After Warner Brothers, he went and ran Disney with their run, between Marvel and Star Wars and everything. And so between Alan being responsible for Harry Potter, the Dark Knight stuff, and then on to all the Disney stuff, he probably had as great a career as anyone I've ever heard of in the movie business. So my first focus was around the concepts, global, worldwide, large tentpole films and franchises, and then the business aspect of bringing long-term institutional capital to bear.
I'm going to ask you dumb questions, which is part of the style, I guess. But just for people who don't know, what is institutional, what is capital, what is institutional capital, what is equity, what is private equity?
Okay. Well, so if you're starting a company and you go around to a bunch of your successful friends and say, "Hey, you should invest in my company," that's great. It's capital, but it's not getting money from Fidelity or T. Rowe or a sovereign wealth fund or an endowment fund from a university that has large pools of organized capital that has a long-term point of view on your business. So if you get money from your neighbor who's a successful dentist, next year the dentist may say, "Hey, times are hard. I need my money back." If he partners with Fidelity or Morgan Stanley or any of these institutions, they have the capital and the wherewithal to say, "Okay, I'm looking at this over the next 5 to 10 years." And I thought there was an opportunity to bring that type of capital to the movie business, to be patient.
And the benefit of that patience is it's long term. You have to deal with fewer parties when you do much larger investments. So
Yeah.
what are the benefits? What are the sort of the challenges of that?
Well, I think the benefits, in some ways, are for professionals who are largely just passionate. Right? It's like, look, if you're hitting the numbers you told me and you're hitting your plan, great. And the other thing that always was interesting to me about the movie business is if I'm investing in an artificial intelligence company or a chipset company or something like that, a lot of the institutions don't have the technical expertise to really truly grasp what's being done. So they don't, other than good business practices, they're not offering every little opinion. The movies and television are invites a lot more sort of second guessing and things like that. So that was always one of the idiosyncrasies of the business that I thought was interesting. And then when you talk about private equity versus public equity, if you're a public company where the companies can are traded, you want to buy Microsoft shares, go to your broker, TD Ameritrade, and buy them. If, on the other hand, you're talking about private equity, that's institutions or individuals investing in private companies. So thus, if you have pools of capital that mostly invest in private equity deals, that's how you finance that.
So it's difficult to make those happen because it's individuals you have to sort of pay those and agree. So it's much less. It's more human, much less mechanical, I would say.
Yeah, and again, massive difference between large private equity shops who are professionalized and in the same category that I mentioned earlier, versus private individuals who are wealthy and whatever. But again, it's much more individualized when you're going to people who like your idea and you say, I'd like to invest in this.
Is that from all the kinds of investors you've seen? What do you think is the most conducive to creating forces in this globalizing technology AI space or whatever that may be for creating these investments?
I would say a couple of things. Enough money that whatever endeavor you're going into, that you're not so nervous about the edges. If I have $100 to spend and I think I can create a perpetual motion machine or something for $104, I can't do it because they're all over me about the market. So I would say making sure that you have enough capital, making sure that that capital is patient enough, so that it's, if you're going to do things that are extraordinary, it takes some time. And you're going to break stuff, right? You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have a whole bunch of film on the cutting room floor, so to speak, or if you're in the lab, you're going to have a whole bunch of broken stuff. And I also think it's very important at the beginning, and I always try to do this with companies I invest in or buy, is make sure that you have a philosophical and somewhat mechanical alignment with the management team. So that going in, you both understand, hey, this is how we think about this problem or this company. This is what we feel like our culture is. This is what our goal is. And these are the metrics by which we'll agree to measure the company. Because if you don't have that shared, hey, we're going to take this journey, then I think that's where people get upset, disappointed, etc.
What about, this is a weird question, but constraints for people before making an investment? Do you think more money is always better?
No.
So I like constraints a lot. It's like constraints, almost like a desperation, deadlines are catalysts for creativity or productivity or sort of innovation. So can we kind of speak to that as an investor, as a creator? What do you think about that?
Well, I think if you're focused on a particular problem or a company or a thesis, if you have that focus and you feel like I have unlimited resources or renewable resources, so there's no leverage in the situation. There's no, if I fail at this, I'll just go get more money. Right? I'll just go. I think that's a hard way to be resilient and to think of new ways to solve problems. Um, so I think capitalizing things just to the nth degree does create some problems. So I think there's that perfect blend of don't starve the oxygen to the point where you make short-term decisions or non-strategic or thoughtful decisions because you got to pay the rent. And on the other hand, you can't have it be like this, everlasting gobstopper of whatever you want and just keep flowing the cash, because that doesn't create any friction points that I think do do result in works of genius, in things that you know that are transformative. And one of the things that is interesting to me about society, sort of writ large, is I think that when you go through hard times, you have to do things that are uncomfortable and you don't want to do them because you're tired, because that in some ways builds up that you're comfortable being uncomfortable muscle. And I sometimes think we're losing that a little bit. And you can't sort of paint with a wide brush, but um, that's one of the things that I kind of observe and hope that we don't go
Yeah,
that way.
I do think challenge and discomfort are kind of good. It's like overcoming that. It's like from every perspective. From your perspective, it's a source of happiness and fulfillment and overcoming challenge. But from a business perspective, I see like if something is really difficult, to me it's also a sign that most others will, or many others will fail at this point. So like it's a teacher. It's nice that something is difficult. When when people tell you that something is impossible, I love that because it's like, all right, well then that's what a lot of people would believe, and then that gives you an opportunity to be the person who shows it's not impossible. And of course, you might be wrong, but if you're not wrong, you have the opportunity to stand out. So going through that hardship, taking those big risks, is going to really pay off. So like discomfort is it's a teacher, not a failure. For personal life, it's just good for life. But for business, it's good business sense. If something is hard, it's probably a good idea to do that.
Yeah.
Most others will fail. Fun question. I don't know if you can answer this, but what's the most expensive movie you were responsible to make, and why was it? You don't have to say numbers, but like, do something stand out as being exceptionally expensive, and why it's expensive?
Um, I think Jurassic World was pretty expensive. Worked out great. Um, and
That's an epic film. I mean,
it look, it's one of my favorites. They just did an amazing job. And frankly, the crazy thing about my life is all the stuff that I loved as a kid somehow came full circle back into my adult life. And having the opportunity while I was out there to develop a friendship with Steven Spielberg, and then have my name on the same film as Steven Spielberg. I mean that is pretty surreal. Um, so that was an expensive film. Dark Knight Rises was an expensive film. But again, to me, there's a difference between expensive if you're responsible and expensive because the vision warranted and it turned out financially it certainly did.
yeah, with Jurassic World, I mean, I can't even imagine having those meetings because like you have to create so much, and so much of it is obviously not real. You can't bring dinosaurs in and all that.
Yeah.
Is that where a lot of the cost is in the computer side of things?
Yeah, those are generally pretty massive components of the budget, and especially if you're doing it and inventing things as you go. I mean, Jim Cameron is one of those filmmakers who is designing the plane as it's flying in such a brilliant way, and I've got to know him over the years and am just in awe of the way his brain works. And so yeah, it's a big component.
Can you speak a little bit more to him in terms of because you're such a fascinating person? You care a lot about technology. You care a lot about the cutting edge of technology. So how does he, a creator, a director, build the plane while it's flying? Like what's the organization behind it?
Well, so I never made a film with Jim. I'm just a huge fan and got to know him and John Landau, his producing partner. But one of the things that just fascinates me about Jim is so he makes Titanic, and there's a bunch of underwater cameras and don't exist. So he goes and invents them, and has a good grasp of engineering, and has not only the imagination but the ability to lead a team to build them. I got to go down early when they were shooting Avatar at a warehouse, I think it was, where they were shooting. And as they were explaining to me how they were capturing it so that they could go back later because they created the environment, it blew my mind. And I said, okay, this is truly, people talk about a big leap. This certainly is one. So he has continued to push the envelope in terms of the art of the possible. And I just think he's an incredible genius in that way.
Again, another hard question. So you, in the realm of music, care about stories, storytelling. Is there some aspect in which money and beautiful graphics get in the way of story? As a filmmaker, because if you think about Jurassic World, obviously you mentioned the storytelling element of it. Like, what do you think about the tension between story, experience, and then visual effects?
Well, look, if you're using big effect shots and all kinds of tricks to cover over the fact that you don't have a very interesting story to tell, that's where I think it gets in the way. Um, where I think you have these incredible filmmakers, you mentioned Chris Nolan, Jim Cameron, Guillermo del Toro, um, you could go on and on. Folks that just see the world differently and use technology to enhance the storytelling, right? To make you believe differently, rather to make you not just suspend your disbelief, but to feel like you're immersed in it. So I've certainly seen it done expertly, and I've seen it done poorly.
You've talked about this a little bit in the past, but you kind of left the movie making business at an interesting time as you saw the changes. Um, there's been a lot of excitement with Netflix and TV, so the role of film in society has changed. So, what do you think is the future of movies versus TV? Like, if you're, as a business person, as a creator, as a consumer, as a technologist, thinking about the next 10, 20 years, what do you think is going to be the godfather, the great pieces that move us as a society in the next 10, 20 years? Is it going to be TV? Is it going to be movie? Is it going to be TikTok? What's it?
Well, so I think the other category that I would add to that that would be the next great medium is truly immersive virtual reality, in which new storytellers will emerge, especially when you can go into VR and there's enough computing power to sustain it and to allow it to be social and for you to have different paths to go down. That'll be, I think, the next realm of what storytelling experience will look like.
Do you think video game kind of world, or is it more movies, or is it more social network, or is it all of it blended reality and gaming?
Yeah, I thought if you saw Ready Player One, which I love the book, and the movie's cool too, but you know that's one version of it, right? Where you go in, everybody's talking about the metaverse and all that, but you go into a world that's fully rendered as yourself and you interact with that world. The other side of it is to go in somewhere between being a passive observer with being able to move around from the point of view and experiences, which I think is interesting. And then I think another adventure, so to speak, I can think of is a blend of video games where there's a mission, right? There's obstacles, there's everything, and you move through it, but it's immersive and it tells a story at the same time. And that's why I think you're going to see new, amazing storytellers that we don't know yet that understand how to innovate and how to make you feel something in that environment. Um, and to your earlier point, saw probably around 2015 when Netflix decided to mold, put out House of Cards, put out all the episodes, leave you in charge of the pace at which you review them, which I thought was great.
That's a gutsy move.
Yes, it was, and I can't tell you around Hollywood anybody that says that everybody thought it was a great idea is truthful, because everybody I talked to said this is for idiots, right? What do they know about movie making and TV? And what I saw happening was, if you look at what Netflix pulled off and they realized that there isn't really a moat around the studios, you really could make stuff, and really good stuff. And so they've started to create their own content. That pulled in Amazon, which pulled in Google through YouTube, and you had Hulu, and you had Disney deciding that they're going to have Disney Plus. And the next thing you know, you have some of the biggest companies with the largest balance sheets on the planet being in the creative business. That's, if you're an independent, that's just going to bring a knife to a gunfight, to be sure. And so, I thought that was interesting. The other thing that used to be that movies were where the big things happened, and television was sort of small screen, different experience. Then you had something like Game of Thrones, which was not only on the same epic level visually and storytelling wise, but had the budget to be able to do it. And now, I think you're seeing all kinds of different storytelling taking place. And I also like that you're not pigeonholed into a time. Like, you got 2 hours to tell the story. You can do a 3-part miniseries, a 5-part miniseries. You can do television that's all kinds of different formats. That I think is allows creators to do a lot more interesting things.
It is also interesting to consider the role of companies that enable that, like the capital that enables that. Without Netflix and HBO, you would have some of these epic shows. So if we're thinking about the virtual reality world that we're talking about, it's interesting to consider who will enable that. Now, like you said, Facebook is talking about metaverse, but it's unclear that just having money is enough. Netflix did a lot of really revolutionary stuff as well. Amazon has money. There's a lot of companies that have money that don't quite do as good of a job yet at enabling creators and creating revolutionary new content that changes the whole industry. And that's probably going to be the case with virtual reality. There is a lot of money needed to enable experiences, like in terms of compute infrastructure. There needs to be a huge amount of money there, but we also need to somehow give freedom to creators to have fun, to do their best work, and at the same time, like, provide the perfect amount of constraints all run together. However Netflix makes it happen, they do a pretty good job, because it's a very constrained platform. But yet, all the creators I ever talk to, comedians and so on, that work with Netflix are really happy because they feel free to create their work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, companies are a letterhead, but it boils down to people. And I think I've known Ted Sarandos a long time. He ran the studio at Netflix and now took over to lead running the company. But Ted, very smart, talented guy, and understood early how to cultivate talent and relationships with talent, which is important. When you're dealing with creative people, their motivations and their goals are not always the same, right? They're not always capitalistic, right? And so, in terms of being able to communicate with creative people that are not always A to B to C is a talent. And so I think they did a great job. Ted did a great job with that early. But I think that you're going to see different formats. I don't think going to a theater to see a massive movie on that screen in that format is a fundamentally different experience. And I think you're going to find movies, my own shop, Legendary, put out Dune, which I thought was phenomenal. I when we secured the rights to Dune years ago, I was over the moon because I love the book. I love the entire world that is Dune, and that's a movie that I think you see on the big screen. I think when Avatar 2 comes out, I want to see that on a big screen. But I think you're going to see a ton of content is obviously being produced, and it's not all going to go to a theater going experience. You're going to see, I think, different versions of this over the next 5 to 10 years.
So, Cameron, listening to this, it agrees with talk at the time of on this podcast at the time of Random about to release this Thursday as well, this recorded conversation. Um, also, just super excited for the movie and the director. There's something special about movies. Whether win Oscars, they're historic in nature. There's something about TV shows, even when they're epic like Game of Thrones, that they're forgotten in history. I don't know. Maybe that's because we haven't had enough of them. But the veneer of performances and the Scorsese films, all the great films that kind of we think of throughout the generations that define generations of film. Is that just old school thinking? Is that always going to be the case?
I mean, look, to me, going in a darkened theater with a bunch of strangers and the lights go down and you go on this journey, there is something special and magical about that. And I think movies have been a part of our cultural fabric forever. And for some reason, Hollywood in America is uniquely positioned to do a great job with it, right? Not that there aren't great foreign movies, but far and away, American movies, are dominate not only the world market, but and so whatever it is that we do well, or Hollywood does well, um, there's something in the water apparently. But I agree that I love movies, and I will, for the rest of my days. It's interesting how creators can move back and forth now as well. That used to be a complete no-no. You're either a movie guy or you're a movie person, you know, or you're a TV director, and that's that. But those lines have completely blurred.
And they're also blurring. I mean, they're blurring all kinds of lines. Like they're moving to TikTok and Instagram, and like I know right now it seems ridiculous that these like 1 minute things could even in the same realm creatively as a film, but maybe that changes over time too. Maybe experiences can completely become fluid in terms of the size, as long as they have some deep lasting impact on you as a human being, as a consumer.
Look, to me, the whole thing is about either the moving image or even sometimes a picture will bring out an emotion, a reaction, something. So, short form is harder because you have less time to set things up and all that. But I am sure there will be short videos and creators that come up with things. And if a moving image can get a reaction out of you, make you feel a certain way and stay with you or inspire you, well, that to me is just the next evolution of whatever it's going to be between humans and cameras, etc.
Yeah, I think that's why we talked offline about this. That's why I love robots, because I think there's certain things in the short form the robots will immediately bring out a feeling in people. There's something about our consideration of our own intelligence and our own consciousness, about the fears and hopes and the beautiful things about human nature, the dark things about human nature that somehow, especially the Lego robots right now, just we have that fear and excitement towards that. Are these going to be our overlords, our gods that will overtake humanity? Are these going to be things like horses or something like that, something that empower humanity? But you don't know what to make sense of it. That's why they're super exciting. Speaking of robots and film, you've gone into traditional industries and disrupted them. times was there, is there, a system for deciding which industry is ready for disruption. When you look at the world and see what are the big problems you'd like to solve, do you have a system of how you see which problems to solve? How do you look at the world?
Yeah, well, on the business side of that, so I have a holding company called Hulco, very national appreciated name. Part of that is literally every name ever is now taken,
Yeah.
registered, and all that stuff. So we're a holding company.
What's a holding company?
So instead of being a fund that has money flowing in and out of it, and there's what's called a vintage year, I raise capital and I agree to invest that capital for so long, and then I give it back to you, which sometimes creates artificial time pressure and things like that. A holding company is more permanent capital. So the idea was behind Hulco was to buy almost always whole companies or majority stakes with great management teams in spaces that did not traditionally have a lot of innovation. And to have our labs group, for data scientists, AI practitioners, engineers, machine learning, etc., to be able to bring that wherewithal to that company. So to provide them with the right capital and to provide them with access to technology that would be hard to individually recruit for that company. So I would say that the thesis was to look for industries that were large enough that hadn't traditionally had access to that type of technology or innovation, and to try to look for companies that not only looked that part but had management teams that embraced this and wanted to take accountability.
Yeah, there is quite a few industries like that, but then finding the industries and the management pair, because like those industries often have a lot of old school folks who don't. Takes quite a bit of work for them to use the technology. I work quite a bit with autonomous vehicles and just the automotive industry. Depending on the company, there's old school folks. It's like Detroit thinking versus like what do you call it? California thinking.
Well, you have to. I think you have to look at the nexus of two things. I mean, one is just plain old human behavior. If I am uncomfortable and this isn't the comfort zone for me, and it's not something I have as a field of expertise, I'm going to shy away from it.
Right.
Especially if I'm successful and I feel good about myself and it's a big successful company or person or whatever it might be. And the second thing is that, especially if you're a public company and you're being weighed and measured every quarter, you are rewarding the managers of that company to hit metrics and to be reliable and to say, hey, I'm counting quarter to quarter that you're going to deliver what you say. It's difficult to say, you know what, everybody, for the next 2 years, I wouldn't count on our financial projections at all. Because we're going to reinvent what we're doing. It's going to work in the long run, and you're going to see that this was a really smart investment 5 to 7 years from now. That's not the way capitalism is currently wired, generally, right? And a lot of, so again, if you reward managers with yearly bonuses and stock options based and tied to stock price and all these other things, and then ask them to go break stuff, that's horrible.
So you're saying so the Talco approach was private investment is the best way, or perhaps the only way, to enable this kind of long-term innovation. Investment, taking big risks, investing in innovation.
Well, look, we certainly are not by any means the only one doing it. I'm just saying that when you think about big companies, more successful, that are in old line businesses, and I hear people sort of talk about, well, why can't they just pivot? They recognize they need to be in the technology business because it's hard. It's hard to steer a ship and turn it that big, and especially if it's not part of your DNA at that time. So, I just think that what we try to do is to enable management teams know where they want to go, and to be patient with capital, and to also again bring innovation um, to bear that they have access to. There's plenty of capital structures doing interesting things. That's one of the things I love about our country. This country innovates, and this country invents things, and I'm constantly in awe of just the human ability to innovate and to iterate. Um, I get to hang around some universities, including your old shop, MIT, and it's like
Still there.
yeah, we're still there,
Still teaching there.
still teaching, but that place is like Hogwarts. I mean, it's just it's inspiring,
Yeah.
right? And certainly the energy of Silicon Valley, which now Austin, Texas, where we're sitting, has its own incredible ecosystem. So that's one of the things I love about America is the ability, and that really is, I think, in the American DNA to create things and invent things, and I think that's invigorating.
And I think that's even bigger than capitalism, is the machine of how capitalism works. That's just human nature. Capitalism is just one of the ways to sort of make that human nature shine, I suppose. But it's like you mentioned MIT. You know, there's a drive there to invent, to innovate, but it's so clearly human. That human spirit to sort of build something new. It's like that hopeful, optimistic spirit, especially in the engineering space. Like if you pay attention to the internet, like Twitter and all that kind of stuff, intellectuals and so on, there's a cynicism to when we talk about stuff, but there's an optimism when we do stuff, when we're doing part, when we actually build things, especially. Like if you care a lot about manufacturing too, like you actually build physical products, that's where we truly shine.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'm passionate about our country making stuff again, right? Doing our own manufacturing, and making sure that we don't lose the ability not just to create things um, intellectually and be the world's greatest blueprints, but actually make things here.
Actual factories.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
How do we do that? How do we bring more manufacturing to the United States?
So there's a company that I have a big personal investment in called Rebuild, with some folks that all went through the MIT school years ago. There's a good friend of mine named Jeff Wilkie who used to be at Amazon, and we all felt the same way that America needed to make sure that it didn't lose its edge in that way. So it's a company that invests in American high-tech manufacturing, and I think the way that we do that is to provide capital, provide training. To me, this is also fertile ground for good, sustainable, high-paying jobs. Um, and we have to make it economically feasible to do that again here in this country, and not to say to companies, and again, they're being weighted and measured quarter by quarter. Hey, this is 3 times as expensive to do it here, but you should do it here. We need to innovate, and we need to create processes and companies and opportunity that balance that equation. And I think as we saw during the pandemic, I don't think in this day and age you can be in isolation. That doesn't make any sense to me. But being self-reliant and self-determined and making sure that you are never in a position as a nation that we can't do basic things because we're relying on supply chain in other countries. And whether it's, we're not friends anymore, or a natural disaster, or a virus, or something pops up, I think those are costs of doing business that we have to put into the calculus of being able to make things.
There's an extremely high cost to making supply chain resilient that we really have to consider. And so if you really consider that cost, it makes a lot of sense to invest, especially long term, in building up manufacturing in a way where like you
making most of the stuff in one place, sort of bringing it all, not all, but as much in as possible, and just building everything from scratch here in the United States. I mean, what I guess your thought is, with innovation, it's possible to sort of revolutionize the way we do manufacturing, to reduce the amount of supply chain stuff, and then build stuff from scratch and do high-tech manufacturing, sort of optimize all aspects of manufacturing and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think where technology is the most efficient is the human-machine interface. Right? It's not let's automate everything and have nobody working. For a long time, that's neither feasible nor desirable. But where we can enhance jobs and make that interface eventually productive.
I love human-robot interaction, human-AI interaction. So what do you think is the role of robotics in this high-tech manufacturing? Sort of like industrial robots, robotic arms, all that kind of stuff, or even more complicated kind of robots. What do you think is the role of robotics? What do you think is the role of AI in this manufacturing future we're thinking about?
Well, robotics to me is an extremely exciting field. I don't have the same expertise that you do. I have an adjacency, but not the depth of knowledge. And never really delved deeply into it or made investments in it. But I think what's exciting about it is everything from doing jobs that are very dangerous for humans, enhancing the human experience. When you look at really repetitive labor, things that it might take away a job, but it's a good job for that person who's spending 30 years doing something highly repetitious. Is that a good experience in life? So I think, and then when you think about everything from military applications, rescue, we're already seeing a bunch of those things, and then just lastly, when you talk about that human interaction with robots, when you start to have the combination, so you have some level of intelligence and interaction, and that's why we always love the droids in Star Wars, right? I mean, it's exciting. It captures the imagination, and I think, look, many hours has been spent on debating artificial intelligence and the ramifications if things go sideways and so forth. And I think those are all, those are appropriate conversations to be having. AI is happening. I think it's actually happening slower than most people realize, because there are tasks that humans do every minute of every day, standing up without losing your sense of balance. These are really hard things, but I think there's enough investment, both in private industry as well as nation states now, on artificial intelligence that it is coming.
So both in the software space, in the digital space, and in the physical space. So we can talk about manufacturing, so industrial robotics. It's very true that even in the factory, even the tasks that you think are pretty basic, the amount of small intuitive decisions that humans make is quite incredible. So you have to be kind of explicit about saying which tasks are actually really hard, and humans are just really good at them. And so on the flip side, the digital space, there's social networks, there's member systems, there's all kinds of things, personal assistants in terms of voice-based AI systems, all of that. There's opportunities there to find niches where AI can really have a transformative effect. I think one of the places that we haven't, this is where like the world says stupid things, but I believe this very much, that when we have AI systems in the home currently, like something like Alexa and Google Home and so on, they're kind of very basic servants. They tell you about the weather, they can play some music, they can turn the lights on and off, all this kind of like smart home stuff. I think there's a lot of value form relationships with us in the way that pets, dogs, cats, I don't know, can't just for people who have cats. Cats don't care about you. They really tell us. They don't form any kind of relationship. I don't know why you have a relationship with them. It's one way. And sorry, it's not usually understood, but that's a basic kind of connection you have with one another. When there's game, then there's also just friends. You have different levels of friends, acquaintances, and lifelong friends. All that friendship you have. I really believe that there is some aspect of the human experience that is deeply enriched by interacting with other beings. And for systems, computing systems, artificial intelligence systems in our world, to have the capability to engage in some of that, I think is not just an opportunity to help people grow, become better people, but it's also just a good business opportunity too. And that hasn't really been explored enough. So that to me is really, that's a whole exciting space that I think will enable better industrial industrial robotics. It will empower a better Facebook or a better social network, a competitor to Facebook that overthrows Facebook. So it'll create better technologies that currently don't have that human robot interaction touch. So I don't know. That's super exciting to me. But that has to deal with the mess of human nature. The reason that most robotics people and AI people stay away from humans, they stay away from the human robot interaction problems, is because humans are complicated. They're messy. They're hard to control. They're hard to predict stuff about. They're hard to make sense of or like test repeatedly because one human can be drastically different from another human. So to deal with that as a robotics problem is super hard. And so one of the questions is which problems can you remove this human from consideration when you're trying to solve the problem? So like Elon Musk is an example of somebody who believes autonomous driving can remove this human from consideration. We can solve autonomous driving as a robotics problem. We can stay in the lane. When there's a red light, we stop at a red light. You know, if there are humans in the picture, like pedestrians, like a ballistics problem, we just treat them as a moving object that has with like 90% probability keeps moving the way they were in the past few seconds. With some smaller probability they might stop or turn. Like just do some basic models about them and you'll be able to do just fine. So I tend to believe that even driving has to consider the messiness of humans. The dance, the game theoretic dance of chicken that we all do when we jaywalk. We look at the car. That car doesn't. That driver doesn't have the guts to know that I'm going to walk in front of it and not look at the car. We do that kind of dance, and AI systems need to be able to do that kind of dance. In Telco, there's the labs. So there's a data science component, the AI component. So how do they go into a company and help revolutionize that industry?
Well, there's different examples. So, one of our companies, Figs, makes healthcare workwear, started by these two brilliant women, and early days, helping to build a platform and recruit and um, make sure that everything that we did at the company embraced technology, and at the same time, they were obsessive about their customer, which is, you know, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers who are putting it on the line every day, and obsessive about their product. And when you have those two things come together, you get the result that we did at Fix. Um, we have a company called Acrisure, which is AI lab and base is down here in Austin, Texas. It's insurance, one of the largest insurance brokers in the world, and we did a deal with them and sold some of our insurance holdings that was completely AI driven. And in that case, we basically put the team inside the company, right?
just depends on the different situations. But the biggest thing was just to make sure whatever the company needed, they had access to the talent. Sometimes we build it, sometimes we help recruit for it. You know how in technology, it's whatever works, right? There's no one way to do things.
Well, Akershire is really different. It's really interesting as an example. It's an insurance, it's a fascinating space. It seems like it's very ripe still for disruption across the board. So how do you? It seems like a lot of the disruption has to do with like almost the first dumb step of we've been using mostly paper, like it's not digitized. You have to basically convert, create a infrastructure and a framework where like everybody is using the same digital system, like databases, just organize the data. It seems like that's a huge leap that basically can revolutionize major industries that still hasn't been done. Insurance is obviously a great example of that.
And one of the things that struck me, this founder CEO of Akershire is a guy named Greg Williams. They're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And as we were looking at expanding our footprint in insurance, I met with a lot of insurance executives. And they would talk about technology. But Greg truly understood the power of what would happen across actuarial sciences, uh, predictive analytics, and using machine learning to really run every aspect of your business, and then automating a lot of the back office tedious steps. And as you said, one of the things that was great for us, they already had a data collection system and department, so it was much easier to pivot. And I'm very excited about the future of that company. It's they're doing some pretty innovative, groundbreaking things, and those are the things that I like doing. Right? Is that yes, I want to make money. That's what that is. But at the same time, what did you do with your time on Earth? Right? Did you do anything to leave any kind of mark that you did anything interesting? I can only speak for myself. There are many more ways to measure one's life, and I can only speak about how I think about things. I grew up poor in upstate New York with a single mom and watched her work a couple jobs, and had to, from a young age, to shovel snow and mow lawns and do all kinds of things to help her make sure the lights weren't turned off in our little place. And so that's just something that I've always been driven towards. And I have a really eclectic taste and interest, and it's just been an interesting journey.
So help be part of and help enable some cool new creations across the board, like film, music, AI, manufacturing, just insurance, all the specific industries that you disrupted. Yeah. Small tangent. Back to your childhood and your mom. Any memories kind of stand out and stick with you as something that helped define who you are as a man?
Yeah, even though the university and college experience was not part of the family tree, um, and we had no connections. I didn't understand. I didn't know what the trust fund was, the prep school. I didn't know what any of that was. But my mom, from a young age, would always say, "You're going to go to college. There's no, if you choose to." And I think from a young age that was just an expectation that I had and that she instilled, and the work ethic. I watched her, and then my grandmother was a janitor, a cleaning lady in a hospital for 50 years. And then I remember there were times of, I'm probably 10 years old, it's freezing cold out. If I don't go out and shovel 6 driveways, I don't have enough money to pay the bill. So I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how that manifests itself in my life today. But I think the grit to say, I'm not in the mood to do this. I don't want to And no excuses, not I'm a victim and I'm going to sit around and talk about. No, it is what it is, and you have to get done what you need to get done. And again, I think you can never fully put yourself in someone else's shoes or experience. I don't know what that is or feels like, but for me, those were two, I think, formative things um, that were important.
So that's pretty. The reality of life like that is pretty humbling. You still you've been so exceptionally successful that it's easy to get soft now. How do you get humble these days?
By getting up, I think for me personally, trying to push the envelope and being weighed and measured. Right, that's why I always loved sports too. There's a scoreboard, and I'm a huge believer in opportunity, meritocracy, all those things that I think are ideals that we want to aspire to. And I think that there's a lot of things I'm involved with right now that I just want to see if I can do it. I want to see if if and my own little mantra is cause the outcome, right? As much as you can, and at the same time have the humility and not to have the hubris or arrogance to say I'm always going to cause the outcome. Because you'll get your ass kicked pretty quickly and humbled. The world, the universe is a big place with forces beyond you. Uh, but I think, I also think a lot about being intellectually honest, which when I do university talks and so forth, I think that's a superpower. Because if you find yourself making decisions based on other people's expectations, based on places you don't want to go, but you're either you feel like momentum is taking you there. Um, I think that's a big problem. There are people that go to our top universities and can't wait to get out and start their own company, and they want that pressure, and they want to grind. There are other people that are smart and talented and just say, look, I don't want to lay awake staring at the ceiling wondering how I'm going to make payroll. I don't want that in my life. And I think if you can square that up and be okay with it and say, what makes me tick, what makes me happy, what puts me in a bad headspace. Because there's a difference between challenging yourself and going against your nature. So that's why I think that being intellectually honest and being able to really sit down and go inside your own head and say, what am I good at? What am I not good at? How am I going to put myself in a position to be successful? Because, I'm working on my weaknesses, but I'm not going to put myself career-wise in a position where I'm just fundamentally going to have a hard time being successful.
Yeah, intellectually honest is a tricky one, and it gets there's like levels to it too.
Sure.
There's well, like some of the things I think about when you dream of doing certain kinds of big things. Part of intellectual honesty is to say several things. One is like, hey, the thing you're dreaming about, like, one, the fact that nobody's done it probably shows that you know, um, you're just a dreamer. This is not going to, like, think clearly. The fact that it hasn't been done probably shows that it may not be the right path. And two is like, if you're dreaming about stuff, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you haven't done it. Like, why haven't you done it already yet? Like, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, don't be ambitious. Like, a lot of people work hard a long time to a dream. So you have to wake up and be like, all right, I've been at this for 10 years. Like with a startup, you launch a startup and you think, okay, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, pretty successful, but it hasn't exploded like you dreamed of, and you have to shut it down. You have to be intellectually honest there. At the same time, you might want to be like step it up, lean into it. So say almost like um, the flip side of like intellectual honesty is like maddening ambition of just saying fuck it, I'm gonna go all in. But that is a kind of intellectual honesty, saying like, the big problem here is I think tying these many things, um, maybe with this dream you have to go all in on all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's a human experience. It's complicated.
Well, yes, all human things are complicated. And I think there's a difference between being reckless and making well thought out, informed decisions. If you're going to go all in, make sure you measure twice, cut once, as they say. And one of my other favorite, I forget, many years ago I heard this saying and it stayed with me. It was never mistake clear line of sight with distance. And so I think that the key, whether you're starting a business or you're thinking about leaving the company you're at and starting a business, or just leaving for another job, any of these things is as much as you can, right? And psychologists, I think, would tell us it's hard to be self-aware completely, right? That's the rub. That if we were all completely self-aware of everything that we did, the strengths and weaknesses, it'd be a different world. But I do think you can work on that and at least challenge yourself to think about it and not be in a position where I'm going to medical school because that's what we do in my family, and even though I'm miserable doing it, things like that.
So definitely you don't want to just because you don't think, fall victim to conformity and just go on doing the same thing over and over again.
Right.
But at the same time, is measure twice and cut once. Um, it does feel like some of the biggest leaps you've taken are where you cut once and measure later. Is you leap in first.
Sure.
And it's almost like a gut. I suppose that is a measurement. It feels like a big gut of like what to do. And you do it, and then you can figure out like it's building the airplane as you're flying it, right?
Well, and I think each one of those instances that you could probably cite has its own unique circumstances, right? I don't have a deep biotech background, so if I suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to put everything I have into this idea, well, it's game theory, right? What are the odds of success? If, on the other hand, you're brilliant in your field, or you've seen some opportunity that you think is wide open, and you're going to go for it and break stuff, that's great. You just want to wait. To me, always say like, how crazy is this on the spectrum of, do I have any expertise? What is the downside if I fail? Right? If you're at a certain point in life with young children and you've got a mortgage or whatever else, that is one circumstance versus I just got out of Stanford or I just got out of whatever and I'm going to go for it. It's just the whole thing, right? It is complex, as you point out, and sometimes you just want to have the right matrix in your head of decision-making process to try to ride at the right place. And even if you get close, that's where I think you say, you know what, to hell with it. I'm doing this.
Yeah. I do want to ask you about one specific idea that sounds super fascinating to me. I read about this recently. You led the $50 million seed round for a company called Colossus that is focused on de-extinction. This is funny, relative to our connection and conversation about Jurassic World. They're seeking to restore lost ecosystems and use gene editing to restore the northern mammoth, the Arctic tundra. How are they going to do that?
Well, I met this fascinating guy at Harvard named George Church 5, 6 years ago, and found him to be incredibly smart, have an imagination, and partnered up with a guy named Ben Lass, who's an entrepreneur. And basically, animals, and we'll see where that road leads. I'm was more interested in an investor in the things that they're working through around understanding genes even more than proteins and CRISPR and all these other things because um, being adjacent to George Church and his team as these things unfold over the next decade, I thought was the right thing to do.
People are important. Just like investing in people and seeing what the hell they come up with.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look through history, and um, great things are done by great people, right? And companies, they end up over time becoming a logo and immediately what you think of them. But they started out with a person, with an idea, and a team that cultivated that and made that happen. Um, and I think there are certain folks that are just immensely talented that if you can be around them, and I also know his and his team's ethics in terms of spending time talking about where the lines are. People in other countries that may not have the same process, may not have the same checks and balances, are doing this and pursuing this regardless. So at least I felt like with George and Ben and their teams, they're also very responsible.
This is where the human side of things comes into play. I've interacted with a lot of really brilliant people in the technology space where you kind of, there's a lot of ways to feel this out. You can ask them whether they kind of read literature. You can feel out how much they really understand about like human nature. Like whatever the technology is, when it actually starts to play, interact with society at scale, like they have an understanding, an intuition about how that happens. Some of that requires studying history. Some of that requires like just looking at the worst and best parts and events in human history to understand like, hey, it doesn't always turn out like everybody hoped the technology turns out. It's if a person has a depth of understanding about history, about human nature, then I think that's the right person to mess with some of this cutting edge stuff.
Yeah, you want Marcus Aurelius with a PhD from MIT.
Exactly. Exactly. Just small tangent, but you mentioned having a conversation with Warren Buffett. You spoke really highly of him as an investor, as a human being. What about him do you admire?
There he is.
What from him? What insights have you got from him as a great investor yourself?
Well, the afternoons
Yo,
that we
dog.
spent
How are
with
you,
him,
big man?
are something I'll treasure forever. But sometimes when you
Slowly,
meet people,
painfully.
even that are immensely successful,
How you feeling?
Just kind of waking up a little.
All right. Well, why don't you get comfortable? I won't inundate you.
What?
You get comfortable. I don't want to inundate you.
Inundate?
Yeah, like inundate meaning like overwhelm you.
you
Oh no.
All right. So I got a Reddit account that got a 7-day ban. That's the bad news. The good, which is like whatever. The good news, I of all of the platforms that I'm on, so the big ones for me are Rumble and YouTube, but I'm also on a bunch of others. There's one that has kind of always um, eluded me because I've never been able to really get any traction on it, whether it comes to streaming or spamming. And that one is known as Twitch. And
Yeah.
so you know how I created kickbots?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my idea is just I have to do the same for Twitch. Twitch is such a bigger platform, and I thought to myself, okay, if the worst thing happened and they banned my Twitch accounts, that's fine because Twitch only stays for 30 days, so that's no big deal for me. And if I never stream another minute on Twitch for the rest of my life, it really wouldn't harm me. The thing that harms me is YouTube, and somewhat Rumble as well. But I'm live streaming right now on a whole bunch, including Instagram and some others, and so I'm developing robots for Twitch. Now, Twitch has a lot of different ways to combat spam, so I know I'm going to become a target there pretty easily. But it's a process. So we got that going for us. And it's funny because one day somebody's going to come in here and I'm going to say, how'd you find out about me? And they're going to say, you spam my Twitch account. And that is going to be a good day. Just like Aframashia came in here because I spammed her. She saw my spam on Kick.
Oh, that's cool.
I agree.
Yeah, yeah, that was pretty cool. Um, is it all that difficult to do it for Twitch, or um, is it really just the same? Just going through the process of creating it again and then inspecting it.
Yeah, it's the latter. Anything can be hacked, basically. There are no captchas. Captchas are the thing that really ruin me when it comes to creating accounts
Yeah.
because then I have to sit there and make, and I've done it. I made 2,100 individual Twitch accounts or Twitter accounts. That's a lot of work just doing captchas. It took me like 6 months to just do that many captchas. Um, but Twitch is a little different. It has some systems in place that prevent some things that I do that uh, Kick doesn't have. But I'm kind of like, here's the thing: if I go to the big streamers and I spam them, I lose my account immediately. But I've been spamming people on Twitch now who are small streamers, and that's what I'm gonna go for. Small streamers. Why? Because a small streamer can be friends with a big streamer, and they could just be like, oh, this motherfucker again, or I saw this motherfucker on Kick or whatever. Um, if I go for the big streamers though, I'm just they have moderators, and they can just take me out, and then they report me, and then I'm done. And um, but like I've been spamming for like a good hour on the same account, and I'm normally not allowed to do that. At least on Kick. Kick has they pay people in another country to just basically find my accounts and get rid of them. And I
Wow.
oh yeah yeah I think they're paid from like the Philippines or Indonesia or something, and some people are in India. Something that I learned recently about the YouTube system. All of the YouTube appeals are done through India. So that's why you don't have people who were like fired from YouTube and they come out and they're like, "Hey, this is what's going on YouTube. These assholes are trying to censor people or whatever." That never happens because they're in India, and all of the appeals are through India. So it doesn't come into play with American streamers or American employees unless it's like a really big stream, but that rarely happens, and that's why it's just silence about anyone who complains about YouTube's censorship policies because like normally you get whistleblowers, but we don't get whistleblowers from YouTube, and I always wondered that. And I've not come to a conclusion. I've read and learned from other streamers that everything is coming from India, and if they fire you in India, like the odds are you're going to get on a computer and be able to say in English what's going on. No one's going to sit down with you with an interview. In the United States, people would jump at the chance. You worked at YouTube, yeah, and you were in the censorship section, yeah, which I think is called like trust, community trust or something. Okay, well, will you sit down and tell us what they do? And they'd be like, yeah, here's what happens. But there's none of that. So I'm kind of excited. Oh, why did I get banned on Reddit? This is a really interesting one. So
Hang on, let me use the restroom really quick.
you do what you need to do, absolutely. And I only got banned for 7 days.
Oh, that's good. At least it wasn't long.
Yeah. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're glad that you're here. Hope you're having a good day.
All right, I'm back.
Excellent.
So only 7 days on Reddit.
Yeah, and it was so stupid why I got. Dude, Reddit is so. They're. They're. the best company in the world that I know about, mainstream company that's best at preventing fake accounts is Yelp. Yelp is by far the best. Um, Yelp,
Really?
yeah, and I learned this in the startup world. You would think that you could just, when you're a small business, inflate your ratings by just having a bunch of friends create accounts and do that. And it is not that easy, even if they're real people. I mean, I can tell you countless stories about real people I knew who made real accounts, who used the service. The company that I helped to start, well, the app I helped to start was an on demand car wash app. And I found much success in it, but in 2020, the law changed. It's called AB5, and who was determined to be an independent contractor, and the owner of the business was sued for $45 million, and he ended up. I told you about this guy. He ended up getting murdered in Las Vegas hotel, and
Yeah, that's right.
exactly. So along that journey, though, I learned. This is how I learned a lot about the app world and really a lot about social media, and I went from just a regular employee there to being the managing director, the top employee there, within like 6 months or so. Actually, even sooner than that. And we launched the app within 6 months of me getting there. Um, I was on commercials throughout Southern California, created billboards, did advertising. So I learned a lot about that world, and I can tell you Yelp is better than any of them. And we used to have calls with Yelp because the owner of the business would spend a lot of money with them. He'd spend thousands of dollars a month with them. And what is actually an illegal practice that they nevertheless did was they record everything that you say to them on the phone. They create a transcript. So the guy who owned the business would get really upset with them. What the fuck is going on? I want this, I want this, I want this. I'm paying you thousands of dollars. Why is it that this is happening? This is all creating transcripts. And just to give you an idea, uh, in order to get a Yelp review, like normally if you were like, hey, I'll create an account for you or something, like that'd be like, I don't know, $10, $50, something like that. For a Yelp review, they're $100. They used to be. This is like 6 years ago. They used to be $100 each, and if it was a Yelp uh, Elite member, it was $300. So they're basically people who have created their own revenue generation by just going to a nice restaurant or just a smoothie bar, but they're a Yelp Elite person, and because of that, they make $300 every time they do that. And you would think like, really, it's that important to have reviews? And yes, I mean Yelp is the lifeblood of the customer service world. If people get pissed off, they go to Yelp. Now there is a fabulous documentary. I've seen it twice. It's called $1 Billion Bully, and it's all about Yelp. And this is what Yelp does. Just Caspian Sea, name a business, a pretend business you would start. Whatever. It doesn't have to be a good idea. What name one?
It's the revolution industry. We destroy all of society.
Okay, excellent.
That
So
was
you
I knew it.
start the revolution industry, and you just tell me about it. All right,
Yes.
and let's say you start it from your house. Okay, that's basically where it's going to start. Well, what ends up happening is Yelp looks on the LLC list of the local people and finds the Revolution company just started, and they'll call you, and they'll say, "Hey, Caspian Sea, it's Rabbi from Yelp. How are you?" And you'd be like, "Oh, I'm great. What's going on?" And they would say, we noticed that you're a small business and you're in the revolution industry, and that's really great. Have you ever considered using Yelp to help boost your ads? Uh, and you're like, I'm just a starting business. I don't have any money to do this. So if it's okay,
And Yelp is kind of why we did it. Yeah, sorry, go on.
and you'd be like, I don't necessarily want to get into advertising right now. And they'll say, okay, well that's fine. Um, and then all of a sudden you will find that you have a negative review, and you're like, I didn't even do anything yet. I have a negative review. Who negative reviewed me? And It'll be just some random person. Perhaps you had never met them. Perhaps they're not even a real person, but you now have a 1 star. And so then you call Yelp and you say, hey, I want to appeal this review. And they have an appeal process, and it's like it works like 20% of the time you're able to reverse it. And so now you have a negative review. And then you're going to tell all your friends, look, I got this negative review. Is there any way you could do reviews for my business to just, get it a little higher, give me some 5-star reviews? And your friends will say, oh, absolutely. And they'll all have independent devices and everything. But the thing that Yelp does is it tracks your GPS. So they know if you actually went to that location, they know how long you spent there. And there's all kinds of geolocation things that are going on within the Yelp app. In fact, there are 170 different data points that Yelp um, records for any type of review. So there's just a lot. That means the date and time, the language of your device, what the make and model is, all this stuff. Okay, next month comes around. Yelp calls you and says, "Hey, Caspian T, I know that you're in the revolution industry, and I think that's really great. Have you ever considered buying ads on Yelp?" And you say, "Look, I already have like some negative reviews. I'm not wanting to necessarily promote that." And Yelp says, well, we can help you with those. And all you have to do is spend whatever's in your budget, $200 a month, $500 a month, $1,000 a month on ads. And then what will happen is that negative review, that first negative review that somebody dinged you with, will go to unrecommended reviews. And so it won't show, and it won't come into it won't get it won't work into the 5-star into your rating. And what happens is Yelp is essentially, I mean, in the past, and this is exactly from the documentary. In the past, somebody from the mafia would come to you and say, "Hey, you need to pay us protection money.
Exactly.
If not, we're going to burn down your store." And Yelp does that digitally.
I've always hated Yelp.
Yes.
You are not making me like it anymore.
No, it is.
Like Yelp. Yelp, I have spoken out against for years that it is the beginning of the end of polite society, and not that there should be polite society in the first place, but Yelp Yelp is like a Gestapo factory. You know what I mean?
It is.
Fucking,
It
it's
is.
horrible. I fucking hate Yelp. I hope that the CEO of Yelp is the next one who
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. But I know what you're saying. Right. Um.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
But it couldn't happen to a nicer company. Is all I'm saying. If it were to happen, Yelp would be the nicer company. There we go.
There you go. So, I would get so the line of work that I was in was I worked for a technology company. We were an app like Uber. It was really as close to Uber as you can get. We used basically when I got to this company, I remember it was called Mobile Wash, and I didn't know what that was. And I had an interview, and I came into the interview, and I had to wait like 45 minutes, which is not normal for any kind of regular job. And I knew this was going to be a very interesting job because there were cameras all over. And it was like, what is? I remember saying, you have more cameras here than a bank. I've worked in banks, and they don't have as many cameras as you do. Like you could tell that the person, whatever person with whom I was going to meet, was going to be extremely anal about everything and just really micromanage people. So the owner came in. It was a really intense interview. I remember him asking me questions that you're not allowed to ask in um, an interview, like do you have children and things like that. And I remember telling him like you're not allowed to ask that. I'll tell you, but you're not. I just want to make you aware that you can essentially get in trouble for doing that. And so he hired me, and I just needed a job at the time, and I started at like $20 an hour, and then I spoke to some rabbis who um, I know from Chabad of Sherman Oaks. I really told them that they were making me work pretty hard. I'm gonna go for a raise within my first like 3 weeks working there, and I got it. And so then from there, I started making more money, and really the goal, what this guy would always say is, look, I want to sell this company for $1 billion someday, and when I do, everybody's going to get a little piece of the action. Well, that's really great to tell somebody, but there's no,
Yeah.
this isn't in writing. This isn't, like you make $1 billion. Okay, well, how much are we getting? So he would tell that to everybody, and he worked people really, really hard. Well, what we ended up doing was launching. Well, there was a lot of quality assurance that we had to do, and essentially, what would happen? It's a fabulous service. It's an absolutely fabulous service. I really mean that. If I had been associated with the company, I'd tell you that, but also having no association with the company, I would tell you that if I just had used the service. Here's why. Let's say you are a doctor, a lawyer, someone who is a high paid individual, and you have to keep your car clean, or you just want a nice car, especially in LA. Image is everything, especially because of
Yeah.
the car culture. And the guy who owned the business, he was basically like, he ran like like the best chop shop. He's like essentially the head of the Armenian mafia, and in
Oh wow.
LA. And really that makes it the United States, with Armenia
Yeah.
being with Glendale. I mean, he's like I used to call him the king of Glendale. He had this massive house in Glendale that he bought, or that he just like he built, which is really difficult to build anything in LA County anymore. And he just had this
Yeah.
massive, massive house. So this guy um, was really, really intense, and what he would do is um, he there were other companies that did this, but he wanted to do it better. And so basically, I remember in the interview talking with him, and at first I thought it was like a mobile laundry service. Like I didn't know exactly what it was, and then when I got there, I saw like, oh, it's is it a car wash? Like I don't get it. And mobile detailing was um, not something that I really knew too much about at the time, but I would learn a lot about the industry over the course of the next few years. So I ended up, they bring out a phone, or a couple phones, and that's when this, like, my whole life lit up. That, oh, this isn't like a brick and mortar car wash. This is an app, and it's a technology company. And so after getting the job and everything, I worked 6 days a week, very intense hours. Um, Many times till like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then I would open the place up by 7. Like I'd get like 2 or 3 hours of sleep, just not a lot. But we were just doing
Wow.
everything we could. It was done. 6 months. Those 6 months, I think I worked harder than I've ever worked in my life. And because
That's
we were
crazy.
trying to get an app out by the summer, we didn't want to let. He had founded the company 3 years beforehand, and just never could get the right people involved to get a good app out. And I'll say it that I needed the position, and I wanted to ensure uh, that I did a good job, and we were able to launch this app. It was like June. I want to say it was early June. I don't want to make a mistake on the day, but I mean, this is something where I didn't really have too much. I had administrative experience and management experience, but I didn't have too much tech. I'm good with computers, but it wasn't at the time. I wasn't as formally trained as I would like to have been. I became formally trained through this, um, through passing exams and things like that. But um, I so what ended up happening was we had the largest network of mobile detailers in the world. So at the time, like 1,000 guys. What happens is, frankly, somebody hops the border and gets to the United States, and they don't have a job, and they start working with a friend who does mobile detailing, and it's basically like, you can just come and hang out with me, and you help to wash and dry the cars with me, and I'll pay you cash. And this is a huge industry in
Yeah.
LA. And what we were doing is legitimizing these people. We would help them get business licenses and help them get insurance. And there was I would say like some um, excellent energy that was put in. We had recruiters who were bilingual. We had bilingual customer service, and so at first we were just doing it over the phone. So you would just call a telephone number and say, "I want my car washed." on this at this time, and then somebody would come out. But these were all independent contractors, which makes it very difficult. The reason why they weren't employees is what you do, even though it doesn't rain very often in Southern California. What do you do if it rains? You have to pay 1,000 people now. It's just not feasible.
Yeah.
So what ended up happening was we we would vet the people and make sure that like you can get a business license and not necessarily be legal. You just had to have an ITIN, like an employment number, and we would help people get that and really help people get on their feet to the point where guys who were frankly like not legally here were making $100,000 a year because they were working really hard and they had um, they had expenses, but that's the American dream, and we were really making it happen.
Yeah.
And so we started. Um, we shot a commercial in Beverly Hills that I was in, and I had to be in this commercial, and I didn't know. Like they were asking me questions, it was an interview style, and I didn't necessarily want to give away. Like the thing is, we were always trying to make it seem like they were employees, but they weren't. Um, and I didn't really like that element of it. But nevertheless, we shot this commercial, and it aired. It was more than just a commercial. It was like part of a series. It was called um, something like not Good Day LA, but it was something like that. And basically, it was like a 3 minute like segment on us, and it went really well. And also we first were on KNX radio, and then I made some contacts with iHeartMedia, and then we started getting on every single radio station, and people were really excited for the service. All right, so fast forward to um, really making sure that the app worked well. We spent, even though we launched it in the summer of like 2017, the app would crash, and all apps crash, but this one it had issues, and it was pushed out. I mean, I'd only been there 6 months, and so it's hard to totally revolutionize a company in that amount of time. But we would push up updates and stop the crashes, and then get it to a point where it was good and it was consistent. And then I got this app over the course of the next winter that it didn't crash at all. I mean, I will put this app, at least at the time, against any app, Uber, Lyft, any of them. We couldn't crash it. I did everything I could to. I mean, the quality assurance that I would do on it. I used to say this, but I really think in many ways I am one of the world's best app testers. That's why how I got into all these devices, and I know like iOS and Android pretty well and all that, and how to clear caches and install backdoor apps and all that other stuff. So and I was working as a project manager at the time with overseas teams, and they would push out, um, and we had people in house as well who were developers. So I know this is a long story. I'll kind of start with Yelp, but um, what would be it was a really nice service and people loved it. We had very famous clientele. So everyone from like Quentin Tarantino to um, the Kardashians. We used to wash the Kardashians' cars every Friday. I mean, like when you're starting to hobnob with those kind of people, it gets to be pretty big. And so what ends up happening? Like let's say you're just Kim Kardashian, okay, and you've got a or even Kim Kardashian's assistant. Actually, that's not a good. It's a fine example, but a better example is probably just like you're a lawyer in Los Angeles. You want your car cleaned. You get paid $500 an hour while you're at work, so you can do everything on the app, have your car cleaned while you're writing briefs or doing whatever you have to do, and at the end, all you have to do is get your keys, and it's all said and done, and you go and drive a clean car, or you have to wait till after work. So basically, I made the argument, which I think is an excellent argument. You get paid to have your car washed, essentially. I mean, that's not how we marketed it, but it's true. You didn't have to take time out of your own day to go to the car wash anymore. The car wash came to you. And these guys did an amazing job on these cars, and they were insured. Now there were some quality assurance issues that arise because car washes are so subjective. Like one person might say that's a great car wash, another person who's a real car person might say it's not a good car wash, and so we get pictures every day from a couple of customers here and there, and we would either sometimes have to give a car wash away or do whatever. Anyway, with that being said, that's kind of how I learned all this about technology and how to do these things, and about Yelp specifically. But that's how I started learning about these companies and how their appeal processes worked, and like creating a bunch of different accounts. I mean, you just don't do that. Oh, I had some experience doing that. All right, so fast forward to so Yelp is the best one. Now Reddit, that's what I was trying to get to because that's what happened. Okay, so Reddit, I remember they got purchased by a company, um, like I think they're based out of Singapore. It used to be American owned, and when it got purchased by other people, they started putting these data points into their app, and it was really to quash. This was around 2016. It was really to quash any kind of like support for certain candidates, or really just to push certain agendas. And it's a very liberal site, um, which is fine, but I kind of feel like it should be more neutral. All right, so um,
Yeah.
I recognized that I knew that these companies kind of did this kind of stuff. The reason why I got the ban, or the 7-day ban, this is so stupid. Um, a few days ago, I went into the Wall Street Bets um, Discord, and I get banned there all the time. Not the one. There are a few of them. The OG Wall Street Bets is the one I'm still in, but the big one I would get banned in, and they wouldn't give me a reason why I was getting banned. So I went to the moderators on the Reddit forum, and I asked, and they said that your profile reads like an advertisement. And I said, well, okay, at least you tell me what do you want. What do you want me to change, and I'll change it. Yeah, exactly. What do you want me? But I really had to work to get this answer out of them. So I told them um, basically that um, I tell me what you want me to change, and they just muted me, and then they just banned me, and I was like, okay, whatever. So recently, I created another Reddit account, and because like when you start on Reddit with a new account, you have to follow at least one subreddit. So I would go to the finance subreddit and go to Wall Street Bets, and that's what triggered my 7-day ban by just selecting join one subreddit, not saying anything, not upvoting anything. That triggered it. That's how many data points they have. Basically, they read the data points on my phone that I was using the same device. I used a VPN to create the account, but they knew it was the same MAC address on the phone. And fortunately, it was only 7 days. I'm kind of anticipating that they might just permanently ban me, but I don't think so. I have gotten permanent bans though from Reddit for this. This is automatically a bannable offense. If you post something and then you log in with another account and upvote it, that's immediate ban for both accounts. So they're really really strict on this stuff, and they don't have a very good way to appeal. Yeah, just like that. Um, so with that being said, the whole Reddit thing of only being banned for 7 days, I can live with that. That's totally fine. I won't hopefully fuck that up, and I'm happy about it because I use Reddit a lot, and um,
I think so. Like, I think you'll be on there.
I hope so. I mean, I have gotten it in the past where they say you've been temporarily muted or something like that, and then they later come back and say you've been permanently banned. But even still, it's fine. If they ban me again, all right. Well, guess what? I'm gonna create another fucking account, and I'll just use a different device, or I'll just change the MAC address on some Android device. That's kind of the background of how I learned how to do these things to be able to get around it. All right. With that said, now we've got Twitch, and I was just sitting here, and I'm like, I need something to shake up the, like I shook things up with Kick about 6 months ago, and with Discord about 8 months ago, and that's fine. And little by little, people are coming in here, but I don't really get anything from Twitch. It's just my thing is about the storage of the data. That's what's important to me. And if Twitch only stores for 30 days, they're useless to me. They're kind of just like Kick was. And what the people who I like are Rumble and YouTube that store indefinitely. That's what I want. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to start creating bots for Twitch and see what happens. So I created a couple, just like some throwaway accounts. And I go to the biggest streamers and I just post like I literally posted what I always post on Kick one time, and I got a ban. and then I wasn't able to post anything more. Like even though Twitch is very smart. What they will do is they basically shadow ban you so that they don't tell you that you're banned, but your any typing that you put through anything in the chat will not come through. And I was checking it with a secondary device to see if it was coming through, and it was not. Welcome, welcome. How are you, KG?
Your camera. Uy. Hello, my friend.
Hello, how are you, KG? What's new?
Sorry, my English so bad. Can
Excellent.
you...
What language do you speak?
Spanish.
Excellent. Do you speak like Mexican Spanish or Spain Spanish?
No, Spain.
Excellent.
España.
Hello, I want you to know that I'm happy that you're here. I'm Rabbi, and I can use this translator to be able to connect with you.
Hola. Quiero que sepas que me alegra que estés aquí. Soy rabino y puedo usar este traductor para poder comunicarme contigo.
How are you today, KG? I hope you're having a good day.
Thank you so much,
¿Cómo
my friend.
estás hoy,
Thank
Katia?
you.
Espero que tengas un buen día.
Me he muerto.
Do you know anything about
you,
me,
thank
KG? KG, were you here yesterday?
¿Sabes algo de mí? Caje. ¿Estuviste aquí ayer?
Yes.
Excellent. So you were with that big group of guys who were here yesterday, and you were asking me all kinds of questions. Is that right? You guys were asking me all kinds of questions.
Un momento, Travis. Fernan, bro, cállate, mantícola, que no te escucho.
Te digo que estuviste con ese gran grupo de chicos que estuvieron aquí ayer y me preguntaste todo tipo de cosas. ¿Es así? Me hiciste todo tipo de preguntas.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Great. How are you today?
Can you speak español? Caspian.ed. Sí.
Más o menos.
¿Quién eres? Exactamente.
Okay, well then Caspian C can translate for us.
Poquito. ¿Quién eres? Who are you? O sea, yes, who are you?
Who am I? Who am I?
Caspian.
Oh.
Tú eres. Tiene fama, bro. Son de
No sé.
Hola, Sofía.
18.
8 años tiene.
No, 18. 1-8. O sea, 18. No, 18 no.
Mentirosos.
No.
Sí.
I have the day, 2006. 2006.
The niño éxito. Mi español es malo. Mi español yo aprendo
Poquito. You like mantícora?
What?
No, sorry, one moment. Es que, Fernán, silent please, Fernán. Silent.
Fernán es niño. Sí.
Yes. Fernán is a...
Hola. Sí.
¡Hola!
Sorry.
Yo la orden el
If you're not 18 years old, you have to leave. Only if you're 18 can you be here.
Si no tienes 18 años, tienes que irte. Solo si tienes 18 años puedes estar aquí.
Okay. So, yes, I have...
What I thought was youth might be
my
Nando, so I'm just making sure, Rabbi.
Okay.
I was asking if he's got a mental condition, because you're right, I thought he was young too.
Caspian, you go 18 number.
18 to 8.
Yes.
Sí.
1 and 8. Fusion. 1 and 8. Fusion.
20.
No.
Okay.
No. 1, 8.
Sí. 1, 8.
18.
What about it?
One moment, Google Traduction.
¿Qué pero?
Gente, cállate.
Okay, okay. Scorpion. Mantis religiosa. Scorpion. Manticora. Scorpion. Cool. Dingo.
Niño. Mantícora. Mantícora. Mantis religiosa. Mantícora. Mantis
Tú.
religiosa.
Calla, calla. Silencio, silencio, silencio. Silent, silent. Respect moment, please.
Pero lo que tiene la izquierda que es.
People, respect moment, please.
Toma azul, pero más mandar.
Fernand, respect the moment. Respect moment, please. Tú no estás doxeando al revés, ¿no? Scorpion. Mantícora. Bye, good day.
Good
Bye.
night. Good night, Rabbi.
Goodbye.
Have a good day, bro.
You too, buddy. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow.
We love you. We love you.
I love you too.
Amigos, goodbye.
Adiós, adiós.
Adios, amigos.
Adiós.
So those guys came in yesterday, and we went through that for like a few hours. But um, they were really nice. It's just there's a gap in translation, but yeah, they were really nice.
I just asked them if they were children or retarded because
Okay.
I couldn't tell the difference. and so and then like three of them left. Like one of them just left immediately. I was like, well, that one, who knows?
Those guys met me through Discord. Um,
That's cool.
yeah. Anyway, that was my thing with Reddit. I'm still just temporarily banned there. Okay, but Twitch is gonna be. I don't. I'm not saying. I'm gonna just inundate Twitch with bots like I always do, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's just such a bigger landscape to be able to bother people, and so that's what we've got going. But it's not a huge excitement because I still have to create the bot and everything. But once it works, it's always exciting to be able to show it to someone else. It's like a creation. Like I really think of it like a robot. Like I'm building a robot and then it works and then I get to show somebody and then we see what happens. And I'm telling you, the second that somebody's like, "Hey, yeah, I heard about you and from Twitch," that's that's when we hit pay dirt because Twitch is just such a large platform, and I also have the advantage, at least currently, that people can just type me in Twitch and see that I'm live streaming on at least a few different streams at any given time. So there's that connection that they can make as well. But the thing that I'm going to be spamming them is just come to the Discord. Oh, one other thing. So Twitch is slow in comparison to Kick because Kick doesn't have ads and Kick's still just pretty basic. I have ad blockers on so I don't have to watch any of the Kick ads, but like you know how I was doing the thing with creating a clip and all that stuff? Well,
Yeah.
Twitch has I can do that on Twitch. I can. But it's not as easily viewable for other people. Basically the creator can like approve it or deny it, and it's not immediately available. Like my kit clips are just available to anybody to see. So for right now, the goal is to create a follow bot and a spam bot. If I have that, I can do some damage on here. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing, and now I got to focus on it. Sound like a plan?
All right.
Excellent.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll
I'll
keep
be around. I'll go get some stuff done and
beautiful.
pop in and check on you.
Thank you.
You may decide
Yeah,
that
brother.
after
Have a good
20
night.
minutes
You
or
as
a
well.
half hour, oh, you were in the right place at the right time, and that's fine. There are other people that are clearly different, special, and I don't care if you made them start from zero, would end up in a good place. And so it was an absolute privilege to spend the time with him. Um, and a couple of things that stood out in the conversation. Um,
And then also, instead of trying to outsmart the market, it seems like a simple axiom, but just look, good companies that are led by talented managers that are good businesses over time are going to get there. So I'm not going to day trade. I'm looking for value. And then just on life stuff, just, and also his ability to take in and then use information is incredibly impressive. So I only spent I benefit from it, but I only spent one afternoon with him. It was, pretty incredible. And one of the things that stuck out to me is we were in the middle of talking about Polko investing or how we thought about it, and I said, I'm trying to be smart about it. And he stopped me and he said, Charlie Munger, who's a partner of mine, goes, Charlie and I don't try to think of the smart thing. We try to think, what's the dumb thing we could do here? And I kind of laughed, and he said, no, I'm dead serious. We think about it from the standpoint of, what could we do in this situation that later we'd be like, that was a really dumb thing to do? And I actually thought that was, it got in my head. I still think a lot about that as I'm dissecting problems.
There is, what's the kind of long-term thinking? Do you just avoid the dumb things? Or would you simplify everything? Just focus on those simple steps. All it takes is just do that for a long period of time, and you'll be successful.
Well, it certainly worked for him. That's all I can say.
What about you? You've been a great investor yourself. How do you know when you judge people? So whenever I go to San Francisco, I was thinking of moving to San Francisco, so I don't know if I decided to, after we were giving this a thought, talking to decide to happen. Everybody's dreaming big and they have big plans. It's actually, I don't envy the job of an investor of any kind, because everybody has big dreams, and it's hard to know who exactly, what idea is going to materialize, what team is going to materialize into something great. How do you make those decisions about people, about ideas?
Well, if I had any kind of a lattice work on this, it absolutely starts with the people. And I think the reason for that is your business plan is going to change. Right? There's very few businesses I know of that say, we're going to make a widget in this location, and 30 years later, we're successful and we just make a widget, and that's what it is. Things happen, right? And today, they happen with such velocity that you have to be able to make hard decisions based on imperfect information. And how are you going to calculate those answers? How self-interested are you going to be? What kind of ethics will you apply? What's your short-term versus long-term thinking? Are you able to give an honest assessment of a situation? Because the thing that you can count on is problems are going to happen. Things you didn't anticipate are going to happen. How pliable are you? Right? How much elasticity is there in your ability to be successful? And I think it's important when you invest in something that you both see, you understand the roadmap ahead and agree to it. Right? Doesn't mean there won't be twists and turns, but you're not like, well, wait a minute, what did we do here? This isn't what was in the thing I signed up for. And then I think honesty and communication is a huge thing to me. I always tell people, if bi-directional, if there's something going on, start the conversation with, Lex, we have a problem. Okay, now I'm sitting up, you have my full attention, we're going to talk about whatever it is. Bad news should travel faster than good news. And because it's going to happen, being in business with someone that is going to shoot you straight and sometimes say, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I got to go figure it out. That I can process a lot better than, look, I don't want you mad at me or disappointed or I can't handle not having success, so we're just going to kick the can. And I think, especially in today's business environment, that's very, very dangerous.
So that's a bad sign, not just because it's good to communicate and be honest, but if they're not willing to do that, then it goes back to the intellectual honesty. They're probably not also able to be brutally honest with themselves when they look in the mirror about the direction of the company.
Well, look, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I think if you unpack many situations that turned out negatively, most of the people, whether you're faking lab results, right? You have a biotech company, everybody's staring at Theranos these days. Do I think in a lot of cases you're either the villain, like you started out saying I'm going to screw my shareholders over and I'm going to be a liar. That isn't my experience. Most things are little incremental moves that you say, we're going to get this right next week, but today we got to make a presentation, so I'll just tweak things a little bit. That's a slippery slope, right? And so that's why I think from a standpoint of people, you want to go into the foxhole with folks that, understand things are going to happen and I'm going to let you know about them and we're going to try to solve them together. And then just in terms of the idea, I always ask, like, okay, if this company executed the way, that's the other thing that always cracks me up about financials. Whenever somebody pitches you, inevitably they'll say our projections are really, really conservative. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and say, look, my projections are wildly optimistic. We'll never hit these numbers, but anyway, it's if this company did what it says and executes, and does it matter, right? Does it move the needle enough? And what are the things that uniquely position this company to be successful? And you just have to be able to answer, I think, a number of those questions pretty crisply.
But at the end of the day, it's still ridiculous. So just
100%.
Try to minimize the risk. Let me jump to another topic. So you're an incredible human being. Please don't call me this. Your band, Rothschild, is touring with the Rolling Stones. But before we talk about your band, let me ask about that. What's that like, playing with the Rolling Stones?
Surreal, just because they're my favorite band of all time. To me, the greatest rock and roll band. It's not even close of all time. And to share the same stage, to be on tour, and to go out and get that energy from the crowd. And every night off stage and later when they go on, you hear that iconic, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones, and it's incredible. And what's amazing to me about the band, next year will be their 60th anniversary. 60 years. And it's hard to be around anything for that long, but making music and packing stadiums. What's amazing to me, they can play a 2-hour set, and it's not just that, oh, that's a hit or you recognize it. It's like every song is an anthem, right?
Yeah.
So it's been amazing. We got to play with them in 2019, and when they asked us to do this again, it's just an absolute privilege.
I asked you this offline, so I know you are a kind of rock star.
Yeah.
But just me, maybe I'm projecting, but do you get nervous with such a large audience, with the Rolling Stones? It feels like there'll be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to screw it up. I think our band, is tight knit and all that stuff, and I think that the individual nervousness dissipates when you go out as a group and you're making music together, and you sort of, okay, we're all in this, and we're doing a thing. Which is why, even in sports, I always look at individual events like ice skating or anything where it's just you out there alone, and that's different than being with a team and nerve-wracking. So I'm sure if it was me with an acoustic guitar just going out, and just the energy of playing music and having it be this relationship, and look, I get it. I've been to a ton of concerts where I'm like, look, can we just get to the band, please? But what's been great is just an amazing reception. Um, and we have this guy named Trey Nation, who's the lead singer, who's just incredibly talented. I mean, he's just not only an amazing voice, but just has that charismatic thing that is really fun.
What's it feel like to play in front of a huge audience? What's it as a guitarist? Like, are you rocking the music that you almost don't feel the audience? Does it add extra energy? Does it add extra anxiety? What's it feel like?
Stadiums are interesting just because it's so big and cavernous, and because you want to protect your ears, so we use an in-ear system, so that you are a little disconnected from the crowd, because if you're playing that loud and you're standing in front of your amps without ear protection, that's bad.
How are you monitoring the sound? The in-ear stuff, does that produce the sound, or is it strictly earplay?
No, it produces the sound. So, I like putting ear pods in and listening to a song, and you're playing to it, right? It's just us playing, but it protects your ears. But the energy from the crowd when they get going and get into it, which, knock on wood, so far has been amazing. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's just this bi-directional thing that happens, and music and sports were kind of my first loves, and it's very difficult to describe, I think, accurately, because it's like no other feeling.
Musically, how is it different than playing in a garage with a band by yourself practicing? Like, do you feel like you're creating something different when you got the guitar and the amp and just the sound dissipating out into, and everybody listening? Is that?
Yeah, it's listen, the first time we did it, there's nobody in the stadium. First time I ever played in the stadium, and I'm just like, I'm out there in front and just hitting different chords and playing different licks, and I'm like I won a contest and I get to do this. But what's different about it? Each venue is different. So if you, we went on the road with ZZ Top years ago, which was incredible. Love Billy Gibbons. He's a Texan. Incredible person and guitar player. But when you're playing in like 5,000 to 7,000 seats, it's really, I mean, it's you're right there with them, with the crowd. And then when you play in an arena, we toured with Bob Seger on his last tour. Played some shows with him. And again, the arena, like, they're all kind of packed on top of you, and it's super loud, which was cool. The crowd is. The stadiums is a completely different animal, and it's just a completely different experience.
Do you enjoy it versus like a smaller room? What's, as a guitarist, as a musician, what's your favorite room to play? Size?
Any room that'll have me. Look, I think arenas are the perfect blend, if I had to say, because it's loud and 20, 30,000 people, but like right up on you. The stadium, look, playing the stadiums with the Rolling Stones is going to go on the head marker somewhere. I say this and I really mean it. My life is like a punk episode. It just hasn't. No one's burst in yet.
Yeah.
But it's as cool as you think it is.
For 60 years, how do you think Mick Jagger still got it? How do you explain it?
I got to tell you something. I mean, the funny thing is, wherever there is excellence, people want to know, how'd you do it, right? What's the secret? Not only is Mick Jagger, and I think the songs that Keith Richards and Mick Jagger wrote together, go back and listen to the lyrics. It's just incredibly poignant and out so that, at his age, which, I mean, you can look at people at different ages chronologically that are, maybe we're both at this age, but I'm a lot older than you are, and vice versa. And he just, I think it's the combination of raw talent and the ability. He's very smart, right? Like he's understands how to have interaction with a crowd and hold it in the palm of his hand and be an entertainer. But then on top of that, the reason he can at this age run around stadiums and be just as energetic is he puts the work in. That's one thing, Steph, that I think a lot of people miss sometimes, where they want that magic trick. They want to know what's the shortcut. Most of the time, the answer is there's no shortcut.
You have to work hard on the way there and work hard to stay on top.
That's it.
And sometimes it's not even like work hard. It's just like to be a professional, which that involves like in his case, at his age, with the amount of stuff you have to do on stage, the way he does it, you have to. This is a professional athlete. A professional athlete that has to do things that are probably designed for 20-year-olds or 30-year-olds to do at an older age, which means like what do you have to do? Probably has like a whole physical routine you have to do.
Diet, the whole thing. And it's hard. Look, if you want to do great things, you probably have to do hard things to get them.
I'm not going to make you stick on the phone for 1 more minute. But what is some great Rolling Stones songs that impacted you lyrically, musically? Maybe something you like playing, like air guitar. I don't know.
Probably my favorites. I love Sympathy for the Devil. It's very sort of Faustian. I love the lyrics. I love how the almost a voodoo beat just kind of builds throughout the song. That's always been one of my favorites.
In that song, you never mentioned the devil. No, sorry. You know my name.
Yeah.
There's like a flirtation in the lyrics. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's here's all the trouble I've caused along the way with these humans. I just think it's really, really great.
And musically, it goes really nicely.
Yeah.
Because both fun and dark. It's full of both. There's a playful nature to it. It's very standard. It's only they can pull it off. So it's like playful, but it's also like dark and dangerous.
Yeah, and Gimme Shelter is just, and to this day, when I listen to the studio version, and Mary Clayton just comes on and sings that epic, iconic part. And there's a documentary that was done about backup singers, phenomenal, and it tells the story of that moment in that song with Mary Clayton, and it's just her voice and the way it unfolded. They got her out of bed at like 10 o'clock at night in LA, and she's like, "The Rolling Stones," and went in and just killed it. And I can't sing at all. I'm by ordinance not allowed around a microphone, so I'm always in awe when someone can sing like that. But those are some of my favorite Rolling Stones songs. And Painted Black's awesome. I mean,
Painted Black is great. Piano song, of course. I mean, it defines a whole generation. It makes you pick up a guitar when you call one.
it's the coolest thing. I mean, when you watch back then, and I was kind of an old soul. I was listening at a fairly young age to Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson, Mikey Hopkins, King, and just the soulfulness.
Lil Jon.
Oh, I mean, Stevie plays 5 notes. He kills it. And the emotion that it evokes. So I just was just in awe of the instrument. And I also there's always somebody around who's a musician that just picks the instrument up and plays, right? They're just so talented at it. listen to a record and play it. That was never. I never took formal lessons. I had to grind, to just make it sound like I wanted it to sound.
Both technically and ear, everything was harder.
Yeah, I mean I could hear it, and what they call, you play. So my right hand, the rhythm side of it is that's probably, if I have anything, my strength. But there's something pretty amazing that happens when you get together with other people and play a song. In that moment where it hits the pocket, and you all kind of know it, and it's just such a cool feeling. And it was interesting growing up because I always had eclectic interests. So I loved math and physics and science. So I had those friends, and I was an athlete, played football and baseball and basketball. So I had jock friends, and then I had my music friends, and so it was just kind of that. And so when I was still living in Los Angeles and had Legendary, I just missed playing. So I put this band together and called it the Ghost Hounds because, again, huge Robert Johnson fan, and that legend of Robert Johnson selling a soul at the crossroads in exchange for his musical talent.
You definitely on one of the videos.
Yeah,
such a cool video.
Exactly. So I just thought, like, that's such cool lore. I just love the blues. So Robert Johnson would often would talk about hellhounds on his trail, and so I always thought, well, what about ghost hounds? So I wish it were a more clever and deeper story, but that's about it.
That's pretty deep, Robert Johnson's incredible. But you also talk about this, you mentioned the storytelling of blues. So what makes a good story in a song? Like what aspect of storytelling makes a good song? It's not a big lyrics guy, so I love deep lyric people like Tom Waits and people that are like, Leonard Cohen, like even Bob Dylan, that are like obviously, poetry. And then there's some people like the Rolling Stones where it's like seemingly simpler, but there's so much more to it. It's like less is often more. The story tells a strong story.
And there's certain people, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards and Billy Gibbons and stuff. They just say things in a certain way that is cool, right? It just and so I write our music and lyrics. I have to tell a story. I have to know the character in the song. I'm not good at just writing some rhymes and having it match up to the right key and the right music. I have to understand, like, that's just me. So I think that, look, if you have 3 or 4 minutes to tell a story, you have to be proficient with your use of language, and you have to understand what you're building to, if anything, and evoke emotion, and hopefully for those 3 minutes get the listener to kind of understand not only the point of the song but where you're coming from, and to make you feel a certain way. There's a song that the audiences seem to like a lot on the new album called Good Old Days, and I wrote that because, especially during COVID and reflecting on what normalcy looks like and what happens when you're cut off, I just was kind of taken with this idea of that when you sit around and reminisce with friends, oftentimes it's not just like some big event happening. It's, remember that summer you went to the lake all the time? It's who you were with. And at the time, it probably seemed pretty pedestrian, right? It just seemed like kind of a normal day. But it was the company you were keeping. It was the time in your life. It was whatever it was. And I just kind of struck me that right now, we're doing stuff that we're going to reminisce about later that seems kind of ordinary to me. Man, that was such a great time. So the idea is to be in the moment and all that stuff. But these are the good old days. And enjoy it and soak it in and kind of be present for it.
Yeah, it's a great perspective to take on very specific little stuff.
Yeah.
Outside of these butchers, who is the greatest? This is a question. This is intelligent. Who's the greatest blues guitarist of all time, rock guitarist of all time?
Well, you got a little bit of a hybrid with Jimi Hendrix, right? Because he played the blues and he played rock and roll. So I think most guitarists would say Jimi Hendrix is pretty ridiculous.
That obviously is. I mean,
You just can't. You can't. I mean, even to this day, I don't care technology, pedals, whatever. He just somehow fused with the instrument. Um, I can't be sitting here in Austin, Texas, without mentioning one of the great guitar players of all time, Stevie Ray Vaughan.
see, that's how I know you're like a rock star. You're stepping up to the audience.
No, listen, he's all over the place.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
Stevie Ray Vaughan is another one of those just blows me away. And then with the older guys, BB King, he was someone. Clapton,
Yeah.
Clapton. I saw him on his last tour, and he walked out with me. I'm like unbelievable how he still sounds.
And both electric and acoustic.
Yeah,
He's a
master,
fucking
absolute master.
and the greatest storyteller. You look at Bob Seger. That's an interesting one. Is he almost doesn't get enough credit. I feel like for how great he is. Obviously, he's a super
Fuck
famous
yeah,
guy.
you know it's
No,
him. Yep.
his voice. I have the privilege of getting friendly with John Fogerty, John Fogerty and CCR fame, and he's another one that's just the way he phrases things, and you just look at the catalog of stuff he wrote. Amazing talent. I've read Bruce Springsteen's book, and I'm a fan, but after reading the book, it was really you go back and listen to his lyrics and the way he pours himself out is pretty incredible. Um, and then again with the old blues guys, I just think the emotion they could get out of playing like staying on the one, right? Just playing the same rhythm. John Lee Hooker. You listen to Manish Boy by Muddy Waters, and it's just there's something so draws me in every time, and the emotion they're able to get out of things. And I'm also a huge Chuck Berry fan. I just think that sound is wonderful.
Do you like those guys as well?
I do. I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe one of the great moments, at least in my childhood, was Back to the Future
Yeah.
and watching Michael J. Fox plug in and then at the end play at the dance to say to the parents that he'd be good. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, the guitar is so much more than a musical instrument. It feels like it's such in the 20th century. It's the car. Like it defines so much of Hollywood, so much of the generation of what it means to be. I don't know what it means to be a man, what it means to be a human in America. It's fascinating.
Emblematic to me of a certain type of music, and that's. I made a documentary years ago called "It Might Get Loud" with
I,
Jimmy Page.
I highly recommend that everybody watch that documentary. It's incredible celebration of the guitar. Yes, it's Jimmy Page, Jeff White,
Yep.
White Stripes,
Yes.
and the Edge, the U2. Okay, all right. Well, now you have to tell the story of that one. How the heck did that all come together? Because it's so fascinating. Such different musicians all coming together, talking about their story, talking about how they approach the music, and also playing together a little bit in this casual kind of setting.
Well, look, one day I came downstairs.
No
And
shit.
Rolling Stone magazine was sitting there, and it was the 50th. It was the 50 top guitarists of all time, literally. And then I had some other financial report with video games, and the top video game at the time was Guitar Hero, right? And then there was a third thing I can't recall it, but and I said to myself, what is it about the guitar
Oh, it's so fucking
that's
funny.
so central to the rock and roll, whatever you want to call it? Like, why is that the center? represented different eras and different styles. Rarely do you get, you go 3 for 3, but it was those three guys, and it was just such an incredible experience to sit there and get to know Jimmy Page. I mean, it was like, and he's like Gandalf, man. He was like always Jimmy Page, and
That's so cool to see him. Gandalf is there's like a wisdom, there's a calmness to him compared to like the recklessness of Jack White. I mean that combination is just fascinating.
it was one of the coolest experiences ever. And one of the things, there was a moment where Jimmy was going through his car case. He had the double deck Stairway to Heaven handed it to me, and I was like, I mean, it's like somebody handing you Excalibur. Amazing experience, and yet one of the kindest human beings you'll ever meet in your life. Just an amazing person, and I think you hit it right on the head with Jack. He's just got that energy, and constantly pushing himself. But it's hard to believe it's been, I think, 10 or 11 or maybe even 12 years since it came out. But
After watching it, I realized like how much it was needed, and I was a little surprised he didn't release this. It's like, yeah, the guitar wasn't played memorably or explicitly. He almost didn't acknowledge it, how important it was culturally. It's kind of amazing the way it closed when you talk the impetus of the way that all began. Yeah.
that's because they didn't want to go home. We were shooting on a Warner Brothers soundstage for 3 days, and we called it the Summit because the three of them came together. And the two things I'll never forget is when Jimmy starts to play the riff from Whole Lotta Love. Edge and Jack cease to be rock, rock gods or whatever, and had the same 15-year-old kid feeling that I did. You could see it in their face. And then at the end, they're like, "Hey, can we play?" And I'm like, "Yeah, go. Can we just play something acoustically?" So we printed out the lyrics. That's what they wanted to play, and they just sat there and sat on those couches and just listened to it. Yeah, incredible.
What's your guitar rig setup like? Do you have two guitars? First, let's just get on that. So, what's better, Les Paul or Strat?
Well, I'm not going to get into what's better because I'm sure that'll start a flood of whatever. For me,
I'm gonna say it's Strat.
all right.
Like
Well,
the Strat, I'm
I'm a
just gonna
Les
put up
Paul.
there.
My main instrument is a Les Paul.
But okay, let me just put on the table. I'm speaking as somebody who literally, I don't think anyone actually strums a chord with Les Paul. So I think maybe I'm uninitiated. Exactly. So I don't think it's for me. It's probably because I tend to stay deeper into the early chords
Sure.
as opposed to following the
But
back of the classic. So
the amazing thing to me is if you look back at Leo Fender and what the Gibson Guitar Company and Les Paul did in the 50s, those are still the shapes and the perfect strings today, right? The Strat, the Telecaster, and the Les Paul, they got it right way back then. So um, I have my main guitar. You got to name your guitar. So my main guitar is named Hazel, and it's a '59 Les Paul. And there's something magical in that gear. It's like a Stradivarius, and there's something different about it. Um, so I play that, and then I play it through. Sort of my main rig is either a '59 Fender Twin or a '65 Marshall. And then when we're on the road now, when we use older vintage stuff, you just got to be super careful with the tubes and everything that has to move around. But so very nicely, the guys from Q Rock sent me this set of their amps, and they're new because I don't use any new stuff. The Q Rock stuff is pretty great, so that's actually what I'm.
okay, it's close to the sound that you like for the most
Yeah,
part.
yeah, it's new and reliable, and so that's what I'm using on the road.
Do people use like emulation? Do they use software? Or is it still
They do. I personally don't. I go. I don't have many pedals. I use a Klon, an old, vintage Klon, straight into the amp, and that's it.
old school classic?
Yeah.
Is there other cool guitars you have that I kind of stand out?
I called Blackguard Telecasters from the 50s, which are pretty great.
What are those? Blackguard Telecasters?
Yeah, so they just,
oh, they actually legit have a blackguard
pickguard.
Got it.
But they're incredible. So
what's the color of the Telecaster itself?
Most of them are yellow and black, and then they got into different configurations. But there's something. I have a 51 Telecaster that I play in Open G on any songs in Open G. That just, again, there's something, and I'll take all the help I can get in terms of, making it sound great. So I'll try to find the magic one.
What's your writing process like for the music and the lyrics? Is there, do you have to go to the mountains? Is there whiskey involved? What do you have to do, or do you just write a little bit whenever you have a moment of free time?
I'm a boring guy. I don't drink. I figure I can screw things up plenty on my own without adding anything. But for me, it either starts with a riff, just something that I think is an interesting, riff or tone that I can kind of sink my teeth into a little bit. And then a lot of times I'll write a title and love a title, and then start to back.
So the title is almost like an idea.
Yeah, like this is where I want to be, and then start kind of writing it out. Again, I just have to know: am I writing from a character's point of view? Am I writing about someone or something? It's like the narrator, and what is this person? Are they happy? Are they sad? Where are they in life? I don't know if all that, like, great writers, I'm sure, would say, why don't you just write? You don't need all that. But for me, that's my process.
I'm not so sure about that. I think quite a lot of writers have their world in their mind before they even put the simplest of words down. So yeah, I think there's quite a lot to that. What's your favorite song to play? Is there some favorite ones you go to? Both play and kind of, I'm sure you love singing.
No.
No,
I'm not. I'm neither talented nor do I have the desire. And I think, if you come see the show, you won't see a microphone anywhere near me.
But do you hear, like, when you're thinking about lyrics, do you hear the idea of the words?
100%. And especially, what's great, with Trey, is I write for his voice, and then we have these amazing backup singers that are just, and I can hear all of it. I just can't do it. And so I'd say of our stuff, there's a song called Half My Fault that I play in Open G. It just, I love playing the song. I love that energy. And then we have a new blues album coming out, and there's a song called Baby We're Through, and it just stays on the one. And for non-musicians, that means, like in a lot of rock and roll and blues, it's what's called a 1-4-5 progression. You would hear, if you're a non-musician, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's a lot of songs. And this song just stays on the same groove, like LaGrange or Shake Your Hips or any of those songs. And it's just got this unbelievable energy. It's fun to play. But I have to keep the same rhythmic thing going for the whole song.
Well, that's simplicity. The personality of the song. Trey's that guy. Really cool. It just comes through. I guess you need that from the lead singer.
You've got to have that. And my other guitar player, Johnny Bob, he's a phenomenal. I mean, like a legitimate guitar swinger. We probably split the leads 70-30, and he is just. There's times sometimes I look over at him and I'm like, I'm being a fan right now because what you just laid down is pretty good.
From a lead perspective, what's the most comfortable for that? What kind of stuff do you like slow? Do you like, he's like Thriller's Gone. So if you look at B.B. King, sometimes one note just bends all shit out of that. What you call that, vibrato.
Yeah. If I'm going to play the lead in certain kind of deals, slow blues is probably my favorite play, or something that's got a little more of that Chuck Berry can't, the shredding thing that those guys do, that's not.
Yeah. I was actually always able to do that really well. You mentioned people that pick up fast, like maybe it's the classical piano training. I can play super fast guitar, super technical, but to me the hardest thing and my favorite thing is just um, probably like guitar more than my life is worth playing guitar for. It's like a certain kind of emotion that you put in these notes. It has to do with bending notes. Well, bending notes is a whole other art form. I've worked surprisingly long time on custom melodies. Um, and so David Gilmour, there's a lot of bending. They're simple. They sound simple, but the dynamics of them express like a build up when you're held and there's often a vibrato at the top or a bit. Just that it's almost like a sigh and a sigh of relief and a bit, and it's just that's an art form in my hands. It's hard to get right. It's not just playing a note. It's playing a note. It's playing a note. It's in that dynamic movement of a note that so much can happen. That's where the music happens to.
It's look, I'm a huge Freddie King fan too, right? And you listen to these guys, and you sit there and they're like, man, you're playing in a small range on the neck, but it's like I know the notes you're playing, and I'm playing them too, but not like that, right? I mean, Gilmour is certainly one of those guys that's incredible guitar player.
Yet another chapter of an amazing life. You love football. You play football?
Yeah.
What position do you play?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Awesome. So maybe we can talk a little bit about your love of football and the fact that you are part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do we start? Do we start at the beginning? Let's start from that. Why the Steelers? What attracts you to the? First of all, I think not to be controversial, but one of the best uniforms in football. It's just the black and gold. Just
decal only on one side.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the helmet. Look, I've bled black and gold since I was a little boy. I grew up in upstate New York, and the first football game I ever saw was the Steelers in the Super Bowl as a really little kid, and it just, I mean, Jack Lambert, Joe Green, Franco Harris, and those guys came down from Mount Olympus or something, and I just was enamored with the team. And because we only had 3 channels, the only time I'd get to see them was occasionally when they were the game of the week or something. And I just loved, to me, what they stood for, the toughness, and they played football, the way that I thought was great. I was a huge Jack Lambert fan, our Hall of Fame linebacker, just intimidated everybody.
So that was the decade of the Steel Curtain,
Yeah.
I mean, arguably one of the greatest defensive in football history, and also one of the greatest football teams, period, in football history.
I've been a lifelong fan, and was very fortunate to meet Mr. Rooney. The Rooney family started the team in 1933. Got to know him, and just was asked to be part of the ownership group. I think it was the end of 2007. First year as part of the group in 2008, we won the Super Bowl, and it was like beyond surreal. I mean, just beyond surreal. And it's amazing to be able to do. I mean, the Rooney family is one of the most revered in sports for the way they conduct themselves. Mr. Rooney passed away, I think, 5 years ago now. We lost him, but was a champion, helped build the league, put the league as we know it together. More importantly, was a civil rights champion who created what we now call the Rooney Rule to make sure that we're being fair about giving minority coaches a chance to get hired, and just
teamwork, the sort of the combat aspect of it. It's like it's the purity of it. It's of the strength and power and speed and all the elements of like last minute close calls required to win a game, and where referee decisions, of course, by concession, just screw up the whole thing. Just all of it together, I think. I don't know. It gives the drama and the triumphs. It's some of my favorite memories. I don't know if accidentally this is common with people. It's just with friends watching football and connecting over that.
Yeah, well, look, it's an incredible game because there's nowhere to hide, right? You're out there on the field. It's a great game that requires not only all those attributes that you said, but it's an incredibly complex game. So if you don't know what you're looking at and you don't understand how complex defenses are trying to disguise what they're doing, offenses are trying to overcome that and set up one play in the entire game. But a team that plays well together, right, knows their plays inside and out, knows their assignments inside and out, can overcome and beat a more physically gifted team because of that work that aspect of working together. One of the things that I always love about sports is just you're out there. There's a set of rules and there's a scoreboard. So at the end of that game, it says, and you can make excuses about the refs or this happened or that happened, but at the end of the day, did you go out and compete? And when you went out and were a competitor, how did it work out? Right? And the simplicity of that and the purity of that is something that I always have been drawn to.
What about the business of sort of owning a team or putting together a team and trying to build up a team that's going to be a great game? Like, what are some interesting aspects that people might not realize that you can carry over from all the other experience you have in business?
I think the hardest thing about professional sports right now, it's individuals getting paid money to play a sport, which is different than certainly different than amateur. And the decisions that are hard is when you get to know somebody who's a player on the team, and either they're at the end of their career or you need to go in a different direction. And that person who's done everything that you've asked, whatever the coaches have asked of that person, and you get close to them, and then when they have to be traded, released, or whatever happens, that's sad. And being able to stand back and in some ways be dispassionate, not be a fan, right? I'm on the Baseball Hall of Fame board, and one of the guys that's on the board was Jerry Reinsdorf, and I think it was Jerry that said, if you act like a fan, you'll be sitting with them. That was kind of funny.
Well, I got to push back on that a little bit. Well, as a by way of saying that, but okay, let me just give some examples. It's very common in sports. Just try to give an example of like certain great players going to another team right at the end of their career. And it always makes me sad. It always makes me want to wish they kind of retired right there. Um,
So funny.
from a perspective of
Okay.
just like,
All right.
you ever,
Oh man.
the owner, but just in that space, you think about like the Steelers in the full majesty of history. So not like as a business, the actual, especially
The
not
good
being
news
a
is
player.
I don't have to think about it as a
Right.
business.
You can just be
I'm a
almost like a
minority
fan.
owner, so I can think about it almost as a fan. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I suppose this is a dumb question to think of a business in that way, not just investment, but like legacy. Like, what footprint would you leave on this world,
That,
on this
that
history?
that is one thing that I can say unequivocally, and I only have the experience that I have. But one of the things that I'm so proud of about the way the Steelers sports teams mean to the fans, the memories it creates, the bonds it creates. It's a responsibility. Um, and I think that you do have to think beyond, certainly not just dollars and cents, but just sports is a very big deal in our society, and it has to be, I think, held to a standard that's not just, well, were we profitable this year? There are other businesses for that. It is certainly a business. I don't mean to romanticize to the point that it's not, but to me, it's more than that. Or at least my experience has been that it's more than that.
It's the source of meaning for millions of people. And you see that most during COVID, for example, when there's so much desperation, so many people losing their jobs, so many people having to deal with the uncertainty what their future holds.
Right.
There's something about sports that just unites us. But again, the tragedy and the triumphs of sport and uniting us, gathering together with friends, with family, shared experience, and over over just team, over rooting for your city.
Well, and the access, again, as I alluded to, we didn't have anything when I was growing up, but I could pour through the box scores. I was a huge Yankee fan and Steelers fan, and feeling some ownership of that, right? That I could read the box score and relive what they did, and occasionally see them on TV, and feel like I was part of that celebration when they won and everything. It's a very powerful thing.
You've been exceptionally successful in a bunch of avenues and a bunch of efforts. What advice would you give to a young person today, a high school student, college undergraduate, thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life that you value?
We talked earlier about intellectual honesty. To me, that's the first step, is just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I, and what's important to me, and what do I want to do and accomplish? If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, what I won't do, and that way you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be. But if you still have a compass that tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take, I think that's very important.
The rules are essentially the principles. That's kind of like underlying integrity. So knowing what lines you're going to cross on this path.
Exactly right. Because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly, right? Because, hey, that's not for me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X, Y, and Z.
And that has to do with the thing we're talking about. Kind of interesting. You mentioned earlier in the conversation about slippery slope. That's how often it happens. Like how the slipping into unethical behavior happens. It's a slippery slope of little adjustments. You pull it and you slip off. And that I found that to be I've been fortunate to not have to encounter these moments very much in my life, but when I encounter them, that's what integrity I think looks like. As slippery slope is happening, those little things is without drama, without making a show of it, making a decision that stands behind your principles and just walking away.
Yeah, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world, I'm going to innovate, I'm going to do all those other things. I also start, if I'm giving any business advice, which you can debate whether or not I should be doing this, but just in terms of, well, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted on? Do you do what you say you're going to do? Right? Are you accountable to what you sign up for, and do you hold others accountable? Right? What does all that look like? And then I think it's being as intellectually curious and well-read as you can be. We live in a world that is designed for distraction, right? And being able to sit with your thoughts or go on a walk and think deeply about something, and not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide the fate of the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well read and understanding and standing on great thinker shoulders and learning from those works. And then I also think that there's resiliency and then there's grit. And I heard someone say one time that those are slightly different. And I'm also I know that all kinds of challenges come, right? That are tragic, that are unfair. No question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset because unfair things are gonna happen. And we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet. But yet we still have to function in that world. So I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, you know, this is probably a dumb way to get to the end of the podcast, but there are times, especially when I'm out west. I love the big sky out in Montana, Idaho, places like that.
Yeah.
And if you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before,
Right.
because there's no light pollution, so to speak. And sometimes when I look up, the most daunting problems that I'm experiencing, I'm like, those things have been there for a billion years or whatever, and I'll be gone, and it doesn't. The most famous person on Earth 200 years ago. Eh. So it's pretty fleeting, and so make sure you have a good journey, and especially coming out of COVID, I think telling people that you care about them, and maintaining and cultivating your friendships and relationships, so they're not just transactional, right? And making sure that someday when you're laying there, you can say, yeah, I was a good family member, I was a good friend, I was someone that could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of however you want to take the journey.
So when you look up to the stars, do you think about that quickly approaching end of yours? Do you think about your own mortality, or do you think about your death? Are you afraid of your death?
I'm a huge fan of Stoicism. I read a lot of Stoicism, um, and Ryan Holiday has done a great job of bringing some of that back into the forefront. It's just really thought provoking to me, and rings a lot of it rings just hits me and says, I think that's right. And that memento mori thing, which is, hey, we're all going to die, so we should contemplate it. There's a finality to this thing, and so I think if you can rightly frame that between fretting about it every day and being afraid, and being so laissez-faire that you think you're gonna live forever, it'll influence some of the decisions you make. It'll influence the way you attack things, and hopefully the way that you live your life. So yes, I wouldn't say I obsess over it, and I wouldn't say it's omnipresent, um, but because I read a lot of Stoicism, and just I think it's right to pause and say, who knows, right? There's going to be an expiration date, and if it happened tomorrow, have I done the things I wanted to do? Am I the person I wanted to be? And I think it's important along the way to check those things.
Yeah, I try to make sure I, that I actually visualize this. That I'm okay dying at the end of the day, at the end of each day. Like, if this is the last thing I do in my life is talking to you,
Oh, good lord!
I'm I'm happy. I know you're joking, but it's yeah, I'm happy I get to live the life I do, and I think more I think the Stoics have it right. They do, and you have it right in saying meditate on death enough to remember that this ride ends pretty quickly. To help you appreciate every day and the people you love, the people close to you, and the cool shit that you're doing in your life, the cool shit
Thomas playing with money and bonus. You are the man in so many disciplines, so respected, so successful. It's truly an honor for you to sit down and talk with me today. Thank you so much for showing up in Texas and for talking on this little podcast.
It's great. I'm a huge fan of the show, and I've had a great time hanging with you, and really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Thomas and Paul. Support this
362,
podcast.
199.
Please check out our
362,
sponsors in
199.
the description. And now, let me
362.
leave you with some words from the jagger and the rolling stone. You can't always get what you want. But you try sometimes, and you'll find you'll get what you need. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Come on, you little bitch. No.
Yeah, crazy thing with the kidnap business. We used to get asked by FBI leadership, who's the real one? And the answer would be when the bad guys feel like they've gotten everything they can. Now, dissecting that statement, we're talking about they feel like they got everything they can. So the key to kidnapping negotiating is those feelings. Those bad guys, we're talking about feelings.
I've
Kidnapping
heard this one.
feelings.
This guy sucks.
Would you have everything? Doesn't matter what, even the devil did.
The following is a conversation with Chris Voss, former FBI hostage and crisis negotiator, and author of Never Split Your Face, Negotiators as if Your Life Depended on It.
Oh, whatever.
This is a Lex Luger podcast supported. Please check out our sponsors
Alright,
in the
come on, you
description.
shitbag.
And now,
Why the
your
fuck
friend,
doesn't this work? There we
here's
go.
Chris Voss. What is it like negotiating for a hostage or a kidnapper? What is the toughest part of that process?
The toughest part is if it looks bad from the beginning, and you got to engage in the process anyway.
What are the factors that make it bad?
What that makes you nervous then?
If you were to be in a situation where it's a general negotiation or it's a hostage negotiation, what makes you think that this is going to be difficult?
If they want to make it look like they're negotiating, but they're not. Like in 2004 times when Al Qaeda in Iraq was executing people on camera for the police, and they wanted to make it look like they were negotiating. So they come on and they say, "Can we get all the women out of Iraqi women out of the jails in Iraq in 72 hours? We're going to kill a hostage." That was one of the demands in one of the cases in that time frame. Now, first of all, even if we'd have been willing, the U.S. government coalition would have been willing to do that, we wouldn't have been able to have it in 72 hours. So it was an impossible ask from the beginning. Okay, so then that looks really bad. Like they're trying to make it look like they're talking reasonably, but they're not. So your hostage is in bad shape then, because they have a demand that you just, even if you wanted to do it, okay. So then what makes that very difficult is, kidnappers especially, you're working with family members, you're coaching them. Bad guys are in touch with family members, or if they're not directly in touch with family members, the other thing that Al Qaeda was doing at that time was they didn't give us a way to talk to them. They're making statements to the media, but then not leaving their phone numbers either.
Yeah.
So that's one more thing. Like they intentionally block it. They're asking you to do something you can't do. They're not giving you a way to talk to them. So you gotta get with the family and discuss with the family how you're gonna approach them. Family definitely wants to know is this gonna help. It's a bunch of cases like that in that time frame. And you gotta be honest. It's a long shot. Like chances there are slim to none. And when it's slim to none, I'm not
This is
saying it's slim to
fucking
none
great, man.
because
Oh, fuck.
again, there were a number of people that were killed in that time
Did it work?
before the tide finally got turned, and it was hard dealing with the families at the time.
Can you negotiate in public versus like a direct channel in private?
Oh yeah, bad guys pick the media. They're making statements in the media. So, and that's a big clue. Their channel of choice tells you an awful lot. And if they're choosing the media, then that means there's people trying to flip the media. It means that in their view, there's such a thing as good media. So if there's good media, there's bad media. How do you make it bad? We made it bad. It just, unfortunately, it has to go through a number of iterations, so you have to mess with it twice.
that negotiation, do you think about the values in your life? Is there a dollar figure? How do you enumerate, quantify the values in your life?
Yeah, it's like Jesus when he asked the old. So that was the first lesson on any hostage negotiation, really anything. Like it doesn't matter what it is to you, it matters what it is to the other side. One of the things, especially in conversation, I listen to your Zach Andrews. Um, by the way, you guys, another thing I really liked about that conversation. First of all, I think it worked. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, and
If you said on my birthday, I appreciate that. It was nice birthday present.
timing perfectly just for you.
Yeah, nice job. Thank you. But empathy is in the eye of the beholder in every negotiation, whether it's over a car, a house, collaboration in a company, or personal. How does the other side see it? Now, the nice thing about kidnapping deranges, if there's an actual ransom demand, there's an actual demand, is it's a mercenary business. They're going to take what they can get. And they tend to be really good at figuring out how much money somebody has. So, and again, I'll keep going on business analogy. You're looking for a job or an employee. There's a market price of the job, and then there's what the employee can pay you. Now, maybe the market price of the job, market times will be great. Employee can pay $120, but it's a great job. You know, we were talking about Elon a minute ago. Like, I've heard women complain about women. You know, that would be worth it. What are the value others on the dollar? And how hard is it to get the dollar? And how quickly can you get to that? Those are detailed things that the bad guys that do kidnapping are good at figuring out. So the value in your life for them can be what can they get. As crazy a thing as a kidnap is, you could ask FBI to do a sweep. When's this going to be over? And the answer would be when the bad guys feel like they've gotten everything they can. Now, dissecting that statement, we're talking about they feel like they got everything they can. So the key to kidnapping negotiations are feelings. Oh, bad guys, we're talking about feelings. Kidnapping feelings. Which drives everything. Doesn't matter what human endeavor is.
But Rob, reason is emotion.
There's no such thing as reason.
I should say, we're losing the concept. I just talked yesterday with a guy named Sam Harris.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know Sam, but Sam, and because I was preparing for a conversation with you, I talked to him about empathy versus reason, and he went heavily on reason.
Yeah.
Empathy is somewhere between useless and erroneous, and it leads you astray, and it's not effective. But reason is the only way forward.
Well, it's dropping fine lines there. That is true. The two fine lines I would draw is first, what is your definition of empathy? And then secondly, how people actually make up their minds. And I'm going to flip it. I'm going to go with how people make up their minds. You make up your mind based on what you care about. Period. That makes reason emotion based. What do you care about? You start with what you care about. You see some guy swimming out in off the coast of the ocean, and you see a shark coming up behind you. Who are you chasing? If it's uphill out there, you're gonna chase that shark. You might actually feel bad sometimes because it's gonna taste bad. So who do you care about?
You just ruined exactly.
Yeah, he's ate alfalfa. You know, you're gonna leave a bad taste in your mouth. He's gonna be a shark. So you're making up your mind on every circumstance based on what you care about. So then, what does that mean? Your reason is based on what you care about from the beginning. Now, then empathy. If you define it as sympathy, it was never meant to be ever. You know, etymology is the word. I keep getting etymology and entomology mixed up. Etymology being right, you know, where a word came from, the origin. Entomology being bug.
Got it.
Right? So I like etymology. Where does something come from? Also like entomology. Anyway, etymology. my understanding from my research, the original definition of empathy was an interpretation of a German word where people were trying to figure out what the artist was trying to convey. It was about assessing art. So it was always about understanding where somebody was coming from, but not sharing necessarily that same thing. So then when I was with the FBI and I first started collaborating with Harvard, Bob Wilson wrote a book, Beyond Winning. Second chapter is the connection between empathy and assertiveness. Still the best chapter on empathy I've ever read anywhere. And Bob writes in his book, Bob was the head of the program on negotiation. He's also agreed to be interviewed for a documentary about me and my company that hasn't been released yet, but it should be released sometime this year. Amazing documentary. Ties can't get no deeper. So Bob's definition of empathy said not agreeing or even liking the other side. Don't even got to like them. Don't got to agree. Just straight understanding where they're coming from and articulating it, which requires no agreement whatsoever. That becomes a very powerful tool, like ridiculously powerful. And if sympathy and compassion are agreement or not, clearly it would happen with anything. I was thinking about this when I was getting ready to sit down and talk to you, because you use the word empathy a lot. But I can be empathic with a person easily, easily. I don't agree with where he's coming from. I don't agree with his methodology. Early on in the Ukraine-Russian war, I saw an article that was very dismissive of Russia that said Russia's basically throwing gas station. So if you're in charge and the way you feed your people is via an industry that the entire world is trying to copy, the whole world is trying to get out of poverty. That's how you feed your people. If you don't come up with an answer to that, people that you're taking responsibility for are going to die alone in the cold nearby. They're going to freeze and they're going to die. I said that doesn't mean that I agree with where it's coming from when there's anything. But how does this guy feed his world? You're never going to get through to somebody like that in a conversation unless you can demonstrate to them you understand where they're coming from, whether or not you agree. Last century, the last century guy. I'm not saying that. I refer to myself as a last century guy. Also deeply flawed human being. So, terrorist case, New York City, civilian court. Terrorism does not have to be tried. The military tried for it. It's a very bad idea. It was always bad. The FBI was always against it. I'm getting ready to leave Hamilton. The Muslims
No
are
fucking
testifying
way.
in open court
Come on, baby.
against
Come on, baby.
Muslim complaints.
Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Come on.
Had to submit
Let's work, baby.
as a legitimate
Get it.
the people that were
Give it to
testifying
me.
against it.
Give it to me, baby. Uh huh, uh huh. Come on. Here we go. Yes! Yes! Oh shit, what happened? Whatever, it's alright.
And they shake their head and go, yeah. Isn't that music to all the conversation? That's right.
Okay.
You believe this to be the
Hit
case. I never said I did. I never said I
Keep
did.
Twitch.
But I showed them that I wasn't afraid of their beliefs. I
Lives.
was so unafraid of them that I was willing to just say it and not disagree or contradict, because I would say that and then I'd shut up and let them react. And I never had to say it was wrong. I never gave my point of view. Every single one of them would testify. That's empathy, not agreeing with where the other side is coming from. I'm not sure how Sam would define empathy, but common vernacular is sympathy and compassion, and that's when it becomes useful. And there's a gray area when you talk about empathy, because sometimes a drop of compassion helps make that empathy more effective in the conversation. So you just saying you believe X doesn't quite form a strong enough rebuttal for the person. You imagine it does.
maybe you're right. Yes, I'm imagining again. I'm imagining you need to show that you're on the same side. That you need to signal a little bit about your actual beliefs, at least in that moment, even if that signaling is not as deep as the thought. It's like, basically patting the person on the back and saying we're on the same side, brother.
That's what most people, when they're really learning the concept, that's the basic human reaction. And in application, especially in highly adversarial situations, like I meet a regular guy, Muslim. But how's that guy gonna say buy it if I like, dude, I'm on your side. I've been there. I feel you. No. People get conned by that so much. Like if we're on opposite sides of the table and I try to act like I'm not on the opposite side of the table, that makes me disingenuous. So I would rather be honest. My currency is integrity. And at some point in time, if you go like, you know where I'm coming from? My answer is going to be like, look, I can agree on maybe where we're going, but if we're talking about, am I on your side? No. As a human being, I want to see you survive and thrive, not at my expense. I think the world is full of opportunity. I'm optimistic. I got more than enough reason for saying that. There's enough there for both of us. So I got no problem with you getting rich. Just don't take it out of my house. Be honest with me about both of those things. I'm not interested in you taking it out of my house. I think it's friendly for both of us. Now, I don't need you on your side, except in a human sense. But do I have to side with you for war? No. Or how we distributed stock, or how much you get paid, how much you make off this car. I think people, my experience as a layman, is that empathy is not going to necessary. That you don't need me to act like I'm on your side for us to make a great deal. Great deal. We'll talk about two things: a great deal and a great conversation. Right? They're often going to be the same thing, but at times they're going to be different. And that's what you mentioned driving that cruise. There is some level at which you do want to say we're on the same side at the human level. It's possible to kind of zoom out and say that we're all in this together, not the Slavic people, the Europeans, but we as human beings in the same front, on the same side of the planet. Several years ago, and his name has evidently been mud now, but he was very nice to me. One of the men finally passed away. And no shortage of bad reporting on him now. I have absolutely no idea if he was a kook. I do know that in my interaction with him, he was always a gentleman to me and was very generous. When you get into conversations with people, you always say, like, let's do a 10-year plan where we can both be in a phenomenal place together. And I was supposed to go way backwards. That's a good line. Yeah, and then I saw him doing some simulations. I was teaching at USC, and we had a function together. And a gentleman at the time told me that who he was and that he was really influential. So I walked up to the guy, told him, I said, hey, I'm going to come in and talk in my class at USC. He didn't know me other than the fact that we had mutual acquaintance, and he graciously consented to come in. And he said, what do you want me to tell you? I said, look, dude, this is going to be a success. It doesn't matter what we talk about. Either I'm going to agree or I'm going to disagree, or I'm going to learn from it, my students are going to learn from it. So it's really fun role play with them. They do an external negotiation every single time. We go to pick a point in the future where we're both happy, 10 years, 20 years from now, and let's work our way backwards. Now, hypothetically, same thing. I call into a bank. Bad guy picks up on the phone, and I'm going to say, I want you to win. I want to see you survive this. Whatever else goes with that, let's pick a point in the future that we're both good, and then we work our way back. make also we talked before about emotion and what you care about. You can make those movies based on original views, like without question. So I think there's an indie temple in the United States being headband or being assembled the same way that the Hindu temples were in India 1,000 years ago. Violently, violently. These people murder themselves out. They're placing hell in these movies. Those little Westerners
Love it.
with these
Fucking love it.
lapels.
This is
What do
amazing.
you want? We're going through incredible things today. So it's a vision of the future. So you have to try to paint a vision of the future like the person you're negotiating with is like. Yeah, find out what their vision of the future is, and then remove yourself as a threat.
Sure.
You know, and we can collaborate together at all. If you think that I could do anything wrong to help you to that point, and in fact it even makes sense, I'm not going to lie to you. We can get to that before that I like you about whether or not I'm on your side. You know, right now, at the moment, we're on opposite sides of the fence. That's not going to stop us from getting together in the future. In fact, you're going to say, oh, well, you didn't lie to me about today. Maybe you won't lie to me about tomorrow. So you draw back the world leaders, for example, and say they're white American lefty or black antique. You don't think it crosses off their mind to show that you have a different
The Godfather tortoise.
depending upon when you show it.
Fucking hilarious.
Are you arguing from the beginning, or are you just playing on the stage? I don't think it stops you from being adversarial.
Oh,
I mean,
so
the thing about
fucking funny. Uh oh.
Newton, the chapter in his book, The Tension Between Empathy and Assertiveness. I remember reading the name of the chapter, thinking like, you know, in my business there is no tension. And then I got into it, and I thought, this is really handy. He drove people in because his entire chapter is that empathy puts you in a position to choose, and that there is no tension. It's a sequence. And that's why, again, I think it was written for lawyers.
Sequencing issues.
The timing is everything. So you emphasize the importance of,
In terms of sequencing and priority and listening, truly listening to the other person.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
That was great. I love it.
Your timing is just perfect. How do you listen? How do you truly listen to another human being? How do you notice them? How do you really hear them? I always hated the term acting. If anything, it's poetry. And as soon as you start to try to anticipate where somebody's going, you're dialed in. Because along the way, either you congratulating yourself for getting it right, or when suddenly they say something that surprises you, you really notice. I said, wow, I think you're dialed in, you're listening. So it's polite. And then one of the reasons,
There you go.
we named the book Acting Like, named the book Never Split the Difference, but we're talking about acting like. Calibrated emotional intelligence. What's calibrated? First, it was experience and tasks associated, but we've come to find out that our experience and tasks associated is backed up by neuroscience. It's one of the reasons why I listen to Andy Huberman's podcast. Heavy on the neuroscience. And so when emotional intelligence calibrated by what we know about neuroscience, what do we know about neuroscience? And I'll talk about it from a layman's perspective, and I can even say we even overthink it or communicate. I didn't do the research. I was stupid enough to do most of it as I can as a layman. The brain's largely mental. I could take ample evidence. People will argue with you as to what the wiring is and what does what and the limbic system and all of that. But the brain is basically 75% negative. As a layman, I make that connection. Number one. Number two, the best way to deactivate negativity is by calling it out. And I could say, look, I don't want you to be offended by what I'm getting ready to say. That gives enough. Your guard is up, you're getting ready to get down. If I say, what I'm getting ready to say is probably going to offend you, now you relax a little bit, and you go, all right, what is it? liberal neuroscience explains it's been done right and left by calling out negativity, deactivating the negativity.
So calling out ahead of time. So like acknowledging that this is ahead of time that this is going to hurt.
The experiments that I've seen have been when the negativity was inflicted and then having the person that it was being inflicted upon simply identify it.
Just identify.
Yeah, what do you feel? I'm angry. And the anger goes away.
It's tough because I've had and again, we're dancing between things. I've had a few conversations where anger arose with guests. I spoke to them.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure identifying it. That's like me sort of going into the depths. Because that's going into the depths of some emotional, psychological thing you're going through. And I'm not sure I want to explore that iceberg because of all the shit we got. You have to decide. Do you want to avoid it?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you want to lean into it? It's a tough choice.
It's the elephant in the room.
It is an elephant in the room. It is an elephant, especially when I think that's the big difference between conversations and negotiation. Negotiation ultimately is looking for closure and resolution. I think general conversations like this is more exploring. There's not necessarily a goal. Like if you were to put, like if I had to put a goal for this conversation, there's no real goal. It's curiously exploring ideas. So that gives you freedom to not call out the elephant. for time. You can be like, all right, let's go to the next room, get a snack, and come back to the elephant.
Right. All right, so I make a tiny suggestion on the negotiation type relationship. Because you said, I think, seeking closure. You use two words, right? Closure is one of them. Goal is maybe another.
Well, yeah, what is it here?
Well, I would say seeking collaboration. And because closure kind of puts a little bit of finality to it, a little softness, and then negotiation goes into the thing. Why we say yes is I say yes is nothing without honey. And yes can carry only temporary aspirations, aspirations, usually values. So if you're looking for, eh? Because yes is usually counterfeit. It's aspiration
Without the high.
Yeah, it's a good line.
Yeah.
Right. So we're working on it. I'm practicing.
Fucking amazing.
Turn the Marine Corps.
You're doing good.
You got a bright future. You should write a book or something.
Yeah. Your book is
Thanks. Appreciate that.
what are we doing here? This at
Yeah.
first?
On you, with you.
I don't know. We're collaborating.
Why me? Why you? Why you want something?
I've heard you speak at a few places. I was like, this is fascinating speaking. I think on Clubhouse and different places, and I listen to some YouTube stuff, and this is just meeting people that are interested. That's what I love doing with this podcast. Is just exploring the mind of an interesting person. You notice me, I say sometimes there's like 100 searches outside of Sacramento. I notice who are you?
Yeah.
It's fascinating. But then it's like I don't look at the resumes and the credentials and stuff like that. It's just beginning to notice.
Because I've been leaping through the different sources of the podcast. The young lady that OnlyFans and sexual affiliation.
That's exactly what we do. I don't know
It
what
works. Come on,
1,000%.
baby.
the fascinating thing about her is her worldview is entirely different from mine, and that's why we make this different podcast also. Is happy, flourishing, but she's the world with a set of values she has completely different. And is also not argumentative and accepting of other worldviews is beautiful to explore that.
Yeah, no kidding. I would agree. And then, yeah, thoughtful. Because I consider myself, and the word I was looking for was abundant. I think it's an abundant word. So I'm pretty optimistic. I consider myself, I don't know, happy exactly describes it, but yeah, So then I'm happy, optimistic, abundant. I got a worldview, and then you run into somebody that has a vastly different worldview, and they're happy, and they think it's abundant too. And you're like, what is going on here? Well, mine. What am I missing?
Yeah, so it's fascinating.
On a polyglot, which is useful for kind of negotiation when you paint a picture of a future. If you're optimistic about that future, it's a kind of feeling like we're both going to win here.
Exactly.
And that means we live in a world where both of us can win.
Yeah, and for a fact that's the case. Although a lot of people want us to think otherwise, mostly because of the negativity that we talk about.
But the brain is generally cynical.
Yeah, my description of it is the pessimistic gay way of the world, and we're descendants of the pessimists. The optimistic gotta get eat by a saber tooth tiger.
Yeah. But on the flip side, the optimists seem to be the ones that are easier to face.
It is a switch. Like, so at what point in time do we catch on? Because the difference between survival and success. The success mindset is highly optimistic. So where do we create or how do we space from survival to success? That's the challenge.
Yeah, tomorrow we stopped being eaten by saber-toothed tigers and started building bridges and building
No fucking
schools
way.
and companies.
We started to experience, we got enough data back to collaborate,
And we stopped listening to our amygdala and we started listening to our gut. Let me just return briefly to terrorism. What do you think about the policies about negotiating with terrorists?
well, that's not the policy, first of all. Now, everybody thinks that's the policy, though.
It hasn't been the policy since 2003 when Bush 43
Signed a national security presidential directive,
NSPD,
the time it was NSPD 12, which basically said, we won't make concessions. That doesn't mean we won't fight. So I'm in Colombia at the same time, and I've been intimately involved with the signing of him signing that document. I knew exactly what it said, and he didn't inherit it from somebody else. He signed it, and I'm in Colombia, and the number two in the embassy says, "Last night on TV, the President of the United States said we don't negotiate with terrorists. Are you calling the President of the United States a liar?" And I remember thinking, like, all right, so he probably said that, and that's not on the document that he signed. I said, look, I'm familiar with what you signed, and that's not what it says. Well, so the argument, but that's always been the soundbite that everybody likes. We don't negotiate with terrorists. It's not on the definition of negotiation. If it's just communication, we negotiate with them all the time. Number one. Number two, like every president has made some boneheaded deal with the bad guys. Like Obama released 5 high-level Taliban leaders from Guantanamo in exchange for an AWOL soldier that we immediately threw in jail. And I thought that was a hard one. And that's putting terrorists back on the battlefield. And then Trump turned around and topped it by putting 5,000 terrorists back on the battlefield. So we haven't had a president that has stuck to that on either side of the aisle since people started throwing that out as a soundbite.
What do you think of that negotiation to get terrorists? The global negotiation, like with Vladimir Putin, the recent negotiation on the prisoners exchange while they're breaking guidelines. Is there a way to do that negotiation successfully?
First of all, I agree with the idea that he's wrongfully detained and shouldn't serve to be in jail, and that U.S. government there should be no second-class citizens ever. And whether you're a WNBA player or you're just some bonehead that walked into a wrong situation, the government should not abandon you ever, ever. Now, what they do in the meantime, they sit down and negotiate. They were desperate to make a deal at a bad time. They've been offered far better deals in prisoner swaps earlier a ton of times. And then he gets turned up, and thank God for Brittany Griner that the public got enough attention. They kept pressure on the administration. They made a deal. Now, governments want to make those kind of deals. That's fine, as long as because that was basically a gift for negotiation. If you're putting 5,000 Taliban back on the battlefield, that ain't negotiating with another government. If you're putting 5 of them back on the battlefield, that ain't negotiating with another government that's directly contradicting this thing that you claim. And those were all bad deals. Now, was Brittany Griner from a bad deal? I think it was great for her.
What do you think is the value in just leaving a person to a negotiation?
I think it's a great idea.
Guy just follow that tangent along. There's a war in Ukraine now. It's been going on over a year. It's for me personally, given my life story is a deeply personal one, and I'm returning back to that area of the world. I was there. Volodymyr Zelensky says he doesn't want to come to Vladimir Putin. Do you think they could get in a room together and say you were there in the room with Putin and Zelensky, and Biden is sitting in the back drinking a cocktail, or maybe he is at the table in his dinner? How is it possible through negotiation, through the art of conversation, to find peace in this very tense geopolitical conflict?
I think it's eminently possible. I think getting people together in person has always been a good idea. But how many times, who's getting them together, under what circumstances, and how many times do you get them together? The documentary Fear Factor about the many peace negotiations, mostly through the 90s, mostly in the Clinton administration, got kicked off under Bush 41, and then the documentary continues through Trump, but just touches basically on it. But they're getting Arafat and the different Israeli prime ministers together in person. And these guys do not want to talk to each other, and depending upon the prime minister, they're being thought of being on the same planet with him. Roosevelt time. And they started getting these guys together in person regularly, and they started seeing each other as human beings. And they started realizing that there was enough room on the planet for them, and that people dying was stupid. And they would slowly work things out by getting these guys together in person. So how long does it take? Who's hosting it? But it's a good idea.
But the skill of achieving that thing that you talk about a lot, which is empathy, and I would say in that case, not just empathy, but empathy plus a drop of compassion in there.
I think compassion is helpful, but it's not essential. Like if you just know what I'm coming from, like the thought, the feeling is understood.
Yeah, heard and understood is part of it.
And again, I know I take the vast majority of this up on any podcast, but it picked it up in other places because earlier on, when we were putting the book together, Paul Rudd, the writers, my son, I'm going to co-author. So the book's really a collaboration between me, my son Brandon, and Paul Rudd. And we're driving for that phrase. When somebody feels like what you said is completely their position, they say that phrase. Not you're right, but that phrase. So Paul says that I think what's happening here is you're triggering a subtle epiphany in someone. So I'm like, all right, I'll buy that. So I started looking up the neuroscience of even an epiphany. Getting a hit of oxytocin and serotonin. Oxytocin is a bonding drug. You bond to me. I bond to you. When you feel completely understood by me, you bond to me. Then on the relationship podcast that I'm listening to on Andrew, says oxytocin finds people who tell the truth. You're more honest. All right, so you feel deeply understood by me. You bond to me, and you start getting more honest. Serotonin, the neurochemical satisfaction, epiphany. You feel oxytocin and serotonin, being understood. All right, I got you bonding to me. I got you being more honest with me, and I got you feeling more satisfied, so you want less. What more do you want out of a negotiation?
Of course, there's already with leaders and great negotiators, there's walls built up, defense mechanisms against that. Right? You're resisting this basic chemistry, but yes, you should have that. You should work towards that kind of empathy. And I personally believe I don't actually understand why, but I've observed it time and time again. Getting in a room together and really talking, whether privately or publicly, they're really talking. And like this, so I'll comment on this. So right now this is being recorded, and a few folks will hear this. But when you really do a good job of this kind of conversation, you forget there's cameras.
Right.
And that's much better than there being even a third person in the room. But often when world leaders meet, there's press or there's others in the room.
Right.
Like, as you know, man to man or man to woman, you have to lead like in a saloon, just the two of you talk. There's some intimacy and power to that to achieve what you want. If you're also willing to couple that with empathy, to really hear the other person.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. It's like a deep, deep intimacy that happens.
And I think there's actually, because we get asked this in the Blackstone group all the time, like, how do you, Zoom, that's bad, because you don't have the same visual feedback on Zoom. And that's not true. Like you and I see you from the waist up right now. You're on Zoom, I'd be looking at you from the waist up.
I'm not wearing pants, yeah. But they'll let you know.
I apologize for that.
Sorry, yeah. You only see a small portion.
People ask me, is that season where I go? But anyway.
I'm glad we both have repeat listeners. Appreciate it.
But what makes us different in person? I actually think, his energy that we don't have the instrumentation to the phone. And I think that there's an actual energetic peak that changes. Just because we can't measure it doesn't mean it's not.
Yeah. I would love to figure out what that is. Folks that are working on virtual reality are trying to figure out what that is. During the pandemic, everybody was on Zoom and Microsoft. Everybody was trying to figure out how do we replicate that. I'm trying to understand how to replicate that because it sure is not fun to travel across the world just to talk to somebody or agree breaks or runs. I'd love to do it over Zoom, but it's not the same.
No, it's not the same. I go to work with people.
You would go on the
I would, absolutely. I get it that trail.
That's right. Well, first you would give them a trail, probably.
Getting a given. See that, and here's the issue that trips everybody up in negotiation. The difference between hearing and speaking. The same words in vast different. So what I'm looking for is the responses I'm getting out of you. Because if you can't, first, that's right, especially, like if you can't appreciate what that really means, hearing it is insensitive.
So those two words are really important. Talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah.
Why is that? What is strategy, right? Why is it important?
Well, it means that what you just told you think is unequivocally the truth. Like it's dead on. It hits a target. It's a bullseye. And there's been a topic of discussion, especially between my son and I, a lot. Like, what happens? This oxytocin bonding moment. And his contention has always been like, Donald Trump is the poster child of what it means. Because Donald Trump's addressing an audience, he's in a debate with Hillary, or he's giving a speech someplace. And when the people that are devoted to him, when they believe that what he's just said is completely right, it's insightful, they look at him or they look at the TV and they go, that's right. And it's what people say when they're bought into what they just heard. Now, if you're not convinced of the way that Donald Trump follows a bond, and he also, just like this, in my view, destroys the idea of common ground. Because when he first started to run for president, hundreds all said, he's a New Yorker. Nobody in the Republican Party is going to like him. It's middle America, it's blue collar, it's regular common folk. Baptism. Then they're going to like Trump because he's from New York. Went to war. He's an Ivy League guy. He's the son of a wealthy real estate mogul. And he had $1 million handed to him when he got out of college. He's born with a silver spoon. The rank and file Republicans are never going to accept this guy. Based on common
look how smart Donald is. You think he's a good negotiator? You think Donald Trump is a good negotiator? No. I think he's a great marketer. If you look at his negotiation track record, all right. So I started following Donald Trump in the '80s when I was young. I'm a last century guy. He's a last century. We've got mutual acquaintances. The minister that married him to Milo Maple, who's a friend of mine, is a close friend of mine. And in 1998, I threw a fundraiser at his apartment on Twin Tower that he was in. So, no short of a mutual friend, he went to the same church. Still have mutual acquaintances, friends. And I've watched his track record in negotiation history, which is exactly his track record with North Korea. Where are we with North Korea? What was the deal that he made with North Korea? See, your answer is the same as everybody else's. Well, I remember it started out with a lot of fanfare, but I don't know what happened. Because nothing ever happened. It's more public fanfare, it's all marketing, in my opinion. It starts out with a bang. It doesn't cut the deal in a short period, in a really short period of time. It moves on. Everybody wonders what has happened because there was so much fanfare at the beginning. Now, at the beginning, him even opening that dialogue with North Korea was massive. Like I was such a fan. You got a president of the United States that is willing to sit down and talk with a leader of another nation, when every other president, all their advisors were saying, a leader of North Korea is convincing you you cannot dignify her by responding to her directly. Consequently, the Trump administration inherits a can of worms that is insinuating that there could. He didn't give a conclusion, and he opened up a dialogue with nobody expectations were broken in a dialogue. And they keep saying, well, there was no dialogue. And there was no deal. Now, great negotiators make deals. What do you think about these accusations that he's a narcissist? If you're a narcissist, does that help you or hurt you? Is there a more popular term these days than narcissist? Anybody learn? Anybody know like a narcissist? Like the homeless guy standing on the corner. He's a narcissist. That's what I say. Yeah. Like Los Lewis or whatever. Yeah. First of all, most psychological terms are useless. As a hostage negotiator, and he was never into psychology, and he steered away from it. Psychology is at best a soft science. If it's not informed these days, if it's not informed by real studies or neuroscience,
Speed up the public today.
psychology is neuroscience. I'm interested in that guy again. But then it's a psychology convention. You get them all together and they all agree. But also the interesting thing about psychology is each individual person is way more complicated than the category psychology tries to create. And there's something about the human brain. The moment you classify somebody as a narcissist or depressed or bipolar
Weird.
or insane in any kind of way, for some reason you don't. You give yourself a convenient excuse not to see them as a complicated human being to empathize with them. I had that when I was talking to. I did an interview with Kanye West, and then there's a lot of popular opinions about him being mentally unwell and so on. And I felt that that kind of way of thinking is a very convenient way of thinking because you empathize with the human being. That I get it, loved, he understood, and heard. And that's the only way you can have that conversation. Yeah, I do think that's it. It might be because I'm not wearing pants. All right, so you're funnier than I am. I promise you. All right. I'll pay for this TV soon. Don't worry about it. But he said we were talking about terrorism, non-negotiating for terrorism. Is there something?
Yeah, going all the way back to where that rabbit hole started.
With Rabbi, we're Alice in Wonderland right now. Is there something about walking away, of not negotiating? Is there power in that?
All right, so it depends on whether or not you do it with integrity or with passion to start with. And then also, hostage negotiators have success in 93% of the time, kind of across the board.
something was bad, and I remember thinking like, well, this is success. It's no guarantee. The question is of the negotiations. What if you have a status success, then don't negotiate. And you have to accept the fact that some deals you're never going to make. You know, we teach in my company it's not a sin to not get the deal. It's just going to take a long time to not get the deal. And you know, Gary was listening to this, and you know, they realized that there was something called suicide by cop, and that you might have. There was very much into clusters of behavior. He kept this word psychological terms, and there would be clusters of behavior that would be high risk indicators. And he wrote a little collaborative instruction called high risk indicators, which meant if you start seeing this stuff show up, this thing's probably going bad, and you're going to need to recognize that from the very beginning and adjust accordingly. And it's the same way in business and personal. I'm talking to head of a marketing company. I have tremendous respect. I admire what this guy and his company does. Started from scratch. He borrowed space in the back of his drugstore to start his company. And now it's hugely successful. And he's laying out to me that he finally had to confront a potential client and walk away from him. And he said, how do you think I handled it? And my answer was 1,000% correct. And as a matter of fact, the behavior that he indicated, he's a type. And you should walk away sooner than you did. Because this guy was playing with the whole plan. Now, Tyler, 2004, big plan. Then I negotiated. We called him out. Look at the negotiation. He said exactly like that, but that was absolutely the approach. We'll confront people on their behavior in a respectful way.
And signal that you're willing to walk away.
And mean it, 1,000%.
And isn't that terrifying? I mean, it's scary because you don't want to really walk away, but you have to really want to walk away.
Well, you know, this gets core values to reality. If it's an abundant world, it's not scary to walk away. If it's a finite world with limited opportunities, then it's hard.
But you have to use that worldview to be willing to actually walk away.
Yeah.
It could be walking away from a lot of money. It could be walking away from something that's going to hurt people. Because if you lose a hostage.
Yeah, well, if they're not going to let the hostage out, suicide by cop, they don't let them go.
The 7%, how do most negotiations fail?
The bad guys were never there to make a deal in the first place. If it was suicide by cop, if they were there to, if they're on a killing journey, same as raiders. If they're on a killing journey, and the actions that they're currently engaged in are part of that same fate.
Is there advice you can give about, you mentioned Israel Palestine, the Middle East, taking on a few conversations on that topic? Is there hope for that part of the world? And from that hope, is there some advice you can give to that?
Yeah, I think there's hope. And I got friends on both sides. And also, when I got after I left the FBI, most people listening to this probably not going to remember who Rodney Dangerfield was. Come on. But
he still doesn't get any respect.
Yeah. And New Yorker? Is he a New Yorker?
I think he was a New Yorker out of Jersey or something.
Yeah, and he did a movie a long time ago called Back to School. He went back to school. He's an old guy back to school. But I went back to school after I left the FBI to get a master's at Harvard Kennedy. And that's where, you know, I'm running across people on both sides of it. And when they could talk, they said, let's start from the premise that both sides want a better life for our kids, which is this version that I was telling you earlier when we talked earlier. Let's pick a point in the future where we're all happy. And they found that they could talk. You know, all right, so it might not be better for us. How do we make it better for us? And that's where the hope arises from. Because I think both sides ultimately want it to be better for their kids, which is why regardless of how compromised they might be on either side. They're two straight players in the game, the Middle East, or anywhere for that matter. But they want a better future for their kids. You get kids who really want a better future for their kids, and then you start talking about, well, how do we get there without? And then, right, so we got to meet the point of people. Israeli-Palestinian negotiations are also, for me, interesting because you mentioned Clubhouse about almost 2 years ago now, when Israel was shelling Gaza. They hit the UPI office. You know, they were hitting. They got fed up with the rocket attacks from Hamas, and of course Hamas is putting rockets in the UPI office or the AP office, whichever press office it is. That office couldn't be there otherwise. Hamas is running the show. You're not going to run that office unless you let them throw weapons. That's just part of the game. And what are they going to storm especially designated ammunition dumps? No, they're going to put them into schools. They're going to put them in hospitals. They're going to put them in all the places that when Israel hits them, they're going to look really bad. So after a while, Israel gets fed up and starts shelling Gaza, and they're hitting the people. A friend of mine, Nicole Brown, is hosting rooms on Clubhouse, and she says, you got to come on. The vitriol is killing me. These alternative streams. Nobody's talking to me, buddy. I said, all right, cool. We'll go on. We'll do it, and we won't have a single argument. We'll invite people on from both sides. There was one rule. Before you started to describe what you thought of the other side, you had to say, before I disagree with you, here's what I think your position is. But you got to continue to state the other side's position so they agree that you got it. Now, what happened? No agreement and no argument. That was what we were really going for. We wanted to show the people on both sides where there are emotional conflicts. If your only requirement was you had to state the other side's position first, nobody got out of it. Didn't work. That's exactly what happened. We wanted to show people you can have conversations that do not evolve into screaming matches with vitriol, talking about how you're dedicated to the destruction of the other side. Just first, see if you got a line where they're coming.
That's really impressive because just having seen that Clubhouse, people, what's part of the reason I like Clubhouse is you get to hear voices from all sides. They were emotionally intense. It was, I'm sweating just in the buildup of your story here. I thought it was going to could go to hell, but you're saying it kind of worked.
Not one person lost a foot. Of the two sides, the people that were speaking on behalf of the Israelis were a little better at articulating supportive positions for the Palestinians. Most of the people who want to speak up on behalf of the Palestinians, they want to start going like, you're doing this, and I go, no, you can go there, just not yet. Before you go there, you say that all you want. Before you do go there, you got to try to articulate to them where they're coming from. They got to tell you got it wrong. And what would consistently happen is there's a level of approaching to try to see the other side's perspective and articulate. It's enormously beneficial to the person who's trying to do it, which was really the point that we were trying to make.
So let me understand this side. I mean, that by way of advice. So what's a Clubhouse? For people who don't know, there's a voice app where you can be anonymous. It's really regular people, but regular people can also be anonymous. It's just people communicate with us. If it works there, that's really interesting for when you sit down for a conversation, confrontation with somebody. Don't have them even steam on the other side. Have them just state the other side. Just explain your understanding.
Yeah, and every now and then I would jump in. Like, somebody supporting Israel, whoever the heck they were, and they'd say a couple things. And the Palestinian guy would be like, I got it. Or supportive of it would say, you're missing something. I'd say, let me jump in. First of all, I know what the NACLA is. The NACLA is a catastrophe. That today is for people. The rest of the world's first visitor fee to that guy. I said, you've got members of your family that is still walking around carrying the keys to the front door of the house that you named it. And he'd be like, yeah. And I'd say, you feel bad that important fact that in World War II, the world stood back and won while the Nazis threw the Jews off a cliff. The only problem was they landed on you. And they'd be like, yeah, that's where they're coming from. So articulating, peace with the other side, peace, is transformative for both people involved. What's the toughest negotiation you've ever been a part of, or maybe observed or heard of? What's a difficult case just stands out to you? Or maybe just one of many? Well, the stuff we went through with Al Qaeda in and around Iraq. Iraq and Saudi. First one was in Saudi, 2004 timeframe. The hardest part about that was working with family members and not receiving them about the possibility of, yeah, how do you talk to family members? Is that part of negotiation? Yeah. Empathy, learning empathy the hard way. And then being able to take it up to higher levels. Because at its base level, a guy that we're working with now is coaching us in the West, and is a business partner. His name is Jonathan Smith. He pointed out to us that there's a Shuhari concept. Are you familiar with Shuhari? Martial arts concept. And she was doing exactly as the master was telling her to do. Wax on, karate kid stuff. Ha is when you've done the repetitions enough times, you get a feel for it, and you begin to see the same lessons coming from other masters. You see the same things show up in other places. And at the re-level, you're still in the discipline, but you're making up your own rules. It's almost a flow state. And you don't realize that you're making up your own rules. And if somebody asks you where you learn that, probably say, my sensei taught it to me, my master taught it to me. Just to come back around to negotiating with families pretty quick. We did this once because there's a bunch of people that we coach, business people that are scared of the amount of money that they're losing if they're not coaching them regularly. One of these guys, Michael, we interviewed him for a social media posting about 2 years ago. And Michael says, yeah, you got to gather data with your office. And I remember thinking, I went, ooh, I like that. I said, where did you hear that? He goes, I don't know. I heard it from you, I think. And I was like, no. I remember saying that. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard it. He's a Marine. So what's this got to do with family? Empathy at its base level, the shoe level, I never really understood. If I highlight to say, like, you sound angry. I'm just calling out your emotions. Your emotions was driving this. I'm throwing a label on your action. I'm saying you sound, or it sounds like you are. Because that's the basic karate kid wax on, wax off approach. Now, there are a lot of high negotiators that tell you they never work alone. Not true. They've never gotten out of shoe. You're getting ready to talk to your significant other. And you want to go someplace that you know is going to make her angry. You want to go do something. Well, that's real negotiation right there. You can say to her, you sound angry, in which case she's going to ball up because her reaction is, you made me angry, bozo. How can you act like you're an innocent third party, or that you are independent of how I feel bad? And you learn a little bit more, and you say the high level is spoil them with your angry. And then what I did with families, I knew how it felt before I walked in the door.
The Prophet Tina.
Tony's brother,
Come on, baby.
Ahmed, who
Give it to me.
the chocolate people's heads off.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Prophet Tina. You didn't see this one coming, did you, girl?
I'm angry, you idiot. But no, see, I used to walk into families' houses and I'd say, I know. What do the circumstances dictate that they should also feel? They're going to feel abandoned by their government. They're going to feel totally alone. They're going to be scared. They're going to be angry because they feel the government failed them. Now, there's this point of fact. Is this an accurate statement? That their loved ones voluntarily went into a war zone, voluntarily went someplace the government told them not to go. Are the facts that their government abandoned them? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, well, were they trying to get them to go? No, they went anyway. But that doesn't change how they felt in the moment. And I'd walk into a house and I go, I know this.
Come on,
And you
baby.
feel abandoned and alone. And I know you all have it. And I know you feel the absence during those times. And they would look at me and go, yeah, they went through that. Now where are they going? Is there Pat and Jenna, is there a language barrier with your kids? There can be some failures in different communication styles. I mean, you guys like New York or that might make somebody from like, I don't know, Laguna Beach upset. do you feel that language barrier in communication? Um, that language and communication style in itself is creating a barrier. You got a barrier where you think that your way is slow. Sure. That's the biggest barrier. Yeah, and that happens all the time. When people talk about what about cross-cultural negotiation, why can't I guys shake hands? Because I can get my way. Well, if you strip it all down, we're all basically the same blank slate we were before. Everybody's got a limbic system. Everybody's limbic system works pretty much the same way. People are driven by the same sources of resistance. How does this affect my future? What am I at risk of losing? How does this affect my identity? I'm kind of kidnapper. You're the New York City businessman. You're a tobacco farmer in the South. All making the same decisions based on those same things. So as soon as I start to navigate that and I tailor my approach, which is what empathy is, to what do you think, how you see things. So I can be the biggest goofball ever from if you live in the South, yeah, maybe I'm a New Yorker or somebody from LA or somebody from Chicago. But my geography is foreign to me. But as soon as I start dialing in on how you see things, suddenly we're different. What about the three voices you talked about? The different voices in communication. Right. Is there still his voice? Right, anonymous. I'm a natural born assertive. Action forward.
Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Yeah, well, stop
Look
catching
who
me
it
up
is.
with that. How dare you
Long time
take
no
credit
see.
for what I say? To quote Bono.
How you living, Apollo? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Good. Happy New Year's, brother.
Same to you. How are things going? How's your health?
So far so good. How you doing, Caspian?
I don't know if Caspian's there right now. Are you taking some time
How
off?
you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. I just developed a new bot for Twitch. I've never really spammed Twitch, and just today I started doing it, and it works really, really well. Here, I'll show it to you. Just one moment. Have you been able to
How do
take?
you create these bots?
They are. Um, they are. I use macros. Just one moment. All right. Hey, what's going on, Joshua? How are you?
Oh, good, alright.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Joshua?
Just joined the KSI server.
Which server?
The KSI one.
Oh, KSI. Shout out to KSI. Excellent. Well, here I'm going to show you. I just created a robot for Twitch. So just one moment, and you'll see this bad boy work. So what's it going to do? It's going to just basically follow the person, spam them, and then move on to the next section, which is a very cool thing. I enjoy that. Let me talk to Joshua for a second. Joshua, do you know anything about me?
I've seen some things, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, silver, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Um, Joshua, did you ever see the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey?
Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, amazing. Well, that's what I do. So basically, you can watch every moment of my life going back to the pandemic from like 10 different cameras, which is very exciting. Additionally, we talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. In addition to archiving all of this, we talk about things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light transportation, faster than light travel. We talk about things like life extension technology. Essentially, Joshua and anyone else here, you at one time perhaps had a life expectancy when you were born of about age 80, and I want to increase that. I want to make sure that that gets up to age 100, 120 through some types of technology like stem cells, steroids, things like human growth hormone, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, and some other really interesting technologies, including ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. Uh, and additionally, some things that we talk about in addition to life extension technology, we talk about mind uploading technology. The idea that once your body breaks down at age 120 or whenever, then you can essentially have your brain scanned, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. These are really exciting opportunities, and essentially, what I'm saying is that perhaps within a generation or two, there may be people who are able to utilize mind uploading technology into a digital immortality. And I know what you're thinking. Well, Rabbi, I can't afford that. I'm just a regular person, so that's no benefit to me. You should know, as I said, data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than anything in the world. And I'm going viral perhaps any day now, perhaps any hour now. And when it happens, I have more data archived for the internet than any person ever. I'll be able to monetize that, and I'm going to give it away, essentially like Robin Hood. I want to make sure that you're able to take care of yourself, take care of your friends, take care of your family. I want to make sure that you are able to establish charities for people that you love or causes that are important to you. And essentially, I want to do my best to help revolutionize the world. I don't want war anymore. I want to help end world hunger through utilization of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding, just to name a few, and end world thirst through digging of wells in Africa, through perhaps the utilization of life straws, and also the desalination plants where we pump water from the Earth's oceans onto land to make it drinkable. These are some really exciting opportunities.
How do I, Rabbi?
Go ahead.
You got anything to make my dick bigger?
Nope, not this. Well, yeah, actually, we do. Human growth hormone. So, in addition
You
to.
have a lot of computers.
I do. Yeah, definitely. How did you find out about me, Colded Bandito? Coldest Bandito?
I saw that on your podcast interview, the Real Life Truman Show.
Amazing. Fabulous. Yeah, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. When I started, it was worth pennies, and it's worth close to $300 million today, and it's just getting gonna be worth more as the future continues and cryptocurrency becomes a mainstay in human society. If you didn't have a chance to hear the first part, Coldest Bandito, essentially I stream my life 24/7 for World Peace. I have more data uploaded than any person in global history, and I'm really about ending World War and promoting the end of world hunger and the end of world thirst. Those are some really simple ideas that I think that with enough time and enough of a spotlight that we'll be able to get massive feel on. I don't feel that it's right for you to put your hands on me nor me put my hands on you without consent. And if we can all live by that type of advice, then I think we can all get along. How does that sound to you?
That sounds perfectly fine. That is
Excellent.
good lifestyle to live by.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So, in the meantime, you guys have any questions?
Whereabouts can I view?
Absolutely.
Whereabouts can I view the cryptocurrency?
Oh, well, it's you can go to our Telegram, which is t.me/HPOS10i. I can send you a link to that as well if you'd like. Um, and if you'd like to watch the ticker, it's on Uniswap. Its ticker is Bitcoin, Bitcoin, and it is essentially a project that was started about 2 years ago, and I got on board about a year and a half ago, and that cryptocurrency has sponsored my clothing, my pillows, my bedding, and everything. And they're just a really great.
Is this
Go ahead.
is this Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, ticker's Bitcoin. And if you'd like, I'll send you the um, Telegram right now. It's t.me/HPOS10i. I just sent it to you. And then also, I'm going to send you all my live streams so you can see. No one live streams their life, or very few people. No one archives it, though. It's very difficult to archive, and especially no one does it from 10 different angles like I do. So at any given time, you'll be able to watch me and just connect with me. And I'm here to answer questions or do my best to promote world peace and just bring people together. I was just telling um, the other friends here. I created a robot. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like right now. I'm still working on some of the kinks. I had a Kickbot. If you guys know what Kick is it's a streaming platform, and I've been spamming that platform for about 6 months. Everyone on Kick knows who I am. From Aiden Ross, I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm currently live streaming in his Discord. As you know, I've been streaming in KSI's Discord for some time. I'm the number one streamer in iShowSpeed's Discord. So I've made some nice connections. Additionally, the owner of Kick, his name's Eddie Craven. He knows who I am. We're friends on Discord, so if you have anything you ever want to say, don't let me know. And here we go. I'm going to pull up the robot. And I really just started working on this Twitch bot this morning, so it's not 100% correct yet, but it's very good. Basically, what this thing's going to do, it's a follow bot and a spam bot. So it just goes through uh, streamers on Twitch, like these guys. These guys are in the middle of a podcast, and what it's going to do is it's going to follow them. So in a moment, you'll see the follow button appear here, right there, and it's going to click it in a moment. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, and then it's going to spam them, and it spams them. It has my Discord in it. It has my Instagram. It has my TikTok. It has to find all my live streams. It has my blog. If you're interested in some of the technology that I talk about, I recommend you take a look at my blog. My blog it's the longest blog in history. It's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. It's just one entry, but it's basically my entire ChatGPT log over the course of like 2 years. And everything from 100 ways to advance your life, um, 100 ways to travel faster than the speed of light, 100 types of computers faster than quantum computers, 100 different vitamins, or actually like 250 different vitamins, and what they do and how they can benefit you. So what we're going to see here, it's going to press the follow button, and it's going to spam this person. And you know, I call it spamming because I have been spamming a lot on Kick, which is just like repeatedly, generally just uh, uh, chatting in or um, entering text in someone's chat. But this one is just one group message essentially. If you want to see what it says, please join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord server for world peace. I have the link there. Then I have my link to all my live streams. In fact, I'll pull this up right now. Then I have my Instagram, all the TikToks, Reddit, um, the direct link to my Discord, my blog, and then if anybody wants, they can follow me or send me a Discord link at Rabbi Rothschild Rules. And then I say world peace, anti gravity, alien disclosure, life extension, mind uploading, share to be a trillionaire. And then over here, if you haven't had the chance to see, I am pulling up YouTube, and what it will show on YouTube are all my live streams. So just one moment, we'll let it do that. It's a little slow, but we understand. I've got a bunch of different Twitches open as well, which is probably slowing me down. As I close them, we'll see, and all it is a query for Rabbi Rothschild and um, filtered by live. So here we are. I've got one here, I've got two here, I've got three here, I've got four here, I've got five here, I've got six here, I've got seven here, I've got eight here, I've got nine here. I got a ceiling cam. Look at that. I mean, nobody else has like a camera on their ceiling. Um, and then I've got, it was on like 10, 11. I've got 12 different live streams going. And it's really an exciting opportunity for people to be able to watch someone's life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So I'll restart the bot, and you'll be able to see. Just one moment, I will just refresh the page. And so right now the bot does that, but I wanted to do what my Kickbot does. My Kickbot actually creates an account for me, and then also it'll clip for me as well, which is important because I can create clips of people's channels. But as you see, I mean, my hands are here and I'm holding the camera. Apologies, I hear that I'm um, buffering a little bit. But as you see, we've got some cool people here. This is This Mike Bereski. Shout out to This Mike Bereski. And does it work every single time? No. Some people, like you have to have a verified account or you have to be following them for more than like, a little bit of time. But um, essentially, this is a way for me to get out the message. It's free, and I think it's quite an interesting strategy. So what you'll see is it just spams them, all that information, and then moves on to the next person. Pretty cool, huh?
I I think that's quite interesting. Yes, is that the only one that you have doing that, or is there multiple?
Well, actually, I just started doing this on uh, Twitch today, but I've been doing it on Kick for 6 months, and I have three computers that do it on Kick. But everybody knows about me on Kick already. So once I perfect
I mean, if you do it enough, eventually everybody will know about you.
100%, my man. You told this bandito. You are 100% right on that, and that's how I. That's the strategy that I'm using, and I give people my social media. They'll click on it. I have more than 100 YouTube accounts, more than 200 Instagram accounts, more than 300 Twitch accounts, more than 1,000 TikTok accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, and more than 10,000 Kick accounts. I have far more social media than any person in the history of mankind. And
Are you not like worried about it potentially doing something that may be considered against certain TOSs of these social medias, or have you looked through that already?
I have let them do whatever they want to me. It's not against the law in the United States, so they can ban me if they want. and I just create more accounts until it's against the law to do this. Then I will continue doing it. The mission to me is important enough that I've sacrificed my life. By trade, I'm a certified. Well, I'm a rabbi, but I'm also a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had contracts with Fortune 500 companies. I'm fairly well versed in many types of different technology, especially smartphones and other similar devices, tablets, etc. Let me give you a quick room tour so you can see all of the different devices and everything else that we have going. Just one moment. Okay. Behind me here, we have, well, so I'm also the king of multi-streaming. So basically, wherever you see a device, it's not just streaming to YouTube, but it's also streaming to Twitch and Rumble and a bunch of different other platforms. Behind me, you can see also in the camera there, I have a projector that is streaming podcasts. So we're watching Lex Friedman podcast right now. Over here,
Hmm.
um, he's interviewing an FBI hostage negotiator. Over here, well, actually, first I've got just more devices on here. I'll show you what this does in a second. This is really cool. Um, okay, so you can see yourself there, and then up there I've got a connection to the Telegram for the cryptocurrency that I'm in. And then here, I'm live in Discord. I'm live in quite a few different Discords. So let me show you over here. So we've got the computer with the bot here that's also live streaming. This is live streaming, and this is in Discord and also live streaming from multiple angles. That's where the ceiling cam comes. I've got the ceiling cam up there. I've got, just one moment, I've got uh, three additional Discords that I'm in here on tablets, and over here you can see I've got a bunch of different devices. So this is Aiden Ross, this is KSI, this is live on Instagram, this is all three of these are on Discord, or apologies, on YouTube. Let's see here. Let me see what this says. I've got robots that allow me to be in any person's Discord, and then what I end up doing is they're handheld, or they're really macros, but I call them robots because it's easier for people to understand that. And what they do is they essentially every hour restart the program, because devices, if you let them go for too long, they'll just end up freezing on you. And so I have basically an auto clicker that clicks for me every hour, all of the different buttons that need to be clicked. It's all pre-programmed, so I don't have to touch that stuff. I have an Instagram bot that literally has been uploading my life on Instagram, in addition to YouTube and Rumble and all that other stuff. So people can literally just go on Instagram and watch me live as well. And yeah, I mean, in we talk about some really interesting things that are going to change the world. De-extinction is something that I'm a major proponent of. If you're not familiar with de-extinction, this is essentially the science of bringing back extinct animals. And um, if you think this is science fiction, I wouldn't blame you. But actually, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that went extinct in southern France, northern Spain. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colosso Bioscientific.
This is the people that are trying to bring the woolly mammoth back as well.
That's exactly who's doing it. Absolutely, you're very very smart. Yeah, so they have that on their website by the year 2028, which is within 3 years or so. We may have a hybrid version of the woolly mammoth that may be able to be reintroduced into the Arctic Circle utilizing female African elephants. And then after the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, the plan is to de-extinct the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So perhaps within a decade or so, you might actually see this come to fruition. You might be able to see these animals perhaps in a zoo or perhaps in a safari park or some other kind of habitat, which is a really exciting thing.
Definitely, it definitely is a very interesting thing. I gotta say, with all of these like computers and stuff that you have doing stuff on the internet, you've got to have one hell of a bit electric bill and internet like contract going on for you.
Yeah, so essentially we have solar, so we actually get a reimbursement every year. When I say we, the people in the house. And then I have internet through my lease, and so um, really I maybe my rent might go up, but yeah, I utilize as much bandwidth as absolutely possible, and I don't know why more people don't do it. I understand why, but essentially, I live my life as I normally would. I watch podcasts and I learn, um, and I talk to people, and just really do my best to be a learner in all sense, in all facets of the word. And I just every 12 hours or so make sure that my streams are going, and archive it. And I think it's a really important project, especially for people in the future. This is great, people learning about this, but in the future, that's where this is really going to be an important project. And I say that because people will be able to study every aspect of a human over the course of life. We haven't ever had such a large data set to be able to train AI models. So we have things like my heartbeat per minute, my blinks per minute, how often I swallow, what my body temperature is. All of this will be trackable using augmented reality in the future. And then additionally, one of the things that we've been able to trace is AI. I was there. I remember the day that ChatGPT was released to the public. It was November 30th, 2022. We started using it immediately, and we haven't stopped. I use ChatGPT multiple times a day for numerous questions that I have. Sometimes people ask questions in here; they're really good questions, and I don't know the answer, so we'll look it up with using ChatGPT. A lot of advanced physics questions or what ifs, that probabilities that I can't calculate immediately. We'll use AI for that, and we're moving towards artificial general intelligence, essentially the point in society where artificial intelligence is at the level of human understanding or cognition, and moving into the next realm, which is artificial superintelligence, which is really exciting. That's when you get into neural networks and you get into Skynet and all of the other opportunities that we may perhaps have in the future. So I'm
I,
essentially. Go ahead.
I don't know if Skynet is the best example for that.
Well, I want to avoid any kind of perhaps Terminator scenario. And so one of the ways that I'm doing that is really attempting to archive data. At least you can go back on my stream and be able to see how society was shaped. Every essentially every moment of this stream, I have had a radio going 24/7 that just plays the news. So you can perhaps go back to 2022 or 2023 or 2024 or 2021 and know exactly what was going on in my life, and well, not just in my life, but in world events. And that's a really exciting opportunity as well. We've had earthquakes on the stream. We've seen the death of the Queen. We've seen the death of celebrities, some really interesting opportunities, and I think that the world will be able to learn about this, learn from this project, and especially with this bot on Twitch. I don't think it's going to be too much longer until we go viral. It's working really well. What makes this bot better than my Kickbot? Way better. My Kickbot, Kick is still a pretty new platform, and you can't put huge blocks of text, or it's very difficult to put huge blocks of text in Kick. And also, Kick does not allow you to hyperlink within the chat, but Twitch does. So all somebody has to do is click on the link that I put in their chat, and they will come right into this Discord. Or perhaps they'll go right to my social media, my Instagram, my TikTok, my Reddit, they might go to my YouTube. And previously, I didn't have that ability. So you guys are actually here on a really special occasion of me being able to get this um, this bot going. And some other things that we talk about on the stream really are in terms of futurology. Um, I'm fascinated by the future, and I want to, especially with the idea of mind uploading technology, that we may be able to live life, a life of perhaps digital immortality. I want to make sure that it's a good environment. So some of the things that we talk about, in addition, here are some just things having to do with space. A launch loop, a proposed transportation system that uses a long loop structure to launch vehicles into orbit through magnetic acceleration. A light craft, a spacecraft propelled by laser beams directed at a light absorbing surface, creating thrust through energy absorption. Lunacrete, Lunarcrete, a building material used from lunar regolith, envisioned for constructing habitats on the moon. Lunar Space Elevator, a structure extending from the moon's surface into space, facilitating transport to orbit without traditional rocket launches. And the same can be done on Earth. It's just known as a space elevator. I can show you what one of these. I can show you what one of these looks like. So a space elevator is quite a fascinating idea. So why would you need a space elevator, Rabbi? You may ask. So that you don't need to take rockets into space. Rockets are very expensive. So a space elevator allows someone to just basically take a tether into space. So what I'll do is show you. Somebody made a GIF of this recently, and I think it's quite interesting. Let's see if I can find the best version of it. Um, yeah, here it is. Okay. So, essentially, imagine you were in Florida, and this is going to be taking off from Florida. So you're going to be looking down, and I know it's not easy to see, but you're looking down at the Earth, and you're moving up in essentially just like an elevator, and you'll just just be tethered into low Earth orbit. So it can take you to a space station, or it can perhaps take you into wherever you want. But basically, you don't need a rocket anymore. It's a safer way to be able to go into space, and then you should see. Let me make sure. Yeah. This I know it's hard to see and it's really bright, but just imagine an elevator that it's essentially imagine a long string that goes into low Earth orbit and an elevator that goes up that string, and that's all it is. But it's a very exciting premise. The ability to perhaps use this type of technology, and you can see Florida is there, so that's basically how big it would be, and that's what it would look like, and you could do it very quickly and safely. Some other things that we discuss on this that are important to society: a mag beam, a proposed system using lasers to propel spacecraft by transferring energy remotely through beams. Magnetic sail, a spacecraft propulsion method that uses a large magnetic field to interact with solar winds or magnetic fields. Um, those are just things for space. But there are things on Earth that I want to help as well. And the two big mega projects that I'd like to, um, for which I want to be a proponent, of which I'm a proponent, are a Bering Strait tunnel and um, the completion of a road through the Darien Gap. So let's talk about this for a second. The Bering Strait is the little bit of water, it's 51 miles from Asia to North America, basically from Russia to Alaska. And if we were able to build a tunnel 51 miles generally under the seabed, we'd be able to perhaps have rail through that and perhaps have road system through that, which means you'd be able to drive from Los Angeles to Cape Town, South Africa, or New York City to perhaps Casablanca, Morocco, um, and never have to get out of your car except to fuel. You wouldn't have to put it on a ferry or on a boat or anything like that, like you currently would have to. You could essentially take a road trip from Mexico City to Paris if you wanted to. And then the other thing that I'd like to see is the completion of a road system of the Darien Gap. The Darien Gap, if you don't know, is in northern Colombia, southern Panama. It's about 75 miles or so of, of deep forest and swamp that currently is unfinished and is really just controlled by the cartels there. But essentially, if we were able to just just 76 miles or so of road, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to New York City or Rio de Janeiro to Los Angeles. And then if we complete the Bering Strait tunnel, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town or Rio de Janeiro to Paris. These are really exciting opportunities that really we're like about 120 miles away of finishing these. There is already a Pan American highway. You can drive from essentially the tip of South America to the Darien Gap, and then you can drive from northern North America to the Darien Gap, but you can't get through there. The only way to get a car through there currently is through a ferry system. Motorcycles can do it, but we want the ability for cars to be able to do this. So I'm a huge proponent of those mega structures. Some other mega structures that I think may be important in the future are perhaps in terms of electricity. I'm a huge proponent of nuclear electricity or nuclear energy. I want to get the world off of fossil fuels. I am a major proponent of fission technology or fission energy, where you break open an atom and harness the energy there, and fusion technology, where you slam two um, or I'm sorry, fusion technology, where you slam two atoms together to create um, energy, and then fission, where you break a particle apart and harness that. Additionally, some types of energy opportunities that I think we could utilize in the world is tidal power. Essentially, if we take turbines and put them in the ocean, we can use the ocean's waves that are constantly going 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and turn a turbine and create energy. In order to create energy, all you have to do is essentially turn a turbine. And so essentially think of a wind turbine, but in the ocean, and a better version of it so that it doesn't hurt sea life and there's no pollution towards it. Another type of energy that I think is important that isn't currently being harnessed is geothermal energy, where you essentially take a pipe, stick it in the ground, and then allow the Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine. And it's a very simple solution to a growing energy crisis. And I know, especially with the um, uh, humanity's need for electric vehicles, we're going to need a much more robust power grid, and we're going to need much more robust power systems. This is just one person's opinion on what we should do, but I think these are all good ideas, and I'd like to see them utilized. So I know I've been talking a lot, guys. Do you have any questions?
Um, with the like tunnel between
Go ahead, Joshua.
Alaska and Russia, what would like how would that work? Saying that they both hate each other.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, we would want to have better diplomatic relations. But if you didn't know, um, Russia has already proposed this, so it's more on the United States to accept it. Russia had first proposed it even as the Soviet Union, and so I think that a tunnel system would bring the two countries together. And the reason why is essentially they'd be neighbors. They're only 51 miles apart from each other, and we'd have to work on some things, but we certainly have been able to uh, have positive diplomatic relations with Russia, at least since the Cold War. Go ahead.
Not anymore. It's over.
No, it's not. No,
Yeah,
it's
it
not.
is. You can't. I don't think you'll ever have that ever again.
Okay, Apollo, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. But there are those of us who know that we will one day establish world peace on Earth so that we can eventually move into space tourism and terraforming other planets and perhaps interstellar space travel and galactic space travel. It's just a matter of time. But if you listen to naysayers, they're going to say, well, you're not going to be able to do it because I don't think so. And you don't recognize that at one time the Roman people didn't agree with the Greek people. But guess what? 2,000 years have gone by, and those two countries get to get along fine. I'm a big thinker. I'm a future thinker. I'm not someone who looks at things in terms of micro diplomatic relations. I look in terms of macro diplomatic relations. Look at the United States and United Kingdom. The United Kingdom burned down the White House in 1812, and they're one of our closest allies right now. Or when I say ours, the United States is. So, you know, when I hear naysayers say, well, I don't think that's ever going to happen, that's closed minded thinking to me. Maybe it won't happen today. I believe it is. Given enough time.
No, I understand that you're being positive, and I would like that too. But like we're on the cusp of something bigger that's happening that I'm looking at, and I don't know if Washington D.C. will be around.
Okay, well, I mean, then you're entitled to your opinion. There are those of us who are big thinkers and think that whatever people are in power, perhaps we might be able to overcome any type of diplomatic issues. I can tell you just within the last 10 years, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin would meet and be on positive terms. And prior to that, Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin used to be on positive terms. So the same could be seen again, and perhaps um, it might not happen in the next 10 years, but in the next 100 years, it very well could be, especially when the powers that be recognize the financial implications for this. It's all about money. And when people recognize that it's going to be cheaper to run a train from Alaska to Russia as opposed to taking all the cargo and putting it on ships, that's when it will start to make some differences. Um, I look at countries like the United States and China that have had different diplomatic relations over the course of the last 100 years, and you just have to have them align for 10 to 20 years to be able to construct such a tunnel. These mega projects have happened in the past. We had the Suez Canal that was created at the end of the 19th century, and the Panama Canal that was created at the beginning of the 20th century, and or yeah, at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, and if we were able to essentially create those types of mega projects that also, I mean, to Apollo's point, not everybody's getting along, but keep in mind, people didn't get along then either, especially the United States didn't get along with the Panamanian government for many years. Or the Suez Canal was created by essentially financiers from Europe within the Ottoman Empire, which didn't necessarily get along, but they got it to work. And in the same way, we can get it to work between Alaska and Russia. It's not that long. It's 51 miles. And when it comes to a scientific aspect or a technological aspect, currently we're making tunnels that are already dozens, at least 12 miles long, especially in Asia. They're not being done so much in the Americas yet, but that doesn't mean that they can be. If we can build a 12-mile tunnel, a 51-mile tunnel isn't that much different. Especially with companies like the Boring Company of Elon Musk that is doing what it can to limit traffic. And, he makes some very good points. You can only build so much on the surface, but underground, you can have 100 different.
We already have that, Rabbi.
Pardon me, Apollo?
We we already have those giant tunnels. The the military has had those for a long time. They have them underneath Washington D.C.
That's true.
And on the west coast, we have one going from L.A. all the way to Mount Shasta.
That's true. These are known as the Deep Underground Military Base System, but they're not currently available for the general public. A system of boring tunnels would be. Currently, this is utilized in Los Angeles in some ways where you take your car, you put it on a essentially a sled, and so you don't drive through the tunnel, but the sled actually takes the car through, and you can be on one side of the city on to another side of the city has been proposed within a matter of minutes, and that's really going to perhaps help people in terms of the surface traffic that we see. One interesting thing, though, about building underground as opposed to building on the surface is that you can build 100 different floors worth of tunnels, and they're all relatively safe and secure. Seismic waves, essentially earthquakes, affect the surface, but not really underground as much. And these tubes are essentially made or built to bend a little bit in if there's ever a type of earthquake or other seismic event. So this is actually a safer way for people to be able to travel. We currently utilize subway systems in major cities around the United States and around the world. And this is essentially a modification of that. And we haven't seen too much advancement on that because of a few different industries, including the petroleum industry, the automotive industry, the tire industry. All of these colluded in the 1940s to um, shut down the Red Line and other trolley systems within the United States to make way for highways and freeways and essentially the automotive sector. But that doesn't mean that we can't get back to some advancements from a public works standpoint for the greater good. These are all things that I'd like to see happen. I can't guarantee any of them will happen, but if you look at any other creators out there, I don't hear them talking like this, and that's what makes this very exciting.
Have you heard about the proposed railway tunnel that leads all the way from New York to the United Kingdom, where you should be able to just get there in the matter of like under an hour? That's been put through recently.
Yeah, so that's as I understand the transatlantic tunnel system, and I've heard that at least two different endpoints. There perhaps is a London endpoint. There's perhaps a Paris endpoint to connect to continental Europe, and I'm a huge advocate for that. Now that's a much bigger project. The Bering Strait tunnel is 51 miles. The New York to London is thousands of miles, and but that doesn't necessarily mean it can't be done. Now, to Apollo's point, this has already been done. These systems are already, there's already a global underground tunnel network that connects military bases. So if you're wondering, well, how are
You know
these?
who I heard it from?
Who did you hear it from?
Do you guys ever listen to? It's very hard to catch him now on YouTube, but his name was Phil Schneider.
Absolutely,
He was
100%. 100%. We've
he
listened
was
to
a
Phil Snyder within the last month. I listened to it every night that I went to bed, maybe about 3 weeks ago for a total of like 2 weeks straight. Yeah, 100% with Phil Schneider. If you don't know who Phil Schneider was, he was a geologist, and to Apollo's point, he's absolutely right, and I would use that as my source as well. Essentially, he was a geologist who worked for the United States government building deep underground military bases, and there are there's a pretty wild story
they're
that
called dumbs.
right, deep
Yeah.
underground military bases, yes, the dumb system. Um, so there's a story that he has where he allegedly made contact with an alien race underground. This is known as the Dulce War. Essentially, they were digging using an elevator shaft. They opened it up to some kind of cavernous area, and there were aliens down there. And he he lost part of his hand and had some chest issues that occurred from this. Whether this is a true story or not, I'm not sure. But I can tell you that a lot of what he said and what Apollo references is correct. That essentially there are nuclear tunnelers. So what is this? I'll show you what one looks like right now, and you're going to look at this picture and you're going to be like, that looks like it's from the 1980s, and it absolutely is. So there are nuclear boring uh, machines that are powered by nuclear power that were used to dig out the deep underground military bases, specifically really in the 1970s, 1980s as well. Just to give you an idea of how big these things are, I want to find one with people in front of it. So I don't know if you can see this. It's going to be a little difficult, but like the people are really, really small. And um, what you can see is it's essentially like a pipe with teeth on the end, and it just spins. And what it does is it just like a big screw essentially, though it's not as pointy as a screw. It will remove the remove any rock or ground in front of it, and then it leaves it with a glass-like surface around. So it's just like a circular um, a nice circular tunnel, and you can see these are absolutely massive. I don't know if it's going to show through really well, but these are absolutely massive. And so it's not a matter of if, but it's just a matter of when this type of technology is going to be utilized more in the public. And these types of tunnel boring systems are utilized currently to create to like the longest tunnel in the world is located in Switzerland, but, and essentially it went through the Alps, and it's called the Goddard Tunnel. This type of technology was already used for that, and there isn't anything to say that it can't be used for other people in the future. Does anyone here speak a language other than English?
Sorry, no.
That's okay. No one else does?
I do.
Okay, what do you speak?
Yeah, I do.
What do
I
you
speak bullshit and I speak Spanish.
Okay, excellent. So, do you speak like American Spanish or do you speak Spain Spanish?
American Spanish.
Okay, just one moment. So,
I don't have the accent like the Spaniards do.
That's fine. But this is a type of technology, it's essentially a universal translator that I think can be utilized to help people in the world. It essentially translates anything you need into any language. Yes, it's like Google Translate, but it's much faster.
Se trata de un tipo de tecnología. Es básicamente un traductor universal que creo que se puede utilizar para ayudar a la gente de todo el mundo. Básicamente, traduce cualquier cosa que necesites a cualquier idioma. Sí, es como el traductor de Google, pero es mucho más rápido.
I can double check that, but yeah, this is American Spanish. But it does.
No, that's Spaniard Spanish.
No, it's American Spanish.
This
all, it does. It does Spain Spanish. It does Argentinian Spanish. It does Colombian Spanish. It does any kind of language that you want. Even, I mean, we'll try. I mean, here it is in Italian. Just at the push of a button, we would be able to have connectivity or communication
between
two different people.
What is that app?
It's not an app.
Con la semplice pressione di un pulsante, saremmo in grado di avere connettività.
No.
La nostra comunicazione tra due persone diverse.
What is that?
It's a machine.
I need that in my...
It's called a Pocket Talk, so it's very small. It's essentially like Google.
Oh, you bought one?
Yeah. It's essentially. I bought it like 5 years ago though, so it's. I'm sure there are better versions of it now, but it works off a cell signal. It also works off Wi-Fi, and I really think in some areas where we have communication differences, something like this would be very important for people to be able to discuss. Now we can do it on our phones now, but the phone takes some time, and you also sometimes need to use your phone for other things. In this case, like I don't know Arabic, but I have people in here all the time who speak Arabic. In fact, it happened within the last 24 hours, and I speak to them with this, and it's relatively, I mean, it's very accurate. Every person who I show this to is very impressed by it.
لدي أشخاص هنا يتحدثون العربية طوال الوقت. في الواقع، حدث ذلك خلال 24 ساعة الماضية وأنا أتحدث إليهم بهذا الأمر. إنه أمر عسكري. إنه أمر دقيق للغاية. كل شخص أعرض عليه هذا الأمر يشعر بإعجاب شديد.
So as you see, it works quite well with a variety of different languages. And I'm somebody who thinks that this type of technology would be very beneficial in diplomatic negotiations, particularly in some of the more conflict-ridden areas of the world. And I think it's just a matter of time until we have peace on Earth. It may take 100 years, it may take 1,000 years, but given enough time, world peace is inevitable. And here's why I say this: if you ever study, one of the things that I say at the beginning I said at the beginning, is that I'm a major proponent of alien disclosure. I personally think that we were seeded here on Earth by another um, civilization. Essentially, if you want to know what civilization, I believe it's from Zeta Reticuli. And where do I get my information from? Alien abductees, and we can go into all of the facts about surrounding um, the alien disclosure phenomenon. But what we end up having is the idea that those civilizations have had to have peace on their home planets before they can do exploring outside their home planets. And if you're wondering, well, okay, Rabbi, how are they able to travel? I can tell you, like Zeta Reticuli is 31 light years away, or something like that. And if you're wondering where this is, it's in Orion's belt. So Orion is a constellation that has three stars in it, and there are like two in a row and one a little off center. This also is the essentially similar um, uh, organization of the pyramids in Mexico, the pyramids in Egypt, and the pyramids in China. They have like three almost in a row, but one's a little off, just like these stars. And the way that these civilizations are able to travel such great distances, uh, basically very quickly, is they're able to manipulate physics using an element known as element 115, though there are other elements that you could do this with. Element 115 is one of the elements on the periodic table, and we've known about it since at least the late 1980s from a covert standpoint. But from a surface standpoint, this was discovered at the beginning of the 21st century. Essentially, it's a very radioactive element, but it contains a lot of power. And what you can do is essentially use it to manipulate gravity. So I also talk about anti gravity, essentially the opposite of gravity. And when you're able to manipulate gravity, you're able to build force fields, and you're also able to manipulate space time. So what these UFOs do, the disks, is they create essentially a gravity force field around themselves, and they can bend space time and travel incredibly vast distances, essentially with immediacy, which is an incredibly exciting opportunity. I'm not saying that that's technology that we may be able to utilize from a public standpoint within the next century, but perhaps in the with more advancement, because we already perhaps have some experience with it. If you're wondering, like all of the technology that you see, in my opinion, is reverse engineered alien technology, going back to Roswell, that happened in July of 1947. And this isn't my opinion; these are books that are written from military whistleblowers and experts. And there's a reason why civilization advanced in such an amazing way within the last, let's say, 120 years. At the beginning of the 20th century, we had the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, with basically a very weak um, almost, you've seen what the first plane looked like. It, it's nothing in comparison to a Boeing 747 today. And much of the advancement really took place after World War II in 1947. And very quickly after 1947, you have the founding of the CIA. You have the founding right around the end of the World War II of the United Nations. You have the National Security Agency that's founded. All of these, many people's opinions, were founded to be able to keep much of this information classified, and also to give it to the major corporations of the time, people like General Electric, companies like General Electric, Bell Laboratories, companies like IBM, and to essentially reverse engineer this information. And if they were able to reverse engineer it, they would get the patents on it. So these companies then created patents on it, and that's how we get things like the computer transistor. That's how we got things like perhaps night vision. That's how we even got Scotch Guard and Teflon. Many of these inventions have mysterious beginnings. And one of the reasons why is because they perhaps were leaked from um, essentially government contractors. So, with that, there are a lot of things that we discussed that I think if the people of the world heard would be very exciting to people. And I think that it would be quite an interesting opportunity for the world to be able to learn and ask questions, and we'd learn together as a people. So, with that, do you guys have any other questions?
I have one more question, and unfortunately after this I will have to go.
That's okay.
But it's not really got much to do with this. I just wanted to know, where did you come up with the name Rabbi Rothschild?
Well, I'm a rabbi, so rabbi means teacher, and my name is Michael Rothschild, so that's my last name.
Hmm. It's just an interesting. It was just an interesting name. I was just wondering about the origins of it.
It's my name.
But other than that, this has been an interesting talk, and unfortunately, I am going to have to go.
Absolutely. Codus Bandito, come by whenever you have time. I'd love to follow up with you. And let me, before you go, let me just send you a friend request in uh, Discord so that we have the connection. I'll also send it to Joshua if we're not already friends. And just know that I am not just here to talk about futurology. I'm here to support you. I want to hear about your days some days. I want to hear about the good things that are going in your life, and just want you to know that you have a friend in me. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to support you, okay?
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Excellent.
And I'll see you next time.
Take care, my friend. Well, there we go.
Rabbi, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
A lot going on.
You got a lot of knowledge.
Thank you, my friend. All right, so I've got to work on these robots. So, my friend, we're listening to a podcast right now. Uh, I'm glad to hear that you are feeling well. You sound really good. I want you to know that you sound like you're full of energy. And yeah, feel free to listen to the podcast alongside me. I've got a I've got a couple of devices that I need to restart, so just bear with me, and I'm going to take care of that. Okay?
Okay.
Excellent.
How long will that be?
I mean,
Are
I'll
you
be
gonna be gone for a while?
10, like I don't know, maybe 30 seconds.
So, Sir voice, your
Oh,
voice.
okay.
Which one? What again? Analyst. You're an analyst, and I can tell you're a server. Yeah, just an analyst voice. Well, an analyst is supposed to be smarter, more thoughtful. No, it's not that. Look, you ever go to sushi free? Yeah. See, you like it too, don't you? So decision trees. Okay, I'm not a computer scientist, so I like mathematical, systematic ways of seeing the world. Is an analyst. You think Donald Trump would ever say that? Unlikely. But is he more than a phony? He's a natural born stoic, man. Are all New Yorkers like this? Is there some
Paula, did you ever get a chance to launch your coin?
There's an aspect to the city to me.
No, I'm working on
And
launching a
New York,
Solana play
not just New York.
Okay, I
at
think
the
that's a
moment.
I think that's
I
a
got
good
the website and everything.
move.
Aspect of the year, of the
Pardon me.
postal
I
year,
still want to launch Ryoshi, but
can boil down to
uh,
just three types. Go.
you know, it's
Mr.
kind of slow, man.
I gotcha.
Smiling, optimistic,
How's everything been with traveling?
this with the phrase, hope is not a strategy.
Good, good. I was in
Strategy.
Seattle,
And people's
Washington the other
frustration
day.
over a third of the population
I was hanging out. I get to hang out more. I was in Las Vegas hanging out.
Very cool.
Yeah, I've just been traveling. Trying to go to New York City maybe one of these days.
Excellent. What, are you able to take a little bit of a break now?
Yeah, yeah. I hooked up with somebody else, and I'm just driving around, and then like sometimes I have a few days off,
Because as you said
so I
before,
just go out on an Uber.
perspective, no analytics. They're looking at the systems at work. And if if they like to learn, they notice that accommodators make more deals. They also notice that there's a higher failure rate. But since they notice something, they think about it.
I got to
They
walk
keep
little
going back to
Romeo.
the assertive voice.
Yeah, how's he doing?
But the pleasant nature of
He's
of an
good.
accommodator
Today's his
takes
birthday.
a stronger
No way. How old is he?
Yeah, happy birthday, Romeo. He's 3 years old.
Wow, that's 21 in dog years, right?
In adult years. Yeah, isn't it 21?
Yeah.
An analyst so smart that it's 1,000 yards out.
How many? Is that old or young
That's young.
in dog years?
It's 21, so it's young.
Well, and how long a service is? Like a service
Okay.
boy serves.
I don't know much about dog years.
I gotcha.
They serve boys is always kind of like
I was
feels like
gonna take him out for a walk.
and that's almost always kind of
I thought
like
I was gonna be leaving today,
needs to be
go down to
processed,
LA,
especially in
but
negotiation.
fuck,
I
man,
need to slow down. It's fine. I
it's
heard
just
that
slow.
they listen. A lot of people in
The market
negotiations
is really slow.
is extremely stubborn.
Yeah, I hear that.
Perhaps the
Um,
right term for that would be
I'm in
assertive
some
because you can combat them. There's
discords
some
and
value to
uh, and
holding strong
telegrams, and
principles.
everybody's saying
So I
that.
don't even know. That's probably the opposite one. Either intelligent and just stick
Yeah, yeah.
be extremely stubborn to your principles to win
Oh, we
negotiation.
do it all the time. We just, we're just nice about it.
Okay, it helps to be nice. You're saying.
Well, yes, because I need you to hear me. And
Yeah.
the assertive tone of voice. So when we do our training, typically we do an exercise called 60 second gypsy dance. And I play the bad guy bank robber, and I ask you to be the hostage negotiator. And your job is to either the forfeit your will or your service. And then you got to try and negotiate me out of the fight. Now we're doing this. Now the first voice that I always use in that exercise is the assertive voice, which is the commanding voice. It's the voice that all police officers are taught using. Issues loud and clear. It doesn't. To me, I don't feel like I'm attacking you. I just feel like I'm being direct and honest and clear. You, on the other hand, feel attacked. I was doing this exercise in Austin a couple of years ago. The first participant has an Apple Watch on. He tells us afterwards that sitting still, not even answering, when he first gets hit in the face with the assertive voice, his heart rate jumped to 110, which is a typical fight or flight reaction. I come at you like I'm biting you. Your fight flight mechanisms all kick into gear, which is logical thinking. You're automatically dumber in the moment. So if I want to make a great long-term deal with you, highly confident, I'm agnostic to you being profitable. If you be profitable, that's fine. I'm here to make money for me. Me making you dumber will always hurt. Me making you feel attacked will always hurt.
So there's never a value in you making me afraid.
There's never wrongful sight. That's that's another thing that Paul draws when we write a book, Brace Readers, because he says there's scientific data out there. He calls it strategic upgrades. Well, there's data. Well, whether or not it's scientific, I would call that into question. But he says there's studies out there that show that strategic upgrades works. And another thing that I also enjoy, you'll kind of get tired of me saying wonderful things about Andrew. He taught me.
There's never enough wonderful things to say about the great Andrew Huberman, the host with you on the last podcast. Everybody should subscribe to. You should talk to Andrew
You're
Huberman.
funnier than he is, though. I'll give you that.
He's funny accidentally.
He makes me laugh all the time. Not when he's trying to be funny.
But he's a really he's one of those people in this world that's truly legit. He's a really strong scientist and a really strong communicator and a good human being, and those together don't come often, and it's nice to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a treasure, national treasure. Anyways, you were saying.
Well, he sort of taught me how to think about data and studies and science, and and also some different books that he's told me on to really help me think about this stuff. So the studies about strategic upgrades were done, the ones that I've seen, that show its effectiveness. We have a simulated negotiation with a college student. Now here's the problem with that. A simulated negotiation with a college student. College students are going to sit down as part of their assignment. They're going to sit down one time. They're going to sit down 45 minutes, and they're going to think that if they didn't come to a deal at all, that they did. And there's no ongoing implementation. There's just a deal, and then we walk away, no situation.
they got no actual real skin in the game. Because no dealer on earth, you sit down and come to a deal in 45 minutes and never see each other again because there's the implementation of the deal. Even if it's only verbal. So the data is flawed based on the way it's collected. It's a highly flawed study. And all data is flawed, as you know, as a scientist. You just got to be aware what the flaws are and decide whether or not that destroys the study. Or what do you think? You take a look at the data. There's no such thing as perfect data.
Hey, Rabbi,
Look at the
Yo,
data
dog.
seriously. The data that says that
I gotta share
it's
something with you.
What's that?
correct is based on flawed.
I don't know if you're gonna believe me.
Can you explain to
I
Jesus
got
we're
I.
getting
It's
an
kind of a
understanding of
conspiracy
exactly
right
what
now,
you're saying?
but I
We've been
believe it's gonna turn
acting
true.
strategically
Okay.
to follow the other side until it proves
You
it.
want to hear it?
Absolutely. I always want to hear what
It's
you have
nice
to
to
say.
hear from
If
scientists.
you can give me
It's nice to
like
hear
less
that
than five
empathy
minutes
is
of
the
your
right
time,
way in this life.
Absolutely. Go
but you
for it.
got
Go for it. I'm listening.
you got to kind of pause the.
I did. I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. All right. So hear me out. So
I'm
you
li-
know these drones
Yeah.
that have been flying around Jersey?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, what I'm hearing is that those drones they've established a beachfront, which is Jersey, and they're going to be giving people radiation.
Okay.
And um, the reason for that is because uh, these drones came on board, like started coming on steam as soon as Trump won the election. You know what I mean? And
Okay.
the establishment or whoever, the people that run this world, basically, what I'm hearing is that they're going to slowly just cook people with radiation because these are not regular drones that used propellers. They used some kind of propulsion system, but we couldn't mass produce their propulsion system, so we're using radiation. And the companies behind this, they're not American, but they're multinational, and it's like Northrop Grumman, um, you know
Yes, sir.
like Skunk Works.
Yep. Boeing, Lockheed
Yeah,
Martin.
they're not American. Yeah, they're not American. They're just multinational conglomerate. They really operate all around the world. Um, and um, what I'm hearing is that they plan to do a giant attack on Washington D.C. And I don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to use like a tactical nuke or a briefcase kind of nuke or something. But this is to eliminate the heads of state. And I don't think they're really going to eliminate. They're just going to eliminate the structure, if that makes any sense, like the buildings.
Okay.
They're going to eliminate that, and then they're going to get NORAD, which is the Northern um,
In
Aero Defense, you know,
in Colorado.
aero, huh?
In Colorado.
NORAD, yeah, like I think they have different. They have a few different areas,
Yeah, but
but
the central location is in Colorado.
yeah, but that's what I'm hearing. So these drones, I can share with you a clip, but I don't know where to send it to you.
You could send it to me in Discord. Just one moment. I'll send you a message.
Okay, give me a second. Because I've been warning people because I'm traveling the country, and I'm a little nervous because I don't know. I don't know. What should we call it? Where is it? I don't know when this may happen. you want me to share it?
I sent you a message in Discord.
Oh, okay. I can't believe we weren't friends here.
I know, isn't that something? Well, I have a lot of
That's
accounts
fucking
though.
crazy. I thought,
I have a lot of accounts though, so we might have been friends on other accounts, but not that one.
yeah, but check it out. You got to start sharing this with everybody though, because
Okay.
you're my number one go-to guy.
All right. Just one moment. I'll take a look at it.
So the government doesn't want people to shoot these drones down.
That's correct.
They're doing that for a purpose. And the reason why is because they don't want people to find out that these drones are using radioactive technology or something. If you look at the first clip I sent you, it moves really fast, and that's what people have been saying. Like, oh my gosh, like it's been moving really quickly, and like no fighter jet, nothing can keep up with it because of what it does.
Okay, let's see
It's
here.
not. It's not a.
The first one that you sent, I've seen that one.
Mhm.
The second
But what
one,
I'm saying is that they have bigger ones.
yeah,
That one's just like,
right. They're like the size of SUVs.
yeah, yeah, or a bus. There was one lady that went on TV. She said it was like a flying bus,
I
you
believe.
know, but it was moving.
I believe her.
Uh-huh.
I believe it. They seem much bigger than normal.
Mhm. Because a lot of people have been thinking like, oh, it's just like a fucking package drone from Amazon or and all that. No, these drones are different. They can go underwater. If you ever heard of these drones,
Yes,
these little things that can go underwater.
like
And also,
they're
what
called
I've heard,
USOs. They're under unidentified submersible objects.
yeah, well, they're the same thing, except what I'm hearing is that they have some kind of um. I've heard that some people started shooting at the drones, and this like bubble came out of nowhere and kind of ricocheted the bullets off.
Oh, I can see that. That's very interesting.
You
Like
know
a
what I mean? Like
like a
it
force
sounds
field.
so futuristic, but they
Like a force field.
see, yeah. So so what they did was they reverse engineered the UFOs that were like in Area 51,
Right?
but because we couldn't get that propulsion system that you were talking about, we can't mass produce it. Like it kind of they kind of went with something that we have here. The only thing is like our energy sources, which is like we can use radiation or fossil fuels or something, it always leaves a pollutant. Ours
Right.
is not as clean
Right.
as maybe what others use. So we always, as humans, we can advance, but we always run into the problem that you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they run out of
Like we always, uh-huh.
propulsion or they leave a trail or something.
Yeah, yeah, like ours is not as clean, like so. That's what I'm hearing, but if you listen to the little clips, the government's basically saying like, oh, these things they have the legal right to fly around because they're not foreign entities.
Right, which is
You get what I'm saying?
very,
They're not
very questionable.
right. And if you notice, hmm
Who gives them the right? They're telling us keep calm, that there's no need to worry, but we don't know what they are.
right, but that's the Trojan horse on this is that what I'm hearing is like they just don't want people to start finding out what's going on sooner than they. You get what I'm saying?
I absolutely do.
Because I sent you the clips and you can hear John Kirby, right?
Right?
The
FBI
you
director
can hear him talk about it, and um, here's another one.
or spokesperson.
Check this one out. Yeah, check this one out because this one says it says The link between drone sighting and radioactive material stems from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission's alert about lost medical equipment this month. So, um, that's what I'm hearing is that they're gonna do a mass casualty event where, like, because they don't want Donald Trump in power if he doesn't follow along to the rules, like, they'll fucking they'll take out Washington D.C. and then they're gonna bring in NORAD and basically establish, you know what I mean?
I understand what you're
These
saying.
guys are ready, anyways. They're ready to start something else. You can tell by all these wars and shit. Like these people are like anxious to get us because they already tried this during COVID. You know what I mean? They tried, but because there was so much pushback of people getting like multiple vaccines, if you notice, and then they started firing nurses and all this bullshit.
Right,
Like all the essential people at the hospitals that didn't want to take it, they were getting fired.
right.
So it
I know
was
what you're
too
saying.
much of a blowback. Like you can't use that again. You know.
Well, they
So
may try.
what the huh?
They may try.
Yeah. So what is the better what is the better what is the better what can we call it? I listened to another guy. This guy's been spreading the word on it, and he told us all. And I'm gonna share this video with you. But he's a former FBI special agent. His name is John D'Souza. Look, you should stream this now.
Well,
You're gonna love this stream way better than than the one that you were listening to. 100 times more, I guarantee you. You there, Rabbi?
I am. You sent it to me?
Yeah.
All right, just one moment.
I'm telling you, this. I'll sit here and listen again.
Okay,
Yeah.
just one moment.
Just gonna get some fruit here.
All right.
Can't have too much of it, but
or something were going to be presented to the United States, and we were meant to then go into a panic mode. That was 1 year ago. In fact, watch this. What do they want in this situation where they would want to start taking down aircraft? What do you know from your experience in the FBI that they act this deep state? What do they want?
The end goal is, and this is a long-term psychological operation, as well as physical operation as well. The long-term goal is ultimately to put together this grand operation called fake alien invasion. Now, the only the only fake part about it is going to be that the alien visitors are involved in this. They're not. They're not at all. Um, Everything else is going to be real. The destruction that they bring to our cities is going to be real.
Well, John D'Souza is back, former FBI agent who was really in charge of what became known as the X Files, more famously when he worked at the FBI, and he's been warning us about this deep state program for a long time, and he's back. John, great to see you. I mean, hate to say, do you feel vindicated? We were saying, and I think it's interesting when that interview posted, people are like, this is crazy, and now we're seeing it. It's not so crazy anymore, is it?
No, no. Clayton, and thank you for having me on again. This is a great privilege for me to be back with your audience that are people who are extremely sophisticated in these areas, and that's always a breath of fresh air because you know we always speak to people all across the country, and so many of them are asleep, and they're just like, oh, there's drones up. What's happening now? What's going on?
Right.
So it's really good to be here with you, and I'm very relieved. Yes, it's great to see all of my predictions from my book, The Extra Dimension, see it all come to fruition, and see it all come true. But it's also very sad at the same time because we're headed to uh, a mass casualty event is what we're heading to, and so
A mass casualty event. So you believe that we just saw we saw this morning New Jersey has now banned drones over the airspace. That just happened just a short time ago. So they're trying to lock down.
Hey, Rabbi, can you mute one of them?
It took them that long to do
It has
that.
like a double echo.
But do you believe
Okay,
we're
so
heading for
you
some sort of a large
you
scale
turn me down on whatever one you want.
Can you elaborate on that?
yeah. Well, first of all, I'd like to say good luck
I
to
don't know
New
how.
Jersey.
You right click and you
Their
press either turn the
airspace.
volume down or mute one.
I'm calling them LSDs, large super weapon drones. That's that's a perfect name for them. Large super weapon drone because it it immediately states
Welcome, Zoot. How you living,
what
pimp?
these things are and how powerful they are, and that they are weapons. They are absolutely weapons. And the
What's
federal
good? What's
government
good?
up there right now has no
We're
excuse
watching something on
for
these
not
drones.
treating them
Feel
like
free to
weapons.
enjoy.
So I think everyone should start calling them LFDs as well. That might help the situation somewhat. So, like I said, I don't think New Jersey is going to be able to keep them out of the
I'm
airspace
currently
because
busy
they're
at the
calling
moment,
for their ability.
but
We've had jets
so
trying to
you found one though.
try to track them down, but they have the ability to put out electromagnetic pulse to deactivate any drones or even airplanes that go against them. They have the ability to disappear at 3,000 miles an hour. It's incredible the ability that these things have. Um, so I don't
And these are deep
really.
state program. I mean, is it your contention that these are like off the books deep state program, advanced aerospace technology that the United States government has and is deploying, or
No, no,
no?
no. It's not the United States at all. Uh, the United States, the Biden administration is obeying the people who are sending these drones. They are by standing down our forces. They have to actively tell the military to stand down, no matter what they see in the skies, and not shoot at people. So yeah, but so the the United States is implicated in this, of course, but it's not them uh, as the source of the drones or the plasmas and the orbs that are accompanying these drones either. So there's just a tremendous amount is involved in this. But I really wanted to start by telling you all the prophecies and predictions that are that have led us to this point right now, because the people have to be educated on what is going on exactly, so that they can know how to respond. They can believe. They can believe also. So I wanted to tell you guys first of all that we had a prediction from Cliff High, and it's called the Alien Aging Predictions, and it went like this. I'm sure your audience knows about this, little bits here and there, but I want to tell them the
Yeah, our audience is smart. Yeah,
right,
our audience
right,
is smart. They, as you mentioned earlier, they are awakened. I would say maybe 80% of our audience is awake. You know, and so
exactly,
to the 20% of you that maybe are still fighting this, okay, buckle up.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Well, the first prediction was from Cliff High. It's called the Alien Invasion Prediction. In 2009, he used his WebBot software to predict that
Thanks, Big
that
Dog.
a president, Donald Trump, would eventually have an interview with Joe Rogan on, and that this would occur as a starting point for the campaign, and it did occur. And it did occur. And at the time he made this prediction, Joe Rogan was not even very famous at that time. And President
What
Trump,
year was this again?
this was in 2009. 2009. So this was President Trump was not even anywhere near office at that time. Uh, so it's an extraordinary prediction because it was in 2009, and he said that the moment that that interview happened, and how he knew that interview would be important, nobody knows. But through the WebBot software, this is how he found these things out, and he found out that in December, and he said 39 days after the trigger event, which was the interview, there would be on December 3rd, there would be UFO wards in the sky. There would be UFOs and wards in the sky. Now, he does not predict events. He predicts what people will be saying about the events. And
Sort
that
of
was the
chatter, sort of online forums and chatter.
yeah,
That's how his WebBot software was working.
yes, and it crawls all these things, and it sucks up the predictions from the language that people use, because his contention is that people are all intuitive, much more than they know, and they're already knowing what's going to happen in the future without even knowing it. And it worked. It worked
Yo, Big Dog.
because he had 39 days after that interview was December 3rd,
Excellent.
just a little while ago. So
Well, we'll play it maybe
like a
tonight.
couple of weeks.
But
I don't
I'm
know, maybe
working on a
even a little bit
project
more
right
than
now.
that. But
Right.
but it still started shortly after December 3rd, 2024. So that was an extraordinary prediction, and that's just the first one that relates to this. Now, also, I wanted to say to you guys that in the Bible, in Thessalonians, we have a prediction, an unfulfilled prophecy that says that God shall send upon them uh, a strong delusion so that they should believe a lie. And we had no less a person than the great Chuck Missler, who is one of the greatest Christian scholars who ever lived. And he always said that that passage had to do with a staged alien event. So that was his feeling, and I always followed him
Do you
on
think
that.
that that's what this is right now? This is this that we're seeing. Is it the large scale staged alien event? I mean, we have people all over the country seeing these things. Videos being shared every night. These are not airplanes. You know, some
accelerating at speeds we don't have anything that can do that. Physics, wise, it would tear apart a human being if they were inside a craft like that. Do you believe that this is the event?
Yes, yes, I do. As a matter of fact, that goes into the next prediction that I wanted to talk to people about, which is the Werner von Braun, who was the head of NASA. He was the head of NASA, I believe, in the first one, way back, way back in the 40s. But when he was in the 1970s, he died in 1977. But in the 1970s, he predicted that the world elite, the cabal, they would need to have several worldwide conflicts to control the nations. He said the first one. He said the first one that he wanted to put into his prediction was the fight of communism against the free world, communism against the free world, and that would be a worldwide conflict. He was talking about the Cold War. That's what he waged. Then he also said there would also be then when that peters out, there would be a war between the the Islamic world and the Western world, and that came true in the war on terrorism. Okay, but then he said his prediction that is called the last card, prediction. It used to be called the last Trump card, but he said that the world powers, the cabal, the Illuminati, the control of the nations, he said their last card, when their backs are up against the wall and they don't know what else to do, would be a staged alien invasion. That's how he put it. In 1970s, he told his protege, Carol Rothschild, that this would occur. And he said it would be a fake UFO threat from outer space. He said it would be then a buildup of military forces, what do you call this? The global weapons complex that we have, military industrial complex that we have, would take this wonderful excuse to build up their weaponry all over the world. And then the staged alien false flag event would occur. And that's what he predicted. And he said this would be used to unify the entire world behind the elite, behind the cabal that's working around us. And that's
Well, we know that they want a one world government, so this is not a conspiracy theory at all. Just
right.
look at the documents, the 2030 agenda. Look at the World Economic Forum's documents. This is not a conspiracy theory. They put it in their own documents, and they outline in their own documents that it needs a massive event, a Pearl Harbor style event, in order to be enacted. So this isn't again conspiracy. It's in their freaking documents.
Right.
I know there are people out there who say, that's just conspiracy theories. As we say on this show, conspiracy theories are just 6 month spoiler alerts. And we've seen that repeatedly now. So, as a mass casualty event, I want to kind of circle back to something you said at the beginning. Where does that come into play? Is it being used as sort of a catalyst, or who is going to carry out a mass casualty event in your estimation? What do you think that would look like?
Well, it could be what we call a slow kill situation, a slow kill, which really means it would be mass casualty events stretched out over long periods of time. So, because that, as we found out, during the, I'm trying to be careful how I say things, as we found out during the last pandemic, uh,
Yeah.
they found out that if you kill people slowly in large scale, then for the most part, they don't notice it. They don't
Right.
Forget you.
notice it, and they have many industries helping them, like the medical industry and others helping them to put up excuses that, oh no, this isn't because of this particular purpose. It's because of something else. So they learned all of this. So for that reason, this mass casualty event that I'm talking about may not be an all at once type event that will be super dramatic, so that everyone will be able to say, "Hey, wait, look at that! What happened?" slowly spread this radiation. And let me just get up to tell people how I get my information and the necessity of corroborating my information. There's a lot of different sources, and I am involved in a network of many former, and current officials in the national security structure, the intelligence structure, which means various different agencies, not just the FBI, but many other various agencies. And what we do is we share rumors. We share rumors and raw data. People who have not been in the intelligence structure don't know that a simple rumor can save many people's lives if it is correctly placed and correctly given to someone. And that we've seen that many, many times. Because when you're not getting real official information that has any value at all, like right now, then all you have is basically rumors and raw data. And you have to be able to place that and reinforce that, and then take those rumors and corroborate them with many other sources. That's how we share information, because that way we never get in any trouble for sharing, top secret information from files and things like that. We will never be accused of that. And that's because that's all that we share. So in that in that vein, I wanted to tell you the last series of predictions, which come from my book, The Extraterrestrial. And I can tell you right here, one of my predictions was that we would we would change calling UFOs UFOs to calling them plasma plasma.
Holy smokes!
Yeah,
Over the
and
past that's crazy because over the past few days, that's what we're now seeing. They're starting to
exactly
call them plasmas.
right. And
Holy smokes! It's
when
got
I
chills.
wrote about that, what I did was I said, okay, we need to start calling. And I gave the examples throughout my book of why we need to start calling these things plasma, because I gave the examples of many UFOs that I had directly observed, and also that many other famous cases, corroborated cases, have observed. And one of the things that I noticed was that the genuine UFOs, when they show up, they're supposedly they're in these metallic type discs, but in these real cases, you could barely even see any of the metallic qualities because these things were so filled with light. It was a light that had a special quality to it, sort of like gaseous type light, and converting to different forms of energy, and you could barely see the metallic ship underneath all this light. And that was one of the things that really lit up the light bulbs for me that, okay, we need to call these things something else. But here's what I did, and the reason that I it's very important to talk about this is because apparently the cabal read my stuff about genuine. They read the explanations about the genuine plasmas, the genuine UFOs, because one of the things they did was they copied all the qualities of real orbs and plasmas, and then they made own their own copy of the real UFOs, the real plasmas, and that's what they did. When I wrote about that we need to start calling these things plasmas, I actually gave a lot of information, apparently, to the cabal about this. I called the replacement for UFOs. I called it plasmas, and I gave it an acronym as well. I said these are going to be paranormal, living, aura reading, soul sensing, mobile, aerial scanners. That's a lot of information about these things. In other words, I believe that the genuine UFOs are actually alive. They are sentient. They have no one inside. They are accompanying alien visitors, kind of like as familiars carrying out small tasks for the new and young. And some of the tasks are these things: soul sensing, aura reading, the ability to record collecting a blueprint of a human soul for later reference, things like that. So So apparently, I gave them a lot of information that they now use to duplicate these things, and so that's part of the prediction. But of course, the main part of my what you're mentioning is the central thesis is of course that alien visitors and UFOs are not physical. They're not physical, and that leads directly into the notion that if someone tells you, "Oh, we have these physical UFOs that are really UFOs," they just showed up on the White House lawn and they're just hanging out there. Well, it's a lie because why? Because alien visitors and UFOs are not physical. They can maintain physicality for short periods of time. That they can, for very short periods of time. We saw that in the Miami Mall incident from, I think it was like 2 years ago. It's like 2 years ago, where we saw these alien creatures come through this portal, and then they went throughout the mall in Miami and created hysteria and fear and people shooting at them, and it was crazy. But then some of them actually walked outside the mall. They were observed by law enforcement, and then they disappeared because they can't hold that physicality for very long. So whenever, so go ahead.
No, no, go ahead. I just been thinking about this mass casualty event and how this is being used by by whom. So as you said, it's not the United States. It's not the Pentagon. It's this. Is it this sort of global cabal in coordination with something that we simply just don't understand that's trying to carry this out in order to put in place some sort of a martial law, some sort of a I mean, some sort of a one world government. We know that if
Yeah.
the president of the United States is removed, or if there's some sort of an invasion into the United States, the president of the United States is pushed aside in favor of NORAD. So the head of NORAD becomes basically the de facto United States president under the continuity of government, right? So, and that's well established, right? So, if there is an invasion, national security threat, the president of the United States is pushed aside in favor of NORAD. Um, is that what we're seeing here? I mean, I know it seems so crazy to be talking about this, but here we are.
Absolutely, and that is where we are. We're in a situation where they are they are working with the cabal, and one of the great goals for the cabal is to try to stop the inauguration of Donald Trump. They feel very strongly about that, and
Right.
that's what they want to do, and that's why we're seeing all of these drones. And I would like for people to look at a map, because we're all asking these questions. Why? Um, I would like people to look at a map of the East Coast, which I've been staring at for quite a while. Just the upper half of the East Coast, and just look at it in relation to New Jersey. What we know about New Jersey is that it has dangerous saturation lines. These drones and these orbs in the sky are showing up all over the world, not just in the United States, but in all the major states and all over the world. So this is a global operation. All right. Even Werner von Braun didn't predict the scope of this operation, uh, but it's global. But there seems to be a saturation point in New Jersey for some reason. And if you want to see why, uh, go look at that map of the East Coast, the upper half of the East Coast, and you will see that New Jersey is central to all the other, to many other states that are controlled by the cabal, and that also has gun control, that will not be shooting, that will probably not be shooting at these drones. That's one of their major concerns. If you saw, if you saw the
So the areas of these states, you're not allowed to have weapons, basically, right?
pretty
So
much,
that's the point. Yeah.
pretty much, officially, you're not supposed to have weapons in New Jersey and in the surrounding states. And guess where those surrounding states where they end on the bottom? Washington. it shows that this is a war action that's being taken, because what they have done is they have chosen as the major saturation point for these drones, for these flaggers, and these orbs. They have chosen New Jersey, which is going to be centered in all these states they control, including Washington, D.C., which is not a state, I know, but it's at the bottom of this group of states. And what they have done is they have established a beachhead in New Jersey for them to jump off operations into the surrounding states, including when they're ready to saturate Washington, D.C. They've already had several examples of that, because I believe that Washington, D.C. is the ultimate goal for them, and that they very possibly they may be looking for a way to destroy Washington, D.C. And that's what we're looking at right now. And it's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous time that we're in right now, because
Why is that? It's very dangerous. Why are the United States? Why is the United States? Or are we not hearing about it? Like scrambling jets and trying to shoot these down, and are we? I haven't really seen too much interaction at all. I've seen just a
right,
debris. So
right.
why is this not happening?
If you want to see the answer to that, you just have to look to the statement by the Biden administration spokesman the other day, even yesterday possibly,
What
where
was it, Mayorkas for the Department of Homeland Security statement?
not my not Mayorkas,
Not
the
Mayorkas.
other guy. Mayorkas is just Governor
Yeah, Anthony
Well,
Blinken or yeah.
no, this was the former Navy admiral, the former Navy admiral who's a spokesman for the Biden
Oh,
administration.
John Kirby. John Kirby. Yeah.
Correct, correct. And he came out with the most insane statement we've ever heard from a politician. He said, uh, we have very carefully examined this. We have looked at it very carefully, and our assessment is that these drones are fully legal and lawful.
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat, or have a foreign nexus. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are investigating these sightings, and they're working closely with state and local law enforcement to provide resources using numerous detection methods to better understand their origin. Using very sophisticated electronic detection technologies provided by federal authorities, we have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement authorities, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings. To the contrary, upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully. The United States Coast Guard is providing support to the state of New Jersey and has confirmed that there is no evidence of any foreign-based involvement from coastal vessels. And importantly, there are no reported or confirmed drone sightings in any restricted airspace. That's it.
That's it. That's all he said. So, and he had fear in his eyes, because it's obvious that the main thing he was concerned about is people shooting at these drones. So he was basically saying, if you shoot at these drones, you're going to be arrested. That's what he was getting to. That's the point that he was trying to get across. And the reason why, but this is a double triple. The reason why, I don't think these drones can be shot down. But the problem is, in case somebody does shoot them down, I think he's concerned about a lot of radiation being released from these drones before they're ready to do that. Okay, he doesn't want these drones to be interfered with, because I believe they carry a lot of radiation somehow. We don't even know what their power source is. These drones, their power source could be some kind of fusion ball reactor, a fusion reactor of some type, because they don't make noise and they have tremendous special abilities. So I think that's what he's really afraid of, because they don't want any of these drones to release their radiation prematurely before they're ready to get it done. So you see, that's part of the reason I'm talking about this mass casualty event that he shot again. It may be stretched out over a long period. We have right now, we have the administration is instead of protecting the American people, which is not what they're doing at all. Instead of doing that, they are planting stories. They are planting stories like the story I heard you reading on the show the other day. We have nuclear waste material went missing in New Jersey around December 2nd, 2024, and was reported to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection and Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The shipping container carrying the material was found damaged and empty. So all of this radioactive material is out there somewhere, and we need to find out why. And then there's another story that's being respread from the intelligence community. It goes around every couple of years, but now it's going around again. It's the mystery concerning the missing nuclear warhead since
in Ukraine.
1991 in Ukraine. Over 80 nuclear warheads supposedly have mysteriously vanished. And in 2020, we have had no further developments with these. Nobody knows where they are. This rolls into the story of the suitcase case as well that are missing. So the question is, why are they retreading all these stories now? And people in your audience have probably been hearing these stories for years now, but now they decided to retread them all. And at the same time, as we know that they're planting all these stories that the drones are doing things for our good. They're out there and they're actually sniffing for nuclear type weapons that have been planted around the East Coast. Why would they be? And here's how we know that's not true. Because because we in the intelligence community we have many WMD teams. That's nuclear at the Department of Energy, at the FBI, at many other intelligence agencies. They are actual fly teams that have the constitutional responsibility to anywhere that there's a weapon of mass destruction possibility. They have to go there and grab those things. And none of these teams have been activated. None of them. So how could
So
that
they
be
know it's a
possible?
lie. It's a whole fake story.
Of course, it has to be a lie because we have seen these teams in action before, when there have been actual and they travel with blacked out helicopters on whisper mode that are completely silent. They travel in at night, but they only use air cavalry helicopters, and they use them. They fast rope troops in special weapons teams. They fast rope them in. Then they go and they get the radiological device, and they get it. They bring it in a stretcher. They bring it out to the helicopter, and then they get out. They get out, and they are ruthless. They are ruthless in doing their duty, and none of these teams have been activated. So how could it be all of these stories are absolute lies? And it actually adds to the problem of how much can these drones do? I'm sorry, these LSDs. I like people start calling them LSDs. Large super weapons drones. That's what they really are, and they have many abilities. We just had the New Jersey governor Phil Murphy just said this. How could we start looking at these drones and it's like they know we're looking at them and they all their lights shut off and then they disappear because we're looking at them. So he said, how is that possible? It's almost like they're alive or conscious in some way. And yet we
Well, that's
know.
being reported multiple sightings over the past couple of weeks of people interacting with them. One video has gone viral of a woman talking to one of them floating in the sky, and she mentions Jesus Christ. Have you seen this
Yes.
video? And
Yes.
it starts flickering back at her, and she says, "Oh, you know, it's unbelievable." So,
And that was very interesting sighting because what the woman missed is that if the if the well, sorry, this was a class on porn. gave off the exact same signals. They were startling,
Right.
terrible, oscillating. So she doesn't really know whether or liked
Yeah.
what she said or whether it hated what she said because it's the same. It's the reason that polygraphs don't work. They really don't. They just all they do is just gauge emotional reaction, but they don't gauge whether someone is telling the truth or not. They just gauge if someone is uncomfortable with a topic. That's it. And he could be uncomfortable with a topic because you hate it or because you love it. So it's the same. It's the same thing that we experienced with this lady who observed this thing. There was another. There was another video and this is. I'm trying to put out as much information as I can. There was another video of a person in New Jersey. I don't know how they got this in New Jersey, but they were shooting at one of the drones. It was one of the typical LSDs, these large super weapon drones, and he was shooting at it with tracer rounds. Tracer rounds, which for people who know are just large caliber bullets, very large caliber bullets that have an incendiary on them, so that they light up as they're hitting, so you can see if they hit the target. And this person shot many tracer rounds at this drone, and it looked like most of them missed, but a few of them seemed to connect. But what I saw is that there was some this drone, this super weapon drone, had some kind of shielding because when the tracer rounds connected, all I saw was a spark, sort of a spark, like there was an invisible shield there, and um, the LSD took no damage, no damage. It just sailed there. It took the bullets. The bullets seemed to be blocked somehow, and then it just kept sailing on its own. So these drones really are super weapons, and they are incredibly powerful, incredibly, and that's before you even get into the plasmas and the orbs that are accompanying them everywhere that they go. So that's where we are with this. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's going on, and I really liked that 4chan post that you put on from 2022, which was the one that explained exactly what's going to be going on with these drones uh, in 2022. And they actually
Yeah.
said these will be radiological attacks. So, not necessarily, could be nukes, could be dirty bombs, radiological attacks, and he will go into permanent lockdowns. What is this one right here? Permanent lockdowns and medical restrictions that will be obeyed by people. Imagine instead of having to wear a mask, you have to wear an astronaut suit. One of those level 5 level 5
Hazmat suits. Oh
yes,
my God, that's what's
yes.
coming.
And
Oh.
and that prediction on 4chan post also said the mainstream media will do the heavy lifting on spreading fear so that people will say, oh yeah, I'll wear the hazmat suit to go out to the supermarket during the lockdown. It's no problem. I have to do
Will
it
it be
on my
real?
Zoom.
Will it be real? I mean, that's the point. Like with COVID, you didn't have like the mask was a sham, of course, right? Um, so will it be real? The media, of course, will push this, and they already are. They're doing their heavy lifting on this. Um,
Yes.
if I don't wear a hazmat suit and I say "f you," I'm not wearing this garbage.
Yeah.
Will I be irradiated?
Yeah, and they will. And yeah, because the radiation is going to be real. The aliens are not. The aliens are not real, but everything else, the danger, the destruction, the radiation, and like that post actually said that the MSM, the mainstream media, will show people radiation burns on their bodies, and they will
On the
show
news.
people on the news, and they will say, "Look at this. This is why you have to obey the lockdown, and you have to wear the hazmat suit, even to go down to the corner grocery store." And people will obey. People will obey. We saw it during the pandemic. People will obey crazy things when you pump them with enough fear, and that's where we are right now. Another person another person that made these predictions that I wanted to just point out was Dr. Stephen Greer, because again, I always have to take my information and corroborate it with many, many, many sources. And Stephen Greer actually said this, what's going on 75-year strategic plan from the cabal, I'm not sure if he used the word cabal or something else, but from the cabal unfurling before our eyes right now. And Stephen Greer says these vehicles are not from the United States, but if they were, the United States would be using them in other nations, which is absolutely true. We would be. They're only lent to us for a very short period. That's where we are, and so I really respect that Stephen Greer made that prediction, and he's always stuck to it too. He's always stuck to it. That this, and he called it, but he didn't call it uh, false alien invasion. He called it false disclosure, antitrust threats, and so that's where we are. We have so many people predicting aliens. You know, you have to look
Well,
at
I
this.
spoke to a source in September who told
Hi,
me
another Big Jake. Let's get
that
me
he
an
was
after
led
lights.
into a specific program, and he gave me the dates when this would happen. That there would
Yo,
be a
dog,
big
what's up?
alien invasion. He told me in September. And he told me the dates that would
I'm well,
follow
thank you.
the
We're just
election.
watching
And I
a
reported that on the
documentary.
show. This is not new
Feel
information.
free
I've
to
reported
enjoy.
that multiple times on the show. And he said that after the election, in the weeks after the election, there would be a fake alien invasion. We have the dates, and he was read into the program. But I reported that at the time, and here we are. And you, on our show a year ago, said this was going to happen, and here we are. So,
Yes, and let me anticipate one of your questions that I'm pretty sure I will get at some point, which is who made the LSDs? Who made the orbs and the plasmas that they're doing? And I can give you that answer because this has been corroborated from several people, not just Greer, but also congressmen as well. And what the people who made these orbs, these LSDs, these plasmas, uh, are basically Skunk Works, McDonnell Douglas, DARPA, Raytheon. They basically copied how to make plasmas and orbs, and they created them. And these are
from
not,
from alien technology, from
yes, reverse
alien
engineered. Yes,
reverse engineered craft that they have recovered because we have a crash retrieval program, which has now been confirmed by Congress.
exactly. And so they are the. But what I want you to know is that these are not American organizations or American companies. People think that they are, but they're not. They work directly for the cabal, and they are providing services to the cabal. That's what they're doing. They're not doing it for the United States, because if they were, these things would be used against our enemies.
And
They,
I
big
can
time.
confirm I can confirm what John is saying here from multiple whistleblowers and sources that I've spoken to who have been involved and witnessed these craft, who were in parts of the United States military, but they were treated like garbage. I mean, they were the United States military whistleblowers that I've spoken to who've seen these craft, uh, who worked on these projects, told me that they were treated like garbage by the sort of cabal that was really in charge. It wasn't the U.S. military. I mean, look, we think like the U.S. military was up here. No, no, no. They were like really low on the ladder, and that's
Yeah,
been confirmed to us here on the show as well.
that sounds
Okay,
right. That sounds absolutely right.
so
But
I'll get you out of here.
here's,
I mean, what do we do next? What do we, I mean, what do we? How can we stop this? I mean, how can we prepare for this? I mean, this is happening before our eyes. I just don't see this disappearing. I don't see this like going away
oh no,
unless we can have a mass awareness event where we can all call attention to this and call BS on this.
oh absolutely. And here's here's a question that I see you that I see you give. You're always interested in motivation. So you always say why? Why is the deep state's cabal doing this? What is the reason? Okay. And one of the things I have is that I'm a big movie buff, and I find that sometimes it's easier to illustrate things to people, especially with movies that everyone has seen.
And now here's where we are. There was a movie called Star Wars Episode Two: The Attack of the Clones. All right, it was in 2002, and the whole point of the movie was to show how Senator Palpatine, who is trying to become the Emperor, how Senator Palpatine had been developing a giant army of clones, and supposedly he's developing them for to use to serve the Republic. Now, there's a scene in there where he actually decides to reveal his army to someone, and they thought it would be, 1,000, 2,000. He shows that he has 100,000 of these clones, and then he says, and they all serve me personally, and that's why I'm going to be the emperor. Senator Palpatine, interestingly, he looks just like George Soros, and it's very predictive, a very predictive model, because then he says that when I have clones, which sounds very much like drones, when I have all these clones, they do not have free will. They will obey my orders. They will obey my orders. They will commit any war crime uh, without a thought, because they will follow my orders. They don't really have free will. They are clones. And that's kind of the same thing with the drones as well. The cabal has finally come up with a way to be able to use these drones that have no free will. They will follow any order, and they will do anything that they can. And so we are in the moment where the cabal is declaring, "Look at my army. This is my army I have, and I'm going to use this army against you." That's where we are. That's what we're trying to do, and they're going to use it to try to stop DJ Donald Trump from being inaugurated.
Welcome.
That's where that is the big why, the big why of why they are doing this. It's unbelievable. It's incredible. And
Yeah, I mean, they clearly don't want him in power for what money he's going to be taking out of their pockets, the multi-billion-dollar industry that he'll be taking out of their pockets. They've tried to assassinate him. I don't think it's all about Trump, of course, but I think it's
yeah,
definitely a part, this massive cabal, Agenda 2030, all of these big pieces that he threw a total wrench into the works by being elected once again.
another another individual that has confirmed many of the things that I've been working on is a person named Gordon Chang. He's a CCP dissident. He's an expert in U.S.-China relations, and he's just a brilliant guy. And as of yesterday, he's been putting out a lot of articles and a lot of different uh, publications. And what he said is, we have to look at the common patterns with what just happened, the spy balloon crisis, where the Biden government followed the same protocol that they're following right now. And this was definitely from China. And then Gordon Chang tends to see all cabal activity as being from China. That's just how he is. He's a very big commentator in a lot of conservative think tanks. But
Yeah,
what's
I've
really
interviewed him many times back in my days on
oh
Fox News. Yeah,
oh yeah, he's terrific. But one of the ways that he surprised us in these last few days is that he didn't say these drones, these Lord uh, plasmas are from China. He said, which what we all thought, he didn't say. He said this is from a collection of America's enemies, all working together to do this. Basically, it was just another name for the cabal. And that's what he said. So that was very surprising to me. He's a great thinker, and people should see him. Also, another person that I have seen, I saw yesterday, who's just another brilliant person, is while most scientists are trying to muddy the waters, the majority of scientists just will say whatever their sponsors tell them to say.
70, and actually, we have a big interview with him coming up in
Good,
just about a
good,
week or so on a
good,
lot of these plasma technologies and
good.
zero point energy technologies. He's a good friend
Good.
of the show. Yeah.
Excellent. Because the shocker that he said yesterday, he was on Next News Network yesterday, and the shocker that he gave us was he said, "Oh yeah, our intelligence tech community has been able to create plasmas and orbs for years now. For years now, those plasmas and orbs are definitely created by our military-industrial complex tech division." And he says, "That's absolutely true." And that's a shocker to hear a scientist that you can trust. And that instead of, while all the other scientists are trying to get him to say this ridiculous word plasmoid, which is absolutely ridiculous. Plasmoid doesn't mean any, it means natural phenomenon, like ball lightning.
Right.
That's not what these things are.
Distraction.
It's a complete distraction, and it's a confusion of the language. They're using MSM to also amplify that, and they're trying to get people to say plasmoid. Well, I want people to say LSD, large super weapon drones. That's what they should be saying, and plasmas and orbs, because that's what we're thinking. So that should be more kind of the little piece of this puzzle, and it was great that you actually put that forward. So yeah, and so just to tell, I can tell you what your question was. What are I don't even remember your question. It was a great question, and I'll tell you. Number one, stay away because we're right now in life saving mode. I just want to say as many people as we can. Um, Number one, stay away from LSD, the large super weapon drones. No shooting at them because you could release radiological material if you shoot at them. It's possible. That's why we're very concerned about that. Stay away from them. I have a lot of people who are now observing the drones with military night vision hardware, and that's fine because they see a lot of them and they're going nuts in the air, but they're very far away. If these LSDs come over your house, though, stay away. Get away from them because we're going to be seeing people. We already have people who have symptoms of radiation sickness who
We
have
do.
observed. Yes, yes, they're out there. It's just anecdotal, but they are out there, and they have said they have symptoms of radiation type sickness, and not the severe ones, but they have the mild ones, and so that is happening. And so stay away from the LSD. Number one. Number two, also stay away from the plasmas and orbs because they are also man-made, and they could be making people disappear sometime soon. Also, the plasmas and orbs appear to have shape-shifting abilities too, so that they can change into it looks like fixed wing aircraft. It looks like they can change into UAPs, UAC type vehicles as well. So just be aware of all that too. Also, number three, I would probably skip the inauguration at Washington D.C. of Donald Trump, even if the tickets are free. A lot of people telling me, "Hey, the tickets are free. We're gonna." No,
Yeah.
don't
No, I
don't
know. I've
go.
been invited as well. I'm like, well, yeah, it's kind of
Don't
terrifying. I
don't
mean, I'd love to be there. I'd
don't.
love to see it, but
Oh, no, don't do it. And
don't do it.
yeah, and number four, of course, don't listen to anything the U.S. government tells you. When they start telling you shelter in place, we have lockdowns now. Wear that astronaut suit. It's for your own good. Instead of just uh, just don't listen to anything the government says right now. And we have to keep listening to Donald Trump to see what he says. He's very, very limited on this. He's very limited. I mean, so far he's only said like two sentences about this, and it was
Yeah.
just basically to basically command the Biden administration to say something to the people because he said, "You guys know what these things are. You're refusing to tell anybody. You have to say something." And they did. That's what they did. That was our statement
Yeah.
from what's his face.
That nothing burger, John Kirby's nothing burger saving. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I think we should do. Take
Yeah.
your time, and I think we should not go to the inauguration. I'm sorry, just don't do it. I honestly don't think Donald Trump is going to the inauguration
they're going to be able to save Washington D.C. at this point. I just don't think so.
What is happening in this world? God, well,
It's
unbelievable,
going to get
John.
worse.
I know. It's hard to even wrap my head around it. I'm gonna go. You know, after the show, have a conversation with my family and be like, I can't believe what I just, the conversation I just had. Um, but like I said, you were right last year when you said this would happen, and here we are. You've written all about it, and now and multiple other people had also predicted, and I had dates certain when this would actually happen, and they nailed it to the letter. So, conspiracy theories be damned. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is actually
And
happening.
yeah, because the last thing we need to do is we need to continue to use the motto of what is called expose, defeat, deter. Expose, defeat, deter. In other words, we have to keep talking about this. We have to keep telling each other, no matter
Yeah.
if we get ridiculed, no matter if the New York Times says that we're idiots or whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Or CNN comes after us, it doesn't matter. We have to
Doesn't
keep
matter.
on exposing these so that that can be a part of the solution ultimately. So that's what we're looking at. I think that's part of it. But I have more if I get a chance to tell you later.
Well, this is a lot for us to swallow today, John. So let us digest this, and we'll be keep this next month is going to be one of the craziest periods I think in American history up until
Thank
whatever
you.
happens with Trump on the 20th. So we'll be watching it closely, John. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on this. Thanks for sharing your sources on this and all this information as always. John D'Souza, everyone. Thank you so much, John.
Thanks so much, Clayton. Great being with you and with your audience.
Very interesting, Apollo 13.
Yes, yes, sir. I gotta share the news with you. I shared the articles to corroborate uh, what what John Kirby was saying.
Right.
I'll tell you one thing. Just a
Well, I
real
appreciate that.
note. What is the technique of narrating? There's a lot of kids that just kind of jump around. What's narrating? Narrating is like
Can I ask you a few questions though?
it's one of the most
Sure, go ahead.
the simplest to execute. You just repeat
What
one
what
to three ish
hold on?
words of what somebody said. Usually the last
I
word.
gotta mute this one or lower it down a little.
I stopped it. Go ahead.
Oh, what is your opinion on this?
I don't have one. I don't know what they are. I wish I could tell you.
No, but I
I
mean
had some inside information. I really
about
don't.
what?
I don't know what they are.
No, no, I feel it. But I'm just saying like um
If I had to
about
guess, if I had to guess, I would say that they're otherworldly, but I don't know. The reason why I say that is they don't leave a heat signature, and they um they move at very fast speeds, like faster than anything that humans have been able to create. So if anything, I think they may have some type of extraterrestrial origin, but I don't know for sure. They very well could be something else.
no, no, I feel it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like how to say it. To be honest, I just wanted your opinion if you thought like what you thought about the information.
Right?
But
I wish I could tell you I had a really good opinion on what they are, but I just have no idea what they are.
what happens if what he's saying becomes true though? What would you say? You'd be like, damn, Paula told me this on January. Today, second or the third?
Today is the second. Well, you'll get credit for it, my man.
Hmm?
You'd get credit for it.
I don't even want credit. That's not what I want. I just hope it doesn't become true because that what he's saying is going to be a mass casualty event over time, and it's going to give people radiation, which nobody wants that, right?
Word dog.
So, but that's all, Rabbi. I just wanted
I wish I had a good.
gameplay.
I wish I had a good answer for you, but I don't.
That's okay. But share this info though with others.
Word dog.
You still there?
Yep, right here, man.
Oh,
I'm just working on these
yeah,
robots,
I
making
lost
sure
signal.
that they're working correctly. The like I created them, and I have to make sure that they work, and I have to reprogram them if they don't. They seem to be working pretty well, but you never know.
Mm. Do you play any video games?
Um, yeah, we play them at night usually. I have some guys who come in and we play miniature golf.
Okay. You don't have like Call of Duty or nothing, do you?
No, I don't play anything like that. I'd like to, but um, like basically you need some high-powered computers or consoles and things, and I don't have those.
You ever thought about getting a console?
Yep.
You gotta get you one, man.
Yeah, I focus on my stream and networking and such, and I feel like if I get into games too much, I will just be a gamer, and that's not
It'll
what I
help,
want to be.
but I think it'll add to your stream, right? Because it's entertainment, and people will tune in. Like right now, I'm playing Call of Duty, right? I was playing Call of Duty while listening to you,
Sure.
and the audio. So I've just been gaming since this. You know what I mean?
Very cool. Yeah, I understand. And I anticipate I might be one of the world's biggest gamers someday, but as of right now, I have to focus on this.
Oh, I feel it.
I mean, if I have people who come in and we talk to them, and if I'm in the middle of the game, I'll just be like, oh, okay, well, see ya, go away. And I don't want to be like that. I want to be personable and inviting the people. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but if you're in the middle of a game, then I'd be like, okay, well, hold on, wait till this game's over, or wait till I'm done with this. And you have to focus on a game.
Mhm. Bullshit. What the fuck? Damn it. Close this boat.
Um, what I found about it is people that really like mirroring love it because it's so simple and so effortless, and it doesn't. They typically, for lack of a better term, tend to be both high IQ and high EQ. Like I'm not a high IQ guy. I'm an average person. I like to think that I can learn. And EQ, emotional intelligence, is student developed, and I'm always working on building it. But a lot of really regular average people will be like, mirroring, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. And I don't know why they don't like it. But when I find somebody that loves to mirror, I'll always ask them, how do you do it? What's your score on IQ? And typically they're IQ 3. Now, I don't know why that combination attracts people to mirroring because there's 9 skills, patron, hostage, negotiation, and the ninth really was tone of voice, and we just define that as a skill. And each one is different. It focuses on different components of a conversation. And a lot of people don't like to mirror. They find it so awkward. Like I'm not particularly strong in mirroring. I got to do it intentionally. I do it lately because it almost always works. Oh yeah, yeah. Skills isn't awkward to mirror. It's true, but it's got to be really similar to truly listen. That's fun. It kind of is. Hey, you know what? There's a situation that I had a conversation with Stephen Cogman. He's a historian, and he would say my name a lot throughout the conversation. He would be like, "Well, you have to understand, Lance, that for some reason that word listening feels really good." I was like, "He cares about me," and I wonder if that could be, if everyone has that too. That could be his name. Just using people's name could be powerful. Using a name is really complex and tricky. It can be extremely powerful when someone is genuine and it comes across in their demeanor and it's used in a way that you can tell is meant to encourage you as opposed to exploit you. And the people that are using exploiting will also do the same thing. So you have to be, yeah, you have to avoid using the things that people that are exploiting, manipulative use, because it might signal trouble that this person is trying to trick you.
You gotta be very careful.
Yeah. What's your version of that?
Well, I said earlier, the whole progression from you sound angry to this is probably going to make you angry to I know you're angry. Labeling is hanging a label on an emotion or an affect, and then just calling it like it is.
Is that almost always good? Because could it be a source of frustration when a person is being angry and you pass a label on, uh, call on the elephant? That, is it possible that that would lead to escalation of that feeling or just avoiding it?
Well, what would make it bad? Like, if I'm programmed like that, blatantly angry, like if I say, look, I need you to get up and go down to the bank and make the deposit. Let's say I'm talking to somebody works in my company. I need you to get on the phone with this person and make the appointment. And they go, sounds like you're overextending yourself.
Yeah.
That would be annoying. If it's just so absurdly honest,
Yeah.
but there's no insight in your label at all. And as soon as you demonstrating an awareness or a subtlety or an insight, see what he did is that now we're making progress. So the only time the label could ever potentially be counterproductive is like if you weren't actually listening and the label indicates that you're not listening. You know, I'm teaching USC and I'm teaching labels and when we're teaching a class, he just wants to take the skills and make his deals and just hustle immediately. And he just doesn't show how. So he writes up a paper about, he goes to some malls. I think it was by Palm Springs or someplace, some outlet mall, probably for bicycles. So he goes in there and he immediately starts the bargain that my book teaches with no interest. And he's like, throws a price at the guy. The guy's like, no. And he throws another price at the guy. The guy's like, no. And then he says to the guy behind the counter, sounds like we can make a deal. Like, no, it doesn't. That's just flat out everything that you just said. If anything, it sounds like we're never going to make a deal. But he tried to use his label for manipulation. Now, the guy didn't get mad on the other side, but it's like clearly this dude is not listening. And at the core of everything, you have a bunch of like, almost like hacks, like techniques you can use, but at the core of it is empathy. Like the only reason that you got the name was to be able to just sit there and listen and just see. Yeah, look for insight.
You know what? I like silence. Where like you're both sitting there chilling with a drink, looking up at the stars. There's a moment when the silence makes you kind of zoom out and realize you're in this together, as opposed to playing a game, some kind of like chess game or negotiation. You're in it together. I don't know. There's some intimacy to the silence. Like if I'll ask a question and just let the other person sit there in silence with the answer, or vice versa. They ask me a question, I'll sit there in silence. There's a big intimate thing.
Yes. And you're the two types that tell those experiences apart quite quickly.
I think because I've experienced its effectiveness, and also my son Brandon, like he's the king of dynamic silence. Like he coaches people. He says, "Go silent, count thousands, don't stop till you run out of room." Right? He's also good. Also fine. He is. That he is. And so there's so much to it. But the other two types are natural wiring and gifted wiring until they've experienced it. And you've got intuition's giving you data from experience. But your amygdala's kicking into gear. Again, sorry, I realize it's more complicated than that. Until you've experienced it. So a combination, both bases. How do they signal to you? Silent. Uh, so when you go silent, they're scared to death to experience it. Because that's how they integrate. The assertive thinks to use the endlessly silent because you want to talk to them. But in point of fact, you're thinking or, and I love the description, the feeling of intimacy in silence and experiencing the moment, because I'm actually going to factor that into smiling gift. The accommodator loves shared intimacy. They loves experience. And I can see them being very compelling to be willing to cross that chasm and experience silence to see how it works for them. Yeah, it's nerve wracking, which is why it's interesting. Because you start thinking, what's the other person thinking? Are we actually going to do this? Are we going to sit here for 10 seconds and talk? I mean, there's a trick to it, I guess, that Brennan told me. I just caught it out. I realized it was doing it, and it was interesting. So, I had a friend of mine, he lost his voice singing. He couldn't, the doctor said he can't talk for a week just to heal the voice. Yeah. I believe it's a vocal cords. But he hung out with other people, friends, and didn't talk to them. He just hung out with them. And he said they both didn't talk to each other. They just sat there and enjoyed time together. I don't know. It's a wicked thought. It's a thing to try maybe with people in your life. Just hang out and don't say anything. Like as an experiment. Don't say anything the entire day. But I haven't done that. Try it. Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. I haven't tried it myself. Seems it's kind of like a silent retreat, but more active as part of like regular everyday life. Anyway, is there other interesting techniques we can talk about here? So, for example, creating the illusion of control. Yeah, it's principally by asking what and how questions. Because people learn to tell others what to do or how to do it. There's a lot. That was really the way when the book was first written that we really thought about what and how questions. It's giving the other side the illusion of control. And there's a lot more to it than that we've discovered. I mean, it triggers deep thinking, where it can be found. Deep thinking can be exhausting, and you want. So what's the role of exhaustion in negotiation? Is that ultimately? You got to be careful with that. Some people exhaust intentionally. One of my negotiation heroes, a guy now who's unfortunately suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's. San Domenico Pico is the UN hostage negotiators. They got all the West Indian hostages out of Beirut in the 80s. And he wrote a book called Man Without a Gun. And I'm acquainted with John. At this point in time, I don't think he has any memory of who I am at all. But he writes in his book, one of the great secrets of negotiation is complete exhaustion of the other side. Political negotiations have to be, John used a very tough word. It was in the 80s, leading up to about 1986-ish. Every negotiation involving warring parties in the Middle East that you can imagine. He was in Cyprus. He was in Afghanistan, Iraq and Iran. The Iranian government had tremendous trust in him as a Westerner, a representative of the UN. Got all the Westerners out of Beirut, and
So exhaustion can be a component of fighting resolutions and negotiation.
If it tamps down the negative emotions, often exhaustion will tamp down negative emotions. But if it's getting the real trick is really getting negative emotions out of the way because you've done the negative part of the fight.
So the goal is always positive emotions down the road. That's
Yeah,
where you're always chasing to go.
I think so. Yeah.
So that's why
Yes.
like whatever you're triggering, whatever the chemistry is triggering in your brain. So yeah, yeah, good, good, yeah,
Yeah. And then
yeah,
long term success.
absolutely. How's the word fair used in
Yeah, fine.
the society?
All right, Rabbi. I'll see you later, bud.
Take care, Apollo. Come back
Using
soon.
All right,
forcible
later, bud.
Thanks
weapons
for sharing the information. I
used
appreciate it.
as a tool of manipulation
No problem.
Take
is
care,
to
buddy.
say when it's just backed into a corner, they can't come up with a legitimate reason as to why they're being backed into a corner. Like nobody uses the F bomb. Nobody uses the word fair when they've got criteria to back it up. So consequently, when somebody starts dropping it, you got to realize the other side's got no legitimate outside criteria. They're feeling very vulnerable. They can't explain it, but they feel defensive. And it saying, "Hey, look, I've given you a fair offer. Here's a way for me to knock you off your game if you're not aware of it." So a lot of cutthroat negotiators are going to use it on you to knock you off your game. The NFL strike is probably now it's going to be 10 years ago, and maybe even longer now. One of the sticking points was owners were not opening their books for players. Players were only seeing receipts, and in order to not open their books, they just sent a rep to have a press conference saying we're giving the players a fair offer.
Well, if it's fair, you open your books.
Yeah. If you gave them a fair offer and it was justified by what was in your books, you would open them because it was just normal. So what ends up happening though is that well the owners gave their players a fair offer starts to get picked up in the media, and then it starts getting repeated. And now there are different people on the player side are going like, yeah, maybe they have given us a fair offer because people are being true about their own position. So it's an enormously powerful word that can be used in this, and it almost always comes up whenever there's shockingly every time it comes up for people who don't really understand how or why it's coming up.
So usually it's a signal of a malversation in negotiation.
Without question, I'm completely convinced that if the person who's using the word as a means of getting what they want, then either accidentally or on purpose, either they've got the right no, they got a bad person, or they've got this appraisal thing on. Do I use a word? What I'll say is, I want you to feel like I treated you fairly. And at any given point in time, you think I'm not treating you fairly, I want you to stop me, and we're going to address it.
Big ridiculous question, but how do you close the deal? How do you take the negotiation to 10? Is it implementation ultimately?
You got to pivot to agree upon implementation. The reason about it is I don't negotiate. It's done. And I may say, how do you want us to do this? And if you don't know, I might say, no where's the question? Is it a ridiculous idea if I share with you some ideas about how to do this?
And then you agree on the actual steps. Exactly. The implementation steps is a philosophical agreement. It's actual steps.
The big problem in all negotiations is a lack of discussion of next steps.
Okay. That's deep. Who's the best negotiator you ever met?
Yeah, actually, probably my son, Philip.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's ridiculously talented. I mean, he's ridiculously talented. And and what was it said? Quote unquote, the cultist, the talent cultist says that, people just noticed it and started getting good at it. There's no such thing as a child prodigy. Just got interested when they were kids. I mean, Brandon started learning how to negotiate when he was 2 years old. And he's been in it and immersed in it since it can make complete sense, even before it can make complete sense. He's ridiculously clever.
What's his future? What's he want to do?
He has been involved. He run and built my company, and now he's going to be an affiliated licensee when they don't operate. He's pretty much going to end up doing very much. Uh, it's going to open his entrepreneurial opportunities to do whatever he wants and not have his dad say no.
And do a better job than his dad.
Most likely.
Yeah. Then, okay.
Do you see some of the techniques that we talk about as manipulative? Manipulation is whether or not I'm trying to exploit you or hurt you. Am I trying to manipulate a bank robber into letting me save his life? Yes. So manipulation is like, what am I trying to do here?
So you don't see the negative connotation. You're trying to bring a better future to conversation.
Now, if I'm trying to bring a better future, if I'm being genuine and honest, like I compliment you. If my compliment is genuine, that's not manipulation. Like, if I think, you got a pair of shoes that are the dumbest looking things I've ever seen, and I go, wow, those are great shoes. Now that's manipulation.
So there's guys like Warren Buffett that are big integrity. What's the role of lying?
Lying is a bad idea. Lying is just a bad idea for a variety of reasons. First of all, there's a movie changed the other side. It's better lie than never. There's a lot of that on the net. Secondly, they could be giving you the crap to see if you will lie. Thirdly, chances are they're going to find out that you lied to them eventually, they lose you. And then the penalties and the taxes are going to be way higher than what you had in the movie.
So long term, you want to have a reputation of somebody with integrity. The more you lie, the harder it is to maintain that reputation.
Yeah, exactly. And where's it going to go?
Yeah. So let me return to that question again. What's the difference between a good conversation and a good negotiation? Can we, because I think just reading your work, listening to you, there's a sense I have that the thing we're doing now, just conversation on podcasts and so on, is different than negotiation. It feels like completely different. And yet having some of the same awareness of the value of empathy is extremely important. It feels like they're very different. Or no?
Really close, fine line. I mean, I rolled in here not having any expectations, not looking for anything other than to have an interesting conversation. And to hear what was behind the questions that you were asking me and what interests you, and then also be speaking in silence of how it's not something I'm going to take away as a learning point and help learn to teach others. But I didn't come in here. I suppose in negotiation we were both aware of a problem we're trying to solve.
Right, there's no problem in the world
Right.
that you solve, except maybe like the human condition.
I think so. We'll learn.
How do you train to become better at negotiating in business?
Yeah, just small stakes practice for high stakes results. I mean, decide what kind of negotiating resolution. I mean,
What's that mean? Small stakes practice for high stakes. Small stakes. The small, little, incremental, picking up wherever they are.
where they can.
Oh, that's nice way to say it.
Well, labeling mirrors. One of the basic tools of great negotiation. Labeling mirrors, paraphrasing the sentence. So you start labeling and mirroring people that you just have in regular interaction, just to gain a feel for whether or not you can read somebody's affect or how accurate you are to get better. And so, label the lister or the grocery store clerk or the person throwing something at them that, because real estate is just a parasitic skill. Emotional intelligence is a better skill. So seeing if you can indicate that you understand that a little. Um, One of my favorite things to throw out at somebody who's, maybe re level, I might look at somebody who looks distressed and I go, tough day. So several years ago, I'm at the counter at LAX. Well, I'm waiting in line to get to the counter, and a lady behind the counter is clearly making a point to not meet my eyes so that I don't look at her. And she looks, and so like you know when you're next in line and they're making sure you don't meet eyes. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, so they're having a bad day. So I walk up, and as soon as I approach the counter, I go, tough day. And she kind of snaps around. She goes, no, no, no. How can I help you? And goes out of her way to help me. And I'm cracking up. But I also know men are too. You need something fresh. So now I'm going through TSA. I'm going for people having a tough day.
Good place to find them.
Good place to find and practice. And I'm going through the line, and I realize I haven't crossed the label out on any one of these guys. And there's this guy watching the bags come out of the X-ray machine. And he's just kind of got an indifferent look on his face. And I go, tough day? And he kind of goes, I can see from his body language, like, no. And I go, just another day, huh? And he goes, yeah, just another day. He felt seen, but I missed, and I'm cracking, and I'm trying to stay sharp.
So just a few words. Just a few words and trying to like quickly localize the affect.
Nice. Very, very, very analytically simple. Not letting me go.
I love it. um, does it think apply to just conversation in general? Just how you get better at conversation. I think a lot of people struggle. They have insecurities, they have anxiety during conversation. As funny as this is to say, I have a lot of anxiety during conversation. Is that you basically do the same kind of practice, kind of
Yeah,
similar techniques in
yeah,
the book?
generally. Just trying to make sure you hurt somebody else.
What's the best conversation you ever had? Tip us on it, please.
Wow.
What are in and outs to best conversations like? What stands out to you as conversations that change you in the course of the day?
There's probably been a lot of them along the way. I mean, but one that I remember on a regular basis is, and actually there's two. But when I was in the bureau, I was in Quantico on their command services, another guy from New York, a buddy of mine named Ronnie, and we're both trying to decide whether or not we want to try to get into profiling or negotiation, because they're both about human dynamics and both of us really like human dynamics. And we're sitting around talking about it, and we're talking about several things, and he labeled something, and I knew he didn't know what he was doing. I think he just he picked it up, and I'd been talking about my family quite a few days, and he said to me, and I never said this directly, that's why we're close. But he said to me, sound like family really close. And I can remember the moment, like this feeling, just like I felt great in the moment. I mean, what he said threw together everything that I'd been saying and nailed the essence of it. And I have a very clear recollection of how good that felt in the moment. So a couple of years later, on a suicide hotline, now I got this line in the back of my head. You know, line, technique, reaction, read, whatever you want to call it. Guy calls in on the hotline, and I could tell the dude was rattled by his tone of voice. I mean, just amped up. And he goes, I just got to put a lid on the day. I need your help putting a lid on the day. I got to put a lid on the day. And I go, you sound tense. And he goes, yeah. And he came down a little bit, and he was a guy that he was telling me about. He was battling a disease of paranoia. And he's going to go on a car trip with his family the next day. And he knew that on the car trip he was going to, twist himself into knots. And so the night before he's twisting himself into knots. And he's laying out everything that he's done to try to beat uh, paranoia and how much his family's helping him. And he's going on a car trip with the family because they're going to take him to see a doctor. And so I hit him with the same thing that my buddy Rhino said. I said, sounds like your family's close. He goes, yeah, we are. I said, you levels out a little bit more. And Then he started ticking off all the things that he was doing to try to be paranoid, and he sounded determined. And so I said, "So have you, Tom?" And he goes, "Yeah, I am determined. It'll be fine. Thanks." And that was all I said. So those two conversations, which are overlapping conversations, started two things loose together. Do those things that, all the different negotiations and conversations we've had, do they kind of echo throughout? Like you basically, because when you empathize with other human beings, you start to realize we're all the same. And so you can start to pick little phrases here and there you've heard from others, little experiences. They were all about, like, we all want um, to be close to other human beings. We all want love. We're all, I think we're all deeply lonely inside. We're looking for connection. Um, we're just very deeply, we're exhausted about it. And so all humans have that same, all the same different components of what makes them tick. So do you kind of see yourself basically just saying the same things to connect with another human being? Yeah, there aren't that many different things that we're looking for understanding on, or connection on, or satisfaction on. There's aren't that many of them, regardless. And so, yeah, you're looking for to manifest itself in some form or another, and you're willing to take a guess on whether or not that's what you're seeking for. What advice would you give to me to be better at these conversations? To me and to other people that do kind of interviews and podcasts and stuff. Wow. Because I really feel that as well. Is there kind of, as a lifelong journey in this process? Yeah, well, I think I would advise you to take that approach, which is the approach you're taking. You care about it, you're very curious about it, you see it as a lifelong journey, you're fascinated by it, you enjoy learning about it, and you definitely do see it as a lifelong journey, as opposed to, this is what I can, if I can acquire this, then I can this. I fall in love with people like that. There's a kind of deep connection there intrinsically, especially when I'm preparing. The more material there is on a person, the more you get to fall in love with them ahead of time. Like you get to really understand them, not understand, but um, what I mean by fall in love is you appreciate. Yeah. Appreciate, but also become deeply curious. I think I mean that that way. Like, yeah, you appreciate the things you know, but you start to see, like Alex on that level, you start to see that there's all this cool stuff you can learn if you keep interacting with them. And then when you show up in their routines, you realize, okay, it's like more and more and more and more. It's like in physics. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. It's like, it's really exciting. And then it can also be heartbreaking because you have to say goodbye. Goodbye. I hate goodbyes. I hate goodbyes. You say the tunnel, right? Yeah. It makes, it reminds me of like things end, good things end. It sucks, but then it makes the moment more delicious. You know that you do get to come again. Yeah. Okay. I swear I completely forgot. I wanted to ask you about this. The 7-38-55% rule. It's really interesting. Is there an alt truth to it? That 7% of the message is conveyed from the words used, 38% from the tone of voice, and 55% from body language. Is there really truth to that? All right, so Arabian, I think is the name of the UCLA professor that originally proposed the 7-38-55 ratio and discussed it in terms of that it wasn't the message, but how much he called it liking. Like, are you the fact that the meaning is coming across, but you're liking of the message, and so it's been extrapolated heavily by people like me um, to this meaning of the meaning of 7-38-55, from liking to the meaning. What I've seen regularly is people that communicate verbally, if they're speakers. Tony Robbins, 7-38-55. He throws the radio out there. Throws exact. segregate it further. Those that communicate principally in writing, the meaning of the words are much more important than the sound. So they're deeply uncomfortable with segregating the words. Because the content of the words, the meaning of the words, when you're writing, is so important that you hate to do it that way. So I first of all, I 1,000% believe in accurate ratio. But the real critical issue is not what the ratios are. It's what's the message when they're out of line. Like what's the message when the tone of voice is out of line with the words. Like it don't matter what your ratio is. You got a problem if their tone does not match their words.
And I think that's hard to put a measure on exactly. Even in writing, I mean, it's not just music. Even in writing, it's not just the words. There's the words, but there's like the style underneath the whole thing.
Right.
And there's something like the presentation of the whole thing. I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan of constraint mediums of communication, which writing is, or voice, like Clubhouse. There's a personality to human being when you say those words. But it's not just you can say it's the tone of voice that fills it, but you can like, what is it? The imagination fills in the rest. Like when I'm listening to somebody, I'm like, I'm imagining some amorphous being, right, doing things. When they get angry, I'm imagining angry. I don't know what the exact idea is.
Well, and so you made me think of a funny story because we were talking about your buddy Emo before, and I told you, about that I'd interacted with some of the senior executives. So I know that they love working with him, and I think he's an interesting guy, and they realize that he's funny. They joke around. So they're telling me. So on this conference call, there's words, and a guy on the other end of the line says something, um, that was wrong, but wasn't bad. And so they said they're on the phone, and Elon goes, "You're fired." And then everybody in the room with him can see that he's joking. But the person on the other side can't, and they're all going, wait. They can't see your look on your face right now. You gotta stop. The guy on the other side is dying right now. He doesn't realize you're joking. So there were the words and the tone of voice, but it lacked the visual to go with it.
Russ is probably funny.
I'm sure he was very funny.
Maybe back to him. Just as interesting to ask you, I don't know if you're following along the developments with large language models. There's been something called ChatGPT. There's just more and more sophisticated and effective and impressive chatbots, essentially, that can talk, basically. And they're becoming more and more human-like.
Right.
Do you think it's possible in the future that AI will be able to be better negotiators than humans? Do you think about that kind of stuff?
Well, so definition of better or versus less flawed. Like chatbots have been out there for a long time, and probably about 5 years ago now, a company approached us because they were doing a negotiation chatbot, and they said two things. First of all, I said, why are you talking to us? Well, in point of fact, we already spoke to the people that are teaching, quote, the Harvard methodology. And, the rational approach to negotiation just doesn't work. The rational approach just does not work. Our chatbots are not getting it. But we're showing in around about 80% of the interactions a higher success outcome with these chatbots. And they showed me what they were doing, and it was still a lot deeply flawed, emotional intelligence wise. But the reason why that they were having higher success rates is because the chatbot never had a bad mood. And you can reach out to a chatbot in the middle of the night. So if you're talking to somebody that was never upset and was always available, then you're going to have a higher success rate. Negotiations go bad when people are in a negative frame of mind.
So the natural ability of a chatbot to be positive is just going to give you a higher success rate.
Yeah, and they're not going to get mad and argue with you. You say to a chatbot, your price is too high. The chatbot is designed to come back with a smiley face.
Yeah.
You say to a person, your price is too high. They'll, how dare you? I'm trying to make a living. They can be lots of things.
Unfortunately or fortunately, I think the way chatbots are going now, they will come back
because they're becoming more and more human-like. That's the whole point. To be able to pass the Turing test, you have to be, and you have to be an ethical. You have to have boundaries. You have to be insecure. You have to have some uncertainty.
Well, it's them being having boundaries and being negative. Like I can, like, okay, you throw a proposal to me. Before I say no, I'm going to say, look, I'm sorry, that just isn't in me. I'm going to set up a real clear boundaries without being negative. So, and a lot of people struggle with setting boundaries without being negative, without anger, without indignation, without getting upset.
But see, there's a when you are when you show that you're not getting upset. I'm not just seeing that. I'm seeing a flawed human that has underneath it a temper, underneath it the ability to get upset, but chooses not to get upset. And a chatbot has to demonstrate that. It's not just going to be cold and be this kind of corporate, blank, empty, sort of vapid creature that just says, "Oh, thank you for saying that." No, basically, you have to. The chatbot has to be able to be mean and choose not to be.
Interesting. I don't know.
Maybe not.
I'd be willing to see that play out and see how it plays out.
But I guess what I'm saying is, to be a good negotiator, you have the capacity to be a bad person and choose not
Really?
to. I think so.
I think you just got to have the capacity to set a boundary and stick to it.
Interesting. Because I think it's hard for me to trust a person who's not aware of what they're doing. Because if you say you don't have any flaws, I can't trust you.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a lie, right? You're always lying.
Right.
You got to lie.
Yeah. So you have to have a self-awareness about that. Uh, but be able to control it, demonstrate the ability to control it. This is humans. I just think humans, intelligent, effective humans, are able to do this well, and chatbots are not yet, and they're moving in that direction. So it makes me think about what is actually required for effective negotiation. That's what AI systems do. Is they make you ask yourself, what is it that makes humans special? Any discipline. What is it that makes humans special? Chess, Go, games, which AI systems are able to beat humans at now. What is it that makes them effective at negotiation? What does it make them effective at um, something that's extremely difficult, which is navigating physical spaces? So doing things at safe and rapid, like making yourself a cup of coffee, is exceptionally difficult for robots.
Yeah.
Because of all the complexities involved in navigating physical reality. We have so much complex reasoning for things, just about how gravity works, about how um, objects move, the what kind of objects there are in the world. It's really difficult to describe because it all seems so damn trivial, but it's not trivial. Because a lot of that we just learn as babies. We keep running into things and we learn about that. And so AI systems help us understand what is it that makes humans do these, what is the wisdom we have in our heads. And negotiation to me is super interesting. Because negotiation is not just about business, it's about geopolitics, it's about running a government, it's basically negotiating how do we, different policies, different uh, bills, different programs, and so on. How do we allocate money? How do we reallocate resources? All that kind of stuff. It seems like AI in the future could be better at that. But maybe not. Maybe you have to be a messy, weird, insecure, uncertain human and debate each other and yell at each other on Twitter. Maybe you have to have the red and the blue teams that yell at each other in the process of figuring out what is true. Maybe AI systems will not be able to do that. They have to guide the full massive human civilization.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, the two thoughts that I had along the way was anytime you're talking about systems of scale, so you're talking
chatbot systems, things that don't require decision making, just following instructions. At least 80% of what's going on. Now, the remaining percentage, whatever it is, does it require human interaction and what is required? Like I'm not like I am not pro conflict, and I also know that there's a case to be made in the creative world that some of the best thinking came out of conflict. Um, reading interviews with Bono or U2, you know, their admiration for some of the Beatles' best music came when they were fighting with each other. And the song one, Octane Fate, which is I believe from the album Octane Fate, those guys were fighting. I mean, they were on the verge of breaking up, and their appreciation that conflict could create something beautiful. And then when I was in a crisis negotiation unit, my last 7 years in the FBI, there was a guy that named Vince, brilliant dude, brilliant, brilliant human being, and he and I used to argue all the time. And then when we had a change in the guy who was in charge, the guy who was in charge took me off to the side. He's like, I can't take you and Vince fighting all the time. And I said, well, I got news for you. I think we come up with much better stuff as a result of our battle. And he said, Vince said the same thing to me. And I'm like, so we don't have a problem fighting. Why do you have a problem? But there is something there that sometimes the most difficult insights rack your brain as to why someone is so dug in on something that is so he thinks is so wrong. Yeah, maybe there's something to it. At least there's something to it.
There's something about conflict and drama that might be a feature, not a bug in our society.
I understand.
Do you think there will always be war in the world?
Yeah.
So there will always be a need for negotiators and negotiators.
Well, as it turns out.
Why do you think there will always be war? What's the intuition about human nature there?
Yeah, just because we're basically 75% negative, and then, for lack of a better term, I call it two lines of code. Like somewhere everybody when you were little, somebody planted in 2 lines into our head. We don't know when it got in there, but somebody said something to us that stuck. And there are a lot of people that had some really negative garbage dumped in their brain when they were little, and just based on the numbers, what kind of opportunity they were given afterwards. Did they ever have an epiphany moment when they genuinely believed they could get themselves out of it? Like, what is it? One of Joe Dispenza's book is Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself.
Yeah.
Like, how do you get that 2 lines of code that neither mean or well intentioned but stupidly speak an adult said to you at the wrong moment implanted in your brain? Like, how the chances of everybody on earth getting that out, even the majority of people on earth getting it out of their head is really slim.
What advice would you give to a young person today about how to have a career they can be proud of, or like maybe somebody in high school, college, trying to figure out their way in this world?
It's probably a take on the cliche of do what you love, but if you figure out your ideals and pursue your ideals and stick to them when it costs you. Like a guy I admire very much, Michael Mobile, runs this Operation Crisp Pavilion in Atlanta. In one of his talks, he would say, core values are what you stick to that cost you the most. It's not a value that really matters to me unless it costs you. And stick to your values. Now, when I was in the FBI, I worked really hard at, the number one core mission of the FBI is protect and defend the American people. So I could pursue that value at all times, which I did, or I could follow through with it. You don't have time to do both.
But when did you know you found your value? Because when did you fall in love with whatever this process is?
on the suicide hotline that I was telling you about earlier with the guy who was trained, when I thought I can have that significant of an impact on another human being in this short of a period of time, that's really cool. How hard is it to talk somebody off of that? So this question is a big question. Why the hell live at all? How do you have that kind of deeply philosophical, deeply psychological, and also practical conversation with somebody and convince them that they should stick around? Well, it's more clear than clearing the clutter in their head and let them make up their own mind. That was what volunteering on suicide hotline was really about. Just let me see how quickly I can clear out the clutter in your head. If you're willing to have it cleared out. Like, did you call here because you were actually looking for help, or did you call here to fulfill some other agenda? So, are you willing to clear the clutter in your head? Not everybody is. So once you clear the clutter, is there at least somewhat hopeful chance that you'll continue another day? Yeah. And like if you step back, like very few people that commit suicide physically are up against it that hard. Like most of them, by and large, are pretty intact physically human beings. They struggle with emotional stuff, but it's an emotional issue. It's not a physical issue. So if you would be completely merciful, like I got I'm a very big fan of a guy named Mark Coffey, born great athlete, lost his eyesight and then became paralyzed. Like he's an emotional um, leader. He's about helping people thrive and live great lives. Like Mark was born, he was a spectacular athlete. And first he lost his sight in one eye, then he lost his sight in the other eye, and then he fell out a window in a tragic experience. Like if there was ever news that was saying like living sucks, and if there's any doubt in my mind, something worse happens to me every few years. But Mark's about being alive and inspiring everybody. So the hard part was navigating somebody who's tossing it in because their chemical imbalance. It's the way they're interpreting the world. There's clutter in their head. Like how can you help clear that clutter in their head? Help them by themselves, inspire them to reinterpret that world. Yeah, as an alternate universe. Yeah. What do you think is meaningful to life? Well, no. Why live? what what reason? Well, I have very strong religious beliefs. Um, spiritually, I don't 1,000%. If you were to try to confine me in a box, um, I'd be a Christian, and I have tremendous respect for the Jewish religion. I don't think any religion's got a name exactly. Again, I keep mentioning I'm kind of a Bono Christian. I think Bono is like what, and I'm gonna butcher it, but my belief in Jesus is what I've got after Christianity. Belief in the dogma of man's application of Christian beliefs. So, but that being said, I truly believe that my life is a gift and there's a purpose here, and for my Creator decided that I woke up in the morning because He saw that some cool, interesting things for me to do, and you have gratitude for having the opportunity to live that way. Yeah. Well, you do one heck of a good job at living those days. I really appreciate your work. I appreciate the person you are. Thank you for just everything you've done today for just being a passionate advocate. You're a great listener. You're a great conversationalist. It's just an honor to meet you and to talk to you. It's really a pleasure. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Chris Ross. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear negotiating. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. How are you?
All right, let's see what we got here. Hello to the chat.
Hi.
Hopefully everyone is doing all right. I am Lee Thatcher, founder of InnerCity1.com and English Fluency Guide. And we'll give people a minute to file in. And today we're going to talk about how to keep talking fluent. Got crazy things to get ready. We used to get asked by FBI agents, when are you going to be able to do this? And the answer would be the day they feel like they've got everything in hand. Now, dissecting that statement, we're talking about maybe years.
The Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. Can you hear me? We're watching a Joe Rogan experience. Nothing else important is going on in the entire world right now, except Joe Rogan and you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Hello. Oh, fuck you. I didn't want to talk with you anyway. Nothing. I want you to do less than speak with that motherfucker right now. What's up, Daisy? That's no. That's sweet of you. Tastes like sugar. Why isn't it a watermelon bowl? That'd be a sick ass bowl. All the bowls should be fruits and stuff. Stop him. It should be watermelon bowl. That should be the biggest bowl. Like the championship should be the watermelon bowl. And the golden bowl. The winner of the golden bowl. Hey, how are you? No fucking way. I would bet the house on this. I would bet the house on this. Oh, the $3 in my bank account. That would have bet it all. I would have bet everything. Everything I own, which isn't a lot. I would have bet everything. Oh man, I would have bet it all. This is sad. No fucking way. There we go. We're rocking. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
It's a Rogan experience.
Trained by the Joe Rogan podcast. Okay. All right. Now what?
Governor Perry, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure and an honor to meet you. And Brian, would you explain your relationship and how you guys know each other? And
I'm a public service career started in Kentucky, and the last stint I did followed my role as the chairman and executive director of the Kentucky Opioid Government Advisory Commission. Within that role, I designed the government, for lack of better term, budget authorization. The state had received $842 million in settlements that would be paid out over the next 15 years. Those were expenditures by the traditional furlough and remediation and repatriation of the opioid epidemic. And as the opioid project was developed and executed, I was introduced to Governor Perry as someone who was a believer and advocate in medicine, and I developed a professional relationship. He was a vocal supporter
I
of President
believe it.
Clinton. The initiative itself, he appeared by video to give a testimonial about
Oh, wow.
the immense potential of natural
I'm
fungus
listening
for
to this
opioids,
first person.
and he also so wonderfully eloquent as to procure and forbid use me as the October of last year endorsing the initiative. He has been a tremendous supporter, mentor, and privilege to me.
and Governor, how did you get involved in this?
It's kind of a long story, so we got the time. If you don't mind,
Sure,
I'll take
please.
you back. 2006, my wife made me go on vacation, which I don't necessarily do very good because I have a little bit of ADHD, and vacations are sitting on the beach. Some places not high on my list of good things to do, but anyway, I went with her, and she took me to Coronado Island and the Hotel Del, which is a fascinatingly interesting place. But my security detail went out early, and they were stopped there, I think, on Orange and Orange Drive, the little breakfast nook, and they walked in where they were supposed to meet with the California Highway Patrol to do our advance. And there was this big guy, looked about like you, all buff and slicked off head, and pretty healthy looking boy, and they thought that was the patrolman they were supposed to meet. That went over, introduced themselves, and said, "Are you here to meet Governor Perry?" And the guy went, "No, but I vote for him every chance I get." And this kid happened to be a JTAC, he was SEAL Team 5, who was a former, or was an F-18 driver who was assigned to SEAL Team 5 to go out on their next assignment. And they just met him by the grace of God. And the kid gave him his card and said, "Hey, the governor would like to go on a tour of the Special Warfare Center. He'd love to give him a tour." Well, the detail shows up next day, says, "Hey, we met this kid." And that's right down my alley, right? Rather than sitting on the beach, take me over and show me what the Special Warfare Center does. And on a Saturday morning, we went over, got that tour, and this young man led the tour. And he had a big old tall drink of water with him in his camis that assisted with the tour. It took about 3 hours to finish this tour. We finish it, and this young man says, "Did Marcus tell you where he was last weekend?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, sir, ones and no, sir, ones." He said, "Well, he was at the White House receiving the Navy Cross." I know what the Navy Cross is, and I went back to the hotel room, looked it up on my computer. There's no mention of this Marcus Luttrell anywhere on my computer. And we had asked him to go have dinner with us that night, just to say thank you for their time and what have you.
How are you, Ass Munch?
And that evening, as we get back to the
What's good?
restaurant, a friend is asking him all questions about what was it that he did. And during the conversation, Operation Red Wing came up in the, and we finished dinner. I tell him, I said, "Look, give me your mom's phone number. I'll call her when we get back to Texas. And if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me," right? Which I would tell to, I probably told to hundreds of people, Joe.
had known each other in those days, I said, "Hey Joe, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me. Fat chance you're going to come and knock on the door of the governor's mansion, right? Can't do it." So it's a nice thing to say, but realizing that it's not going to show up. Well, I went back, looked up Operation Redwood, and that's when my computer kind of blew up, and I figured out who this young man was. Because you remember in 2006, nobody had heard of this, didn't know who Marcus Luttrell was, what have you. So, going about our business, they leave, they deploy, go back to Iraq with his twin brother Morgan, I might add. Morgan and Marcus, they deployed together on that. And the young man who led that tour that day was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, F-18 pilot, by the name of Jake Elsie. Jake Elsie is now in the New York Times. So, incredible small world for me that started totally by the grace of God of meeting these boys in Coronado Island. And I called his mom when I got back to Austin, said, "Hey, saw your son, he's doing all right, if I can ever help you, let me know." Went on about my business. That was in August of 06. The following May of 07, the phone rang in the governor's mansion. The security detail said, "There's a young man down here who said you told him the next time he's through Austin, Texas, to come by and see you, and he's here." I said, "That's hilarious." I said, "What's his name?" And Marcus Luttrell. I said, "Yeah, I told him that. Well, send him in." That was in May of 07, and he lived with us for the next 2.5 years. In August of 09, he left, and that's what started me and my wife on this long journey, this adventure that has taken me to sitting at Joe Rogan's table, talking about veterans' mental health. We've been down literally dozens of rabbit trails. Frankly, the bulk of them, they were interesting, but they really didn't bring any relief, didn't bring any help. We learned about the brokenness of our government's ability to help these young men and women. I mean, Marcus literally was separated from the Navy without the ability to have TRICARE. The only place he could get his health care covered was at the VA, and he had to have some very specific surgeries on his back, highly technical surgeries. And I told him, I said, "I'm not going to let you go to the VA and have that done, no offense, but I said, I'll go raise the money and find somebody that we can get you the type of help that you need." And I went to Houston. I talked to a doctor there, Stan Jones, who's the chief medical officer for a stem cell company now called Celgex. But he had heard of Marcus by then. Marcus's book had come out, I think in 08 when it came out, and it went to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. So people started to know who Marcus Luttrell was, knew his story, and we were able to get him the medical help that he needed. I also intervened at that time with the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mavis, and I call Ray. Ray was the former governor of the city, so I knew him through that role. And I told him, I said, "Here's what I've got," and I said, "This kid is a legit American." And I said, "Our government's just completely dropped the ball on being able to take care of him." And I said, "I don't want to embarrass your boss, but I said, you need to get this kid back in, reevaluate him, get him not fit for duty so he can get eligible for TRICARE," of which they did. And my hat's off to them for doing that. The sadness of all of this, Joe, from my perspective, is Marcus Luttrell was just fortunate in a lot of different ways. That by the grace of God, he met a governor, a guy that could actually intervene and make a difference. There's literally thousands
Welcome,
of
Zoo.
young men and women out there today who have mental health issues that don't know a governor, don't have anybody. And that's why I've spent however many years, that's been 17 years, helping, being open to all the different ways that we could help these young men and women. Back in 07, I helped create a foundation that buys homes. It's called Military Heroes Support Foundation. And they've given away 1,000 homes now. George Strait gives away one of their homes at every one of his concerts. But even if you are living in a great home, if you're in a mansion and your mind's not where it needs to be, you're just a lonely person, a sad person, a broken person in a beautiful home. But I've become a complete believer in plant medicine over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in particular. And the compound ibogaine, Ibogaine, that most people never heard of before. That's good and bad because it doesn't have a bad rap because nobody's heard of it before. My job, our job, is to be able to educate the public about this plant medicine, this psychoactive plant medicine that absolutely is showing stunning ability to bring people back to normalcy, to reset their brains, to literally give them their lives back. I've made the decision that that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my, however many years I got left. This is where I want to spend the bulk of my time, telling people about it, explaining to people how this, conservative, right-wing, knuckle-dragging Republican governor became a spokesperson willing to go publicly talk about this plant medicine that literally the data is, I think the data is, you can't argue with the data. We'll talk about a clinical trial that they did out of Stanford this last year. But that's how I went from basically being a guy that wasn't even open to having a conversation about. In 2013, I got talked into talking to a mother who had a son who's an epileptic, and she said the only thing that we can give our son that's relieved him of this is THC. And I was against any of the use of marijuana, medical or otherwise, in 2013. That mother came and sat down to me. I looked at the data. I listened to her powerful story, and we passed in Texas medical use of THC for the cases of epilepsy. And that's my point with all of this, is that I'll never be for, I may not agree on this. I'm not for legalization of drugs. I love Rick Doblin. Rick and I have been on multiple stages together. A lot of the work that he did with MAPS is I'm a big supporter of. And I tell him, I said, but I'm not going to get there on the legalization of drugs. I'm just not. And I don't want to get that confused with what we're doing here. This is medically diagnosed, medically dosed, having the proper medical people there, the treatment, the follow-up, all of that. And that's one of the reasons that I think that our government, and thank God, Donald Trump won. I'm very open about this. That Donald Trump won this election. He's putting people into place that are open to plant medicine being used for our veterans' mental health. And so I know I've covered a pretty broad piece of landscaping and all of that I just talked about. But that's how I got here. Over a 17-year period of time, I went from an absolute, don't even talk to me about these drugs, to being the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine today, where, my wife probably gets tired of going places with me, and the next thing she knows, I'm talking to somebody about plant-based medicine and what I've seen and why we, as society, need to be really pushing this, talking to our congressmen, talking to our senators, talking to the people that are decision makers, and the private sector, educating the public about this so that they know that there is help out there. And when you add to this the clear evidence that this works on addictions, and we're talking across the board, then the populations that can be affected in a powerful and a positive way is substantial. And that's what God put us on this earth for, is to be good servants. And this, I believe, has the most powerful way to affect the most people in a positive way of anything that I've ever seen in my public service, my 40 years of public service. So And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So, set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run, and that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3 K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, folks, check it out. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night and wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy to use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast, it doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So, forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more. Well, I think it's a great introduction to people that don't understand the concept of plant medicine because ibogaine is one of those drugs that is not a party drug. No one uses it recreationally. It has there's no potential whatsoever for addiction to that drug. As a matter of fact, it actually cures addiction somehow or another. It rewires the brain. And do you know how ibogaine was introduced into the zeitgeist?
I don't.
It was Hunter S. Thompson.
You gave me.
No, Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s when it was Ed Muskie and George McGovern. When McGovern was running for president, when during the primaries, he spread this rumor that Muskie was addicted to ibogaine, and then he had a Brazilian witch doctor come to visit him, and it tanked Muskie's political career.
I thought fake news was a new thing.
No. Hunter S. Thompson was the beginning of fake news. Well, we called it gonzo journalism, you know? And what he would do is just mix in a bunch of very obviously fake things along with real things. But he was on the Dick Cavett show. See if you can find that clip. It's actually pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
This is him on the Dick. He literally decided to tank this guy's political career by making up a rumor about him.
People really believe that Muskie was union, and I never said he was. I said it was a rumor in Illinois that he was. It wasn't true, but I started a rumor in LSD.
I said they finally said they were union all up.
You mean people really believe that Muskie was union?
Yeah, it's just it's unbelievable. But yeah, it's in Gonzo, the documentary.
That's
It goes
hilarious.
into it in depth. He just decided that the guy was a big phony, and so he made up this story about the guy being addicted to ibogaine of all drugs, which is kind of crazy. And so that's how the public got introduced to ibogaine.
Now, Schedule 1 says that there is no medical purpose for this compound, whatever it might be,
Yeah.
and that it's addictive. And ibogaine is neither of those.
Right.
Clearly evidence. As a matter of fact, if there was a definition of a compound that was not Schedule 1, ibogaine would be uh, the top of the list, most likely.
Yes, but yet it's Schedule 1.
Yeah, yes.
go back and understand the early 70s, what Nixon was using these compounds for a political purpose, and he gathered them all up, swept them all up, put everything under Schedule 1 so he could go after his political enemies,
Yes.
using these compounds as the vehicle to do that.
Yeah, and for the last 50 plus years, people have been imprisoned by that. You know, that's a giant problem for, particularly for veterans, which is, I think, the most important use of these things because it's going to open eyes to people that would never consider the concept of plant medicine or psychedelics. They would never consider it. But people are so most people are so compassionate about the needs of veterans, the demand that they face, and the trials that they face when they return, the mental struggles, the amount of suicides, the amount of addictions. It's overwhelming, and they don't get any support. And people are kind of desperate, and that's what opens up the door to people considering things like yourself, considering things that would not have normally entered into your landscape.
You look at you look at the history of how I got there, and I grew up on a dryland cotton farm, about as conservative a part of the world as you can be. I went to school at Texas A&M. I wanted to be a pilot in the United States Air Force. I mean, drugs were absolutely not anything that I wanted to have anything to do with because at that particular point in time, in the early 70s and in the mid 70s, we got drug tested on a monthly basis. Um, no notice drug testing. You go pee in a bottle and they test you. And if there was one time that you didn't pass that drug test, you were done. And so the fear factor of drugs was driven into us. You go forward with the political messaging through those years. You're brain on drugs. Just say no to drugs. I mean, and on one hand, that's a good message. On the other hand, when they're used just for political purposes, and you put compounds on Schedule 1, like Ibogaine, and it can't even be used for clinical trials. It can't be medically used to see is there some good that can come out of this. And the fascinating thing for me, Joe, is that Mexico, this is a compound that can be used. Canada, I think Australia, France. I mean, there's a host of countries around the world that allow for ibogaine to be used for clinical trials and for medical purposes. Yet we're sitting here with 20 plus veterans a day killing themselves. Yet we have a compound that clearly the data clearly the data shows that this compound appropriately used, appropriately overseen, can absolutely change lives, can save lives. And for me, to be able to know that, and then still see government say, no, we're not interested, is really frustrating. And it's why I'm so excited about Bobby Kennedy, uh, Jay Buckachar, uh, Dr. Oz, Nolan Williams, individuals who may come into this administration's very high level that are supportive of plant medicine. So I think we've got this great opportunity. We've been given this gift, and I hope you got members of Congress that are supportive of this on both sides of the aisle. This isn't a partisan issue by any sense of the imagination. So I'm really excited about the potential of being able to get clinical trials done, move this off of Schedule 1 into worst case scenario Schedule 2, and even Schedule 3, so that we get broad amount of trials done so that people who have questions about it can be answered and they can see the data. I mean, we'll talk about this clinical trial out of Stanford that is just stunning results.
Well, let's talk about that. What was that?
Ryan, you want to take that one, or you want me to take it?
I don't mind to take it.
2018, individuals by the name of Amber and Marcus Capone founded an organization called VETS, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. Marcus Capone had been a special operator, and he had done multiple tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq. When he came home, finally from war, Amber described an individual who bore no resemblance to the man that she married. He came home as a severely traumatized individual and was met by a system which could not in any way effectively address the nature of his trauma. Recognizing that his life was at stake, as well as the future of her family, she became desperate and went online and discovered the existence of a compound called Ibogaine. She made arrangements for Marcus to receive treatment from an individual by the name of Martin Polanco, who operated a clinical operation called Mission Begin. Amber, as a last shot at saving her family, sent him to Mexico to receive Ibogaine treatment. She said when he returned, he came back as the man she would never marry before he ever went to war. As they learned about other friends of theirs who were coming back home with similar circumstances on the verge of familial dissolution, with Marcus and his friends on the verge of suicide, they began, just as a friend group, to put money together to send their close circle of individuals down to receive this treatment. They came together to form VETS, and since 2018, over 1,000 veterans have traveled to the Indio Clinic south of Tijuana to receive Ibogaine treatment for symptoms of traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder. Because of the miraculous outcomes which were endorsed by the veterans who were receiving this treatment, a group of philanthropists funded a study out of Stanford University, which was led by Dr. Ellen Williams. And over the course of several years, a cohort of 30 veterans were evaluated before and after Ibogaine treatment. They were evaluated comprehensively through the administration of elaborate psychological tests to quantify the nature and duration of their symptoms. They underwent pre- and post-treatment MRI scans. These scans were compared against a database which had been compiled of hundreds of thousands of healthy adult brains huddled in the lifespan. And through an algorithmic assessment, the question was, what was the physiological effect upon the human brain, if any? To explain these miraculous outcomes were veterans who had been on the verge of suicide, who became paralyzed by symptomatology associated with profound anxiety, profound depression. In many cases, veterans who were prescribed, in a way, of habituated pharmacology, which ineffectively addressed their symptomatology, were not just back to what they could never been before they experienced their trauma, but had been eliminated from their pharmacology. The results of that study are nothing short of miraculous when it comes to the way in which Ibogaine has been revealed to have significant neurodegenerative properties that impact the human brain, with profound implications for conditions for which there are no current effective treatments. Specifically, the white matter that covers the surface of our brains, which is the highway across which all of our thoughts and impulses travel, grew in thickness and size across the entire surface of each of these veterans' brains. The centers of the brain responsible for emotional regulation and executive functioning grew in size. The average reversal of brain age among this cohort of 30 veterans was 1.5 years, with the top 5 among that cohort seeing a reversal of brain age of almost 5 years. Right now, there are individuals who live offshore from the United States who are using Ibogaine to effectively treat symptoms associated with multiple sclerosis, Lyme disease, and Parkinson's disease. Just about 2 weeks ago, Governor Perry and I had the privilege of spending some time at a research group that's based out of the university in Switzerland. This researcher has developed a protocol for the treatment of Parkinson's symptoms with Ibogaine. We had the privilege of visiting with one of his patients who wishes to remain anonymous, as well as a family member of this patient. We were shown a video whereby this individual had developed Parkinson's disease at the age of 41. It had advanced aggressively by age 50. This gentleman was completely bedfast. As a last resort, he underwent an invasive intracranial surgical procedure called deep brain stimulation, where they drilled holes through his skull and implanted electrodes, which were designed to stimulate the production of what is called glial-neurotrophic growth factor, which essentially stimulates dopamine receptors to produce dopamine, the absence of which is implicated in the development of Parkinson's disease. And while this gentleman was no longer bedfast, he was not able to volitionally control his bodily movements. The video that we saw demonstrated his attempts to stand and walk, and the ability to walk was non-existent. After he had undergone the deep brain stimulation, he signed up for euthanasia services in the country in which he lives because it was legal and he was offended in his right. He underwent a 4-week course of open titration with low-dose Ibogaine that did not produce a psychoactive experience, and at the end of those 4 weeks, that gentleman was able to stand, walk, and function as a normal human being. The outcome is nothing short of miraculous.
His mother said that he rode his bike every day now. I'm telling you, Joe, this is the most stunning, and it's a short video. I get it, it's anecdotal, but for my purposes, it was just backing up what we have seen and what we've learned about how Ibogaine. Now, the treatments down in Mexico are flood doses. This was a microdosing that they did over there. But again, it gets to my point of this is exactly why we, as the United States, and with our medical, uh, capacity in this country, need to be doing this type of clinical trials so that we find out, is this really what we think it is? And if it is, this needs to be widespread treatment for MS, for Parkinson's, for addictions, for PTSD, traumatic brain injury. I think we're on the cusp of some extraordinary medical breakthroughs because of this compound, Ibogaine.
Dr. Williams has said, and I agree, that Ibogaine is the most sophisticated medication on the planet. The results of that Stanford study were published in a top-5 medical research journal called Nature Medicine on January 5th, 2024. An organization called the Brain and Behavioral Research Foundation named that study as its #2 study in terms of neuropharmacology in the world for the year 2024. I have become convinced that any system which maintains Ibogaine's criminality is in fact criminal and needs to be tore apart and revoked.
It does seem like a miraculous compound. And what's fascinating to me is that how little was known about it until just basically a decade or so ago. It started making its way into the zeitgeist. And primarily, I heard about it from people. My friend Ed Clay was the first person I heard about it. He became addicted to pills. He had a back injury, and he started talking about it. And he went to Mexico and got treated, and then he wound up opening up a center in that state. And since then, I've known quite a few veterans, mostly veterans, that they've been led there by other veterans, guys who've gotten help or knew friends that have gotten help that way or been sent down there. And every single one of them that have come back from there has had a miraculous result. It's almost like too good to promise. It's like when you're talking about it, people are like, oh, there's so many people probably listening to this that are at the end of their rope, and they're hearing this like, oh, come on, don't get my hopes up for this miraculous thing, because nothing miraculous works.
If it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true.
Right, right.
said that myself until I've seen with my own eyes. I've been studying this. You asked a little bit more about um, in 2017, I went to Washington to be the Secretary of Energy. I asked Morgan Luttrell, Marcus's twin brother, former Navy SEAL, was working on his PhD in brain science, if he would put that on hold and come with me up to D.C. to work for the Department of Energy. And Morgan did. Um, and he was over in a part of the agency where we have oversight of all the supercomputers or the bulk of the supercomputers in the United States, our national labs have. And we have some partnerships with different universities, the University of San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, and a researcher out there named Jeffrey Manley, MD, PhD, and he was doing some studies on the brain, for traumatic brain injury. And they were scanning the brain using our supercomputers at the Department of Energy. And Morgan was helping him oversee that as they were going through it because of his obvious background and his study on brain science and what have you. And that's the first time I ever heard about anyone going to Mexico to be treated with this plant medicine was through Morgan. And I kind of picked it up, in a conversation that he was having, and kind of put me back on my heels a little bit. And I was like, Morgan, you need to be careful with that now. Yes, sir. But anyway, that was where I heard about ibogaine for the first time. Was in probably late 2017, early 2018, and then as I started educating myself about it, I was curious about it. Does this work, and why does it work? Then it's led to this study. Dr. Nolan Williams, PhD, MD at Stanford, oversaw the study that Ron just did a fabulous job of laying out there. 30 vets, they all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were all given a clinical psychological exam that put them into the moderate to severe PTSD range. Some of them had traumatic brain injury, some of them had alcohol um, issues. I think 8 out of the 30 had tried to kill themselves. This was a highly overseen group that were treated, and the results, 88%, 88% of those individuals 6 months later had zero, not a little bit better, they had zero symptoms of PTSD. And I talked to Nolan within a few days ago, and it appears that even after a year that these symptoms are gone. This is stunningly powerful work. And again, I sound like a broken record, but this is the reason this country needs to put this into place so that we can clinically trial it at various places across this country, at the VA, and some of our great medical institutions, the private sector. If this is what we think it is, this could be the greatest medicine brought to mankind in history.
And it takes someone like you, it takes a Republican, straight-laced guy who's a governor, when you're coming out talking about something like this, that's going to open up a lot of people's eyes.
I had a political consultant when I first started being public about this. A young man, in this case, called me up and he said, hey, I heard you talking about this plant-based medicine, you use the psychedelics. What are you doing? He said, you're fixing to throw away 40 years of building up a good conservative reputation. He said, you need to be really, really careful with this. What are you doing? And I told him, I said, listen, I get your concern. I understand you. But I said two things. Number one, I've spent a lot of time studying this. I said, I've read, I've talked to people, I've been to Mexico multiple times to observe this and to see it. And I said, I'm convinced of what studied, what I've gone down and really put my arms around. I said, I'm convinced that this data is what it is, and we need to move forward with it. But I said, I'll tell you what's even more important for me. My reputation is not worth more than their lives. And that's what drives me, is that what I've seen, I believe. And I'm willing to put my reputation on the line. And I think, when we see people like Marcus Luttrell and Morgan Luttrell and other members of Congress who have been treated and have publicly talked about that they have been to Mexico and they've been treated. Morgan will tell you it saved his marriage. Marcus will tell you it saved his life. That's powerful stuff.
It's powerful stuff. Yeah. Do you know Sean Ryan?
I know who he is.
Yeah, Sean Ryan had a very similar experience, and obviously veteran, Navy SEAL.
Yep.
Podcaster. Yeah, huge podcaster. There's so many stories. It's too much to ignore, and it's again, it's veterans, the people that we owe the most to, that have been ignored the most, and they come back with the biggest burden, and there's no help for them. But yet there's this thing, and for some asinine reason, from 1970, was put on a Schedule 1 list, and because of that, we can't look at it and consider it as a treatment option.
It's interesting what you just said, how we mistreated our veterans. And I think this is really important. And Brian saw it firsthand over in Kentucky. Uh, we think about, I started going down to Brooks Army Medical Center and the burn center down there in '05 when kids started coming back from IED blasts. They were burned, they're traumatized. And my sister-in-law worked down there. I'm the governor. I go down checking on some of the Texas kids who show up there and kids that from other places as well. But that's where I started seeing, I'd walk in the burn center and there'd be a kid with a lollipop. There was an opioid. And our government started literally handing out sackfuls of opioids and patting these kids on the butt and saying, we'll see you. And we literally addicted a generation of our warfighters who've gotten wounded both physically and mentally. And the government was giving them all of these opioids. Then they're masking that with alcohol, and we're sitting around going, gosh, I wonder why Billy and Bobby killed themselves. And we were the reason, because the government did such a poor job of dealing with this issue in the mid-2000s as we were, we've been at war for 20 years now. I mean, when I think about the history of civilization, has there ever been a time when a group of warfighters were ever in this much conflict for this long a period of time? I can't think of it. You go back, all the way to the to prehistoric times. We fought wars for short periods of time, and we spent a lot of time walking from one place to another. You just go back into American history and the Revolutionary War, and then the Civil War. My grandfather was engaged in that conflict, and he wrote a book about it, and he talked about walking for weeks through mud and bad conditions, and then they fought for maybe 48 hours, and then you go through up into World War I. Spent a little bit more time in combat. World War II, and we started seeing people who were infected, what we call it shell shock in World War II. Then Vietnam came along, and these young men were in conflict for a little period. We have literally had, particularly our special operators, the 4th Recon guys, the Delta Force guys, the Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, where they literally are in combat for weeks at a time, months at a time, and even when they're out of direct conflict, because of that environment that they're in, they're always their hormone levels are through the roof, because they're always on, head on a swivel, looking around. Is that person walking in here with the with the shawl on, is having explosive in it, always on the fear of being attacked, the arm stood in the world. And that's, these kids are all a bunch of guinea pigs from the standpoint of how these traumatic events affect them. And our governments fail. And this is an opportunity for our government, both at the federal level and in the state level. And that's the reason that Brian has come to Texas to help us with the Texas Ibogaine Initiative. We're going to be introducing to the Texas legislature an initiative for clinical trial on Ibogaine. I don't know all the details of it. Brian's probably got a better handle on it than me from that standpoint. But I look at this as we've been given this great gift of a parallel track with the federal government, with these individuals that hopefully are going to be coming in at HHS, at all of the other agencies that are involved there. And at the same time, Texas going with a parallel legislation to both educate the public about Ibogaine and to do clinical trials so that we've got the data to back up the education process that's going on.
Brian, can you explain what is the unique pathway that allows Ibogaine to help people with addictions? Because it's a very unusual thing that it does to people.
If I might provide some historical context on the reality that you have just articulated. In 1962, a heroin addict by the name of Howard Rothschild, whose widow and woman is still living in New York City, he was part of underground subculture in the early 60s known as the Gigs. And Howard came into contact with Ibogaine in 1962, and he took it out of curiosity just to see what would occur. After he took it, he discovered that his desire for heroin had vanished, despite a 9-year hardcore dependency. Howard not only started quitting, a gentleman by the name of Taylor Beard, joined also by a guy by the name of Dr. Ken Lockton with the Addiction Pioneers, who essentially engaged in a decades-long process of developing observational field data which demonstrated that Ibogaine had the unique ability to resolve physiological dependence on opioids. The mechanism of action was not understood and is still not understood. What is known is that the opioid-dependent brain does not have the capacity to produce its own dopamine and serotonin. Dopamine and serotonin are our baseline survival hormones. They drive all of our most fundamental human instincts: the drive to eat, the drive to drink, the drive to procreate. The human body's natural physical capacity to produce dopamine at its maximum, as measured in what's called nanograms per deciliter, is 125 nanograms per deciliter. Opioids produce a dopamine response of 925 nanograms per deciliter, exceeded only by meth, which produces a dopamine response of 1100 nanograms per deciliter. For years, individuals, as the opioid epidemic has played out in this country, with the detonation of OxyContin in the Appalachian Mountains in 1996, for years we looked at this problem as one of profound moral failure by those around the self-tractor addiction. What I learned when I rose to government was that that was completely wrong. What we are seeing are the results of a profound neurochemical brain injury expressed by the shutdown of dopamine and serotonin in the brain due to opioid exposure. Ibogaine has the unique ability to restore the brain's dopamine and serotonin production to its pre-opioid exposure levels within 36 to 48 hours, thereby fully resolving physiological opioid dependence with a single administration for 80% of individuals the first time. That number goes to 97% with a second supportive dose. It is extraordinary. Let's
And the reason for that is because it takes the brain 18 months of complete abstinence from opioids to recover its own individual dopamine and serotonin production. You have to be completely abstinent for 18 months before the brain begins to heal. Ibogaine shortens that to 48 hours. It is something that is not understood, but it's concrete and real. One other thing is important to mention about its physiological properties. Ibogaine can produce miraculous outcomes for individuals who find themselves substance dependent. Its applications haven't just been successful when it comes to opioid dependency. It is the only known substance to successfully treat meth dependency. And when we consider that the current street economy, the prevailing combination is fentanyl and meth, there is no more compelling circumstance to demand the accelerated development of this therapeutic than the current reality of drug abuse and death in America. The risk comes with misadministration. There is a significant cardiac risk which accompanies ibogaine. It has the propensity to prolong the beats between the heart, or what is called the prolonged QT interval. The fancy word for it is Torsades syndrome. If an individual is given ibogaine improperly, it will slow and stop their heart and they will die. This is a very serious medication, and it must at all times be administered by a medical professional with a background in interventional cardiology, supported by a nursing team that can deliver the administration of atropine to stabilize the heart's rhythm if it goes out of whack during the course of treatment. The other important thing to note is, though that risk exists, it can be fully and completely mitigated by the full administration of magnesium, a methodology that the best practice clinics in Mexico have had the privilege of going to two. The first was previously mentioned, which is in South of Tijuana, and the other is called Beyond, and it is in Cancun. Beond, Beond, yes sir. Both of those clinics utilize the full administration of magnesium in order to prevent the development of torsades. I explain all this to say to your audience, do not, under any circumstances, try to order ibogaine online for self-administration.